เอลกราซิโกอ่ะเฮ้ยชวิเล่นเกมในมือถือวะโอ้ my god เห็นแต่ละคนของ Gen.G แล้วแบบเครียดนะเอาจริงนะแข่งของทุกคนน่าจะเครียดกันหมดละและพี่ก็เครียดกันหน้าขาวโป๊ะเลยตอนนี้
เราจะได้ไป MSI ใช่หรือไม่
Welcome ladies and gentlemen to the caster desk here as we get ready for this second
ขอบคุณสำหรับซับนะครับ10 เดือน
match to MSI
ได้ไปสิครับ
Can go and it's
So
either
our
T1 or Gen.G. I'm Atlas joined by
มีไป So our ด้วย
and Ox and we are ready to get into this best of 5 for the final spot
คุณผู้ชมวันนี้ก็ถึงเวลาละที่พี่ใหญ่แห่งวงการ LL เกาหลีต้องมาเจอกัน
โหพี่รับ500แล้วไม่ขึ้นรูปอากงเลยเหรอ
วันนี้จริงๆแล้วก็พิดิชั่นมาว่า Gen.G จะเข้ารอบนะครับผมคนส่วนใหญ่เนาะเฮ้ยนักพากย์นะ
T1 could turn around after a rough start this weekend.
And I think we've just kind of default expected these teams
ประมาณแบบ
after the recent years we've had Gen.G defending back-to-back champions.
70% 60%
that insane streak of worlds, but HLE getting that huge win, taking their first opportunity to go to MSI, and then bringing us this matchup to decide who is the second seed. It's going to be an exciting series.
It certainly is, and it feels like Gen.G and T1 are the only teams that we kind of sent to MSI over the last 3 years. They've been the only teams that have gone. Now we have bucked the trend completely, as HLE did claim that first ticket, and only one of our mainstays are able to get there. Let's have a look at our predictions once again. And yeah, the Spaces I think all got together and decided that they wanted to go with T1.
Bit of collusion?
Yeah, a little bit, or maybe it's just collective. Everyone, when you hang out together too much, you get influenced by one another.
แจ้งคอร์ให้3-2ว่ะ
There's a lot to be said about the fact that they're all 3-2 predictions. It doesn't seem like
ส่วนใหญ่เป็น3-2หมดเลยครับเพราะว่าเป็นสกอร์ที่ T1 ชอบอยู่แล้วครับเบรลเฮ้ยเบรลให้ 3-1 ว่ะ
There on the space, especially Woodid, who was like, "Look, I think Gen.G might even."
โหแอดลาสฮูคือ 3-0
They think that T1 will overcome, right? We'll see them return to the form that we expect. That's not me. I watched T1 play.
ดูดิแฟน T1 เขายิ้มแย้มแจ่มใสเชียร์ยิ้มแย้มเราก็ต้องยิ้มแย้มดิวะคุณผู้ชม
The individual play from owner needed a lot of work, and I'm not sure I can believe that after Gen.G has the extra warm-up, right? They played just yesterday and got that 3-0.
อันนี้ทีม FX ป่ะ
They're going to have enough time. T1 will to return to that form in just really under 48 hours time.
Yep, Insec
อ๋
here.
อ
Yeah, Insec ready to kick some
มันคือ
people around.
คืออะไรวะ
Hopefully we get some leads in today.
Yeah, we're gonna need it.
I think we will.
I think that might actually be the case. It's Canyon and it's Owner. Owner has a pretty cool skin on the champion and an incredible
คน
record.
ดูแบบ
And
เยอะ
Canyon
จัดครับคุณผู้ชม
has objectively the best Lee Sin play in competitive of all time. So I think that maybe the Lee Sin could be something that we'll see a little bit contested so far today.
Chat.
And man, I mean, there are so many people here, by the way, guys. It is an absolutely packed house here at Wonju as well. So the atmosphere is electric, and I just hope that the games can be so as well. Because I think what you were alluding to, Wolf, isn't necessarily like you don't think that T1 are a very good team. You were just quite disappointed in their performance last time around, and I think a lot of us share that sentiment. That's why we did go for the Gen.G prediction, and we'll see whether T1 can prove us wrong.
ถึงเวลาแล้วครับผมคุณผู้ชม มันมาแล้วครับเราหลีกเลี่ยงไม่ได้จริงครับพี่ใหญ่
and Keen
แห่งวงการ
sort of Keen
LL
coming in and
เกาหลี
moving on,
Gen.G
finding his place in T1 and only going
ขออนุญาตครับ
Keen been such a versatile
เข้าชิงตั๋วใบที่
player
2 กับ
for
T1
Gen.G. Do so many different styles and constantly being that force to be reckoned with in the top lane. And on the other side, Doran, the Krug Lord himself, who had that legendary performance last year at the Road to MSI, hoping to channel that again today to get the team to that tournament once again.
It was on the final day of Road to MSI where he got that 3-0, crushed Hanwha Life Esports to end up being our second seed. This is a legendary matchup between two incredible top laners that we have seen be at the top of the LCK for so many years now. I think Doran often has struggled to get the credit that Keen has with his consistency and the fact that he's maintained a spot on all of these epic top-tier League Legends teams here in the LCK speaks volumes. And he is often the one who gets it done in big best of 5. So we'll see if he can match up against Keen today and bring
Keen
T1
form อย่างดี
But I'm more concerned than anything for the
แต่โดรานทำได้เว้ย
that we're going to have to talk
งัดพลังมันออกมา
Yeah, this is the big one. This is something that you mentioned
พลังคักหลอด
already, and the space was talking
ขอร้อง
about
ล่ะ
as well as we welcome Owner and Canyon, two players with
และ
pretty
Owner
different form
ได้โปรด
moving into today as Canyon comes off that
อย่าคาป้อมอีกขอร้อง
victory
please thank you
yesterday, and Owner not necessarily off the same success.
Canyon just been in great form this year, especially after 2025, where I feel like he was struggling to
มา
have
ปะ
that
เนี่ย
same impact. He has been such a big force for the team. Owner has struggled so far on Road to MSI, and we've seen phenomenal performances from this player multiple times in the past. When they've needed him most, he has been there, but in that most recent matchup, he definitely was struggling.
I agree, and I think that it's often, for me, felt the opposite. Canyon's been a little bit inconsistent, but Owner was the face of jungle consistency for so long.
Yeah.
His career was often, when T1 was struggling, the player you point to say, well, it's not his fault. He's nailing it, right? But that was not the case on Friday. There were a lot of draft issues, I think, which didn't make his life easier, but Canyon looked much better for him yesterday, and this is something T1 and Owner specifically are going to have to solve going into this matchup today.
Yeah, I think that Canyon
เลือกแพนทีออนก็เจอ มันสการแน่นอน
early games. I think KT did get off to decent starts in their series against Gen.G. But here is the big one.
มาแล้วครับ
This is the one you've all been
Faker กับ
waiting for.
Chovy ครับผม
Faker versus Chovy. Chovy having an
Archivable Demon King กับ
unbelievable showing
Kingslayer
yesterday against KT. And that is not an easy matchup up against PDD. And Chovy made it look so.
สายตาไม่กระพริบตาเลย Chovy
And in this year so far, he's had so
จะตึงไปไหน
many clutch moments. Chovy being getting POM after POM, but he's going up against the GOAT, a player who has a career full of clutch moments that have won him so many titles.
อยากให้เฟเกอร์รู้ว่าคาริน่ามาเชียร์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยแบบมีบ้างมีคาริน่ามาเชียร์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยได้ปะ
I want to see Faker on more playmaking than facilitation and utility today, which is something we've not said that often about Faker because he's always the macro guy. He's the guy who's got the side lane push, the rotations are crisp. But I think mechanically, he's in good form today. And if he can challenge Chovy there, maybe get some mid-prio and empower Pays in the bottom lane,
เวทีสวย
they
จัง
can find success. But picks like the Galio that we've seen in the past, Twisted Fate, aren't necessarily going to work, I think, when you're playing against Chovy. If you want to try to be that facilitator and Chovy has the lead and he gets first movement on the map, it doesn't matter if you're playing a global, you just won't keep up.
The thing that's really scary to me is that Chovy's performance was outstanding in
ตื่น
areas
เต้นนะ
that
ตอบ
Faker's
ที่ว่า
been
ต่อ
really
เป็น
good
เฟเกอร์
at.
เอง
It's
ก็เห
been
อะคือแบบ
team
แม้ว่าจะผ่านมาหลายสนามแล้วแต่ว่าตื่นเต้นอะ
and
แบบเนี้ย
making those clutch plays later in the game that really got him over.
มันเปิดทีละคนด้วยไง
But later in the game
ตึง
is
จัดอะ
where we want to go to now because both of these players are going to need that level of consistency, and I think Pays might have the edge when it comes to carrying those late game team fights on hyper carries.
And these two players have been compared so much.
Oh yeah.
Hayes came in to replace
Hayes ครับ
Ruler when he went to the LPL, and then
Gen.G
Ruler came
fans,
back.
Gen.G
สวัสดีครับทุกคน
It's been pretty
ผม
endless,
มาแล้วครับ
but the fact that they're
วัน
facing
นี้
down
ผม
in the
จะ
best of
พยา
five
ยามตั้งใจเล่นนะครับ
against each other in this situation is so exciting to see how they match
ผม
up
จะแบกให้ได้ครับ
one-to-one.
They've often just been replacing each other and not interacting with each other on the Rift, and so to see them actually get to play this best of 5 here directly against each other after they've been felt like by so many of these teams to be kind of slottable, right? Like you could pick whichever one you prefer, whichever one's available. and to now have them challenge each other in these 2v2s is going to be incredible. But in AD carry matchups like this, you got to put a lot of the focus on the support, right? Because a 2v2 is a 2v2, right? It's the AD carry matchup has this element to it. And while I do think Duro has been incredibly consistent this season and is such a good player, it feels like he's been playing as long as Keria has here on the other side. Keria is the savior of T1. He has bailed them out of so many situations. He has carried them across the line. He's gotten them through mid games. He's snowballed early games, gotten pays ahead. I think that both of these players make a huge impact, but Keria's form is more important because
ทำไมหน้า
he's not on
ดูโล
form.
ดูแบบ
It seems like
อิ่มเอม
T1
หน้า
as a
ทีวัน
whole,
แต่ละคน
the
ดู
other
เหมือน
80%
ไม่หลับได้นอน
pick
อ่ะ
up the slack.
It's always tough
มันเหมือน
being
ขอบตา
compared
ดำๆกัน
against
ทุกคนเลย
Keria, but really had that breakout first
ทีวัน
year
เราสังเกตดิ
and some massive matches bringing
เจน
out
จี
things
หน้า
like
เขาดูแบบ
the
สดใส
at MSI,
หน้า
the
ทีวัน
fight
ดู
as
แบบข
well
อบตา
against
ดำมากอ่ะ
T1 in that late playoff match and
แต่ละคน
having
ดู
the
แบบ
confidence to do that against Keria
ชิว
is so key and I expect to see that on display today as well.
And that was what he said when he made
เนี่ย
his debut.
เคเลียแบบมี
He
ขอบ
was
ตา
like,
ดำอ่ะ
I
คุณ
am
ผู้ชม
coming for Keria's reputation. Like this is the type of player that Duro wanted to be when he first stepped out onto the Lol Park stage. Keria has since then only gotten better and is currently, I think, in probably the best form that we've seen him in.
มาแล้ว
His
ครับ
Rakan 2 days ago was unbelievable, and despite the outcome of that best of 5, I think that no shade can be thrown
โค้ชของทั้ง
towards
สองทีม
Keria
ครับ
for
ผม
that one. As the
โค้ช
coaches
ทอม
make their way out, Tom and
และริว
Ryu
ครับ
going to be battling for this last remaining ticket. The last time Tom was here, there were 2 of them. And now one of them is gone, and there is one last
ตัวใบสุดท้ายครับ
opportunity
ซีด 2
to make
LCK
your way
ครับ
over to Daejeon. Unless they have a
ใครจะได้ไป
in which case they could just drive there. It's pretty close.
Well, they can actually
ล่า
still
สุด
go,
ที่
just they can't attend
คู่นี้
every
เจอกันก็
community
จบด้วย
Yeah,
สกอร์
not as a
ทีวันชนะ
community.
เอาชนะไปได้
Can
นะครับ
probably go to Daejeon. That is
Yeah, you can
I'm thinking
definitely
about
do that.
going
It's a city of
myself,
fun.
yeah.
2 ต่อ 1 ถ้าจำไม่ผิด
Yeah. I think, in fact, all of us might be doing exactly that. But that is enough joking around as we are getting ready for the
แต่ว่า
last team to be sent to MSI. And there is a bittersweet feeling, right?
T1
it
ออก
just feels weird to
ตัว
not
ด้
be
วยกัน
sending
แพ้
both
ก่อน
of
เก
them.
มแรกครับ
I think
แล้วเกม 2 กลับมาชนะด้วยนาทีที่ 50 เลยอะ
as a higher stakes rivalry. Like sometimes it's in the finals, right? Sometimes it's in the winners bracket finals.
เดี๋ยวขอ
Sometimes
รี
it's in
นิ
the
ดสักรอบหนึ่ง
watcher and not a competitor.
Yeah.
And especially given that the LCK
มา
didn't
แล้ว
manage to win first stand, didn't even
มา
manage
ตา
to
อี
make
ซิ
the
วนะครับ
finals, you would love for your team to be the one to bring glory back to the region at MSI if they can come out on top, not to be the one watching from home.
It feels like to these teams, to these players, that MSI belongs to them. They have earned it so many times, and every time for the last several years, a majority of these
T1
players
Bullseye ครั
have
บ
gone and represented these
โอ้
two
โห
teams.
ไม่เอาเฟิร์สพิกด้วยครับ
And so to not
วิลเลจ
go
ดีกว่าครับ
feels
T1
like the end
Bullseye
of an era, almost in its own right.
Well, it is now time for us to get into pick and ban for the first game of this best of 5 series. T1 will be on the blue side this time around.
เจนจีครับ 3 ตัวแรกมีแบนบาทแน่นอนนะ
On the red will be first pick over on
มี
their side
แน่นอน
as
1
well.
ตัว
We've seen some variation when it comes to right of first selection, right?
ไม่มีใคร
As to
กล้าลอง
which
ของ
has
กับ
found
เคเลี
the
ย
most success. I do think that it's reached this point of balance, and it's more about what you prefer
Team
as
preference.
a team, right?
Absolutely.
Like, and I was of the opinion like, oh, first pick's really good for the first few games, and then you want to get counter pick when Fearless is going to eat up all of those blind picks and stuff like that. I don't know whether that is even necessarily as powerful as it used to be with the amount of science that our teams have done with all these pocket picks that they have.
แต่ว่าน่าจะโดนไลซ์อย่าบอกนะว่าไม่เอาแล้วได้ปะคือมาเป็นแบบไรซ์ไรซ์แล้วตรงนี้เอสฟิลคาม่านะเอสฟิลคาม่าแล้วตรงนี้ก็เป็นเจส
Whoa, blue side
เจสอะไรนะ
that's novel.
เจสซิก
Crazy. But we're going
อั
to
น
be
นี้ไซ
checking
ออน
out our little train here with Kundori on it wearing the Timo hat.
Yeah,
The mascot
Daejeon
of
mascot.
Daejeon, yep.
They have a ramyun as well that they made Daejeon recently with this mascot, and I've been trying to get my friends in Daejeon to get their hands
Oh
on
my
it.
God.
It's really hard to find, so
เหมือนต้อง
I'm
รีห้องค
hoping
รับ
that I can get my hands on it pretty soon here during MSI and taste that one, but
Can you put a word in with Shadow for me too?
Yeah, I'll try. I've been trying.
Okay,
I've been trying to get that ramen unlocked. Hard to find.
If anyone else has any orders, just make sure that you
ห้องระเบิด
send Wolf a DM, and I'm sure that he'll get you hooked up. And also, if you're into pizza, he does make some of that as well over here in Korea at the same time. There's a little bit of a delay getting into this pick and ban, but we'll be there as soon as we possibly can. As thankfully, we didn't actually have anything.
แต่เมื่อวานคือ KT นี่โดนไปเน้นๆ3 ดอก
going back and restarting things because
เน้นเนี่ยพี่ลูกพี่ Gen.G คือเน้นจัดอะเมื่อวาน
You know, we talked about it with the space before, the homework copying.
Yeah,
we got a little bit.
Zigs, Rise, drafts.
Yeah, with the Jason to the Ezreal, Karma, Sion. I'm wondering if Game 1 is going to open in a similar way. And we're going to get like the 3rd series in a row where Game 1 is kind of defined.
So both teams are going to be playing Ezreal Karma.
They might try to. Maybe we get the Ezreal denial from the Karma pairing.
That's a good point.
ปัญหาคือถ้าสมมติว่าเจนทั้งคู่นะครับโดยเฉพาะ Gen.G นะครับถ้า15 นาทีนะครับ15 นาทีเนี่ยถ้าเกิดนำอยู่นะครับมีวิลเลจ 96.2% ครับมักจะชนะเกมนั้นนะของ Gen.G 96.2 ของ T1 จะอยู่ที่ 88.5
Karma's gone, so we're not going to have that set up anymore. But this, for me, is a bigger look, a bigger temperature gauge as to what T1's read is after some pretty rough reads a few days ago. What's the transition?
Well, it's interesting, actually, because they had Bard ban against them 100% of the time. Now
75% ครับผมทีมที่เจอกับ T1 จะแบนบาทครับ
How much they shift that and try and get the Bard themselves to do
แบนเยอะสุดแล้ว
denial as well. The Jace ban too. So T1 says, look. We've done those drafts, both of us. We're getting
เรียน
out
รู้
of
จาก
the
เมื่อ
way.
วานครับผม
We're not going to have a repeat of
แบน
what we
เจส
saw
เลย
there.
แล้วกันนะ
I mean, as you said,
จริงไซออนเคาน์เตอร์เคซันเต้เคาน์เตอร์นะ
are available now.
แต่ว่าไม่ปล่อยแล้ว
Gen.G gonna take fifth.
Rise
ตัว
also
นี้ก็
has
เป็น
been jumping up in
แคสซี่หรือ
priority,
แคสซี่
and
หรือ
he's
ไรใช่ปะ
available too as a pretty safe blind pick.
หรือว่าจะลัมโบแต่ลัมโบเมื่อวานเจอออนอยู่นะ
We've seen Rise first picked all the
แล้วเอา
time
เป็น
because
priority
the
เป็น
Orianna
ลีซินครับ
Casio are always banned away, but the
Do it for
Lee
Insect.
will be the first pick.
Do it for Insect.
There we go. Thank you for
อย่างไร
bringing
เนี่ย
him along, Chijic. We really appreciate it because
Canyon.
his champion is played in the very first game.
With no Vi here, you know, locking the Rumble
Nafili.
doesn't feel like a sure thing because you're playing Doran
Nafili
Rumble
สู้ได้
and
เนอะ
Sante probably in that
Nafili กับ
situation as well, which is pretty scary to think
Cassie
about.
อะ
So I think the Cassiopeia I much prefer.
อุ๊
It looks
ขอ
like
โทษ
that is what they're going to lock in here, which also weakens a Rise pick for Chovy.
Yeah, I think it's good into the Lee Sin. Obviously, a lot about his mobility and dashes. Good into the Rise. Rise Lee Sin being very popular. They might go to something else, but that does weaken the Lee Sin a little bit. We've seen Annie Lee Sin, but Cassiopeia is still a very good lane into that.
อีกตัวเป็นอะไร
Pretty safe
J4
at
เหรอ
least. And now for
J4 ก็ไม่ได้อีกต้องเป็น
Owner
ต้องเป็น
might
J4
come
อ่ะ
through here.
ต้องเป็นเฉา J4 อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Feels pretty good. If they do want to go there, obviously they
เฉา
can
วะ
lock in a bottom lane here if they would like to, but we don't often see that until games like 3 or 4.
Owner doesn't prefer the Jarvan. We've noticed that this
Thunder
season
ครับผ
already
ม
had a negative win rate on it coming into this weekend and has otherwise avoided it. Generally
อุ้ย
speaking,
Thunder
he's played less
บายมา
Jarvan
แบบ
games
นี้
than most of our top junglers right
ท็อป
now.
เลน
So
ก็
instead, he's looking for the Trundle pick here, which is
ก็
curious
ไม่เลือกตัว
considering how
แทง
much
แค่นั้นเอง
Lee
อะ
Sin can circumvent those pillars, but there might be a
แบบนี้
a
เจอ
larger reason here as well.
This already feels like a very
Nvidia แน่ๆเลย
control-based composition for T1, even with this, just with these 2 early picks. But the Trundle's interesting because we saw it initially as a counter specifically to Xin Zhao in the meta.
Embesa
Then it moved up to being a bit more like, oh, well, if they have Sion,
และ
see it
เป็น
played.
กาลิโอ
Now
ครับ
they're coming out this early. On the other side, Gen.G go for Ambessa Galio. So Galio a pick that does have setup for Lee Sin.
Embesa Galio
Not the
โห
most
ดับ
fun
ดีด้วย
though, playing Galio into Trundle Cassiopeia. This is not a great time.
No, and we just saw Faker do this, right? Into HLE, and it did not go very well at all. In that particular matchup, Zeka kind of having a field day. Casio went completely ballistic. So this could be a little bit of a risk here in game number 1 as the Vayne is the answer into the Ambessa.
I thought it was
Oh
almost
my god
always
เอาเว
going
น
to
ไป
be
เจอ
a
เม
ranged
ซ่า
top laner here into this Ambessa. Could have been the Nar.
เอาล่ะคุณผู้ชม
In a crazy world, it could have been the Tristana, but this was
แล้วมันเป็นลีซินเอเมซ่า
T1
ทอม
already have so much consistent damage with Cassiopeia. Now they have 2 threats, and they'll have a 3rd with Pays later on in this draft. And I think for Gen.G, you really need to now have a lot of consistent damage for Ruler. Moving into the second phase, though, T1 likely to target that, as they'll take away initially here this Recon that pairs well with the setup for Gen.G's draft.
Yeah, I mean, like
ขนาดเลือกลีซินมา
play so well on the flanks,
ยังจะเอาอยู่
getting onto this backline, even though he can have a tough time into Cassiopeia. With how the draft has played out so far, having this triple melee topside into Cassiopeia, Trundle Vayne, you're going to need to get on that backline, those backline carries. That's going to be the goal for Gen.G. And Gen.G's bans are things that will stop that, make it even harder. Things like the Poppy coming through as a denial away from
แบน
carrying
ป๊อปปี้
here.
แบน
I think
รา
both
คา
teams are pretty clear goals so far, but I think Gen.G are the ones who
ต้องแบน
need
นอ
to
ตหรือเปล่า
bolster what they
ต้องแบน
have
น
so
อตนะ
far
ไม่งั้น
to
เดี๋ยว
get
มัน
on
จับ
top
เวร
of
นะ
these key carries.
Yeah, I think a powerful bottom lane is going to be pretty important for
จริง
Gen.G.
ๆ อ่ะ
We need a lot of damage,
ไอ้
and yes,
ไปกับ
the
ซิกก็
Nautilus
น่า
is
กลัว
going
นะ
to be a big one.
เกม
Maybe
เนี้ย
something worth banning away here for T1. They do want to get rid of it.
I just
Area
think-
obviously has a lot in his.
แบนน้องก็ต้องแบนไป โอ้
Gen.G go for Nautilus. It can't be Nautilus misfortune. You know, you
เชี่
need
ย
a little more
เขาได้
consistent
Nautilus
damage,
แน่เลยอะ
especially against 2 and eventually
นอต
3
นอตเรียล
consistent damage
เอ
threats
แต่ว่า
here for
เขาคงคิดว่าแบบ
T1.
มันไม่น่าจะเลือก
If that
ซับ
combo doesn't work,
แบบเป็น
you
ซับ
will
แทงแล้วเพราะว่ามี
always
ทัน
just
เดิล
get rolled over by the follow-up damage you'll never be able to compete with.
แต่ว่านอตมัน
Poppy
จับ
gonna be taken away first, so we'll see what this final ban
ดี
is now
มากๆอ่ะ
for Gen.G. Bottom lane so unknown. I like the Ashe ban. Works
Yeah.
really well with the front line they have.
แต่ว่า
I
Ash
think Ash
พี่ว่า
as well has
priority
that
กว่า
longer
เพราะ
range
มัน
engage. You don't have to run
ทั้ง
into
แอโร่
Cassiopeia
ทั้ง
to
เปิด
get
วิ
it
ชั่น
off. They banned the Lucian, interestingly enough, in this
แบน
situation.
ลูเซียน
I
ว่ะ
was wondering if a Lulu ban would end up coming out
That's what
here.
I thought.
Yeah.
Because I think if you deny the Lulu here, it weakens the Ambessa pick for Gen.G, and Gen.G need that consistent damage pick, like, for example, Yunara Lulu. But T1 always have the first pick priority here, so they could grab it for carry.
เอาซิกมา
Instead,
เอง
it's
ครับ
just
ผ
gonna
ม
be Ziggs. Pretty weird Ziggs
อย่างนี้ตรงนี้ก็
angle
ต้อง
here
เลื
in
อก
a triple DPS
เชี่ย
composition.
ดาร์ฟแบบ
It's kind of cool though because they already have an 80 carry.
คือจะดาร์ฟเอาตัวไปเล่นกับเคเลียเพื่อให้ท็อปเลนกับป่าเล่นสบายเว้ยแล้วให้ซิกอยู่คนเดียว คือมันเหมือนเป็น
He's going to be hard to reach if Hayes is playing it
เพราะว่า
well.
เจนจีถ้าเขาได้ซิกกับนอติลูสหรือไป
This
เขา
is
เก่ง
so
อะ
much a control comp for T1, and now Gen.G have to find a way they can break that open. Silver's going to give them movement speed as a good matchup into the Ziggs, does give them that sustained damage.
จินกับนอตเหรอจินกับตัวอะไรวะ
Yeah, they go for the Jin as well. We've seen the Jin as follow-up when teams are diving in, and that is what Gen.G needs
มันก็
to
ต้องหา
do.
ตัวแบบทำลายล่างเลยเว้ย
There's too many things Jin
Yeah.
has to kill. He doesn't have enough bullets. You know, there's three. There's
There's going to be 5 champions and he's only got 4 bullets.
I
Whoa.
think Keen is going to be so important in this draft. Regardless of what the support ends up being here, he is going to have to do a ton of damage. He's going to actually be having to help kill those backline targets. And if he's behind, this gets so tough to play
Camille
out. They're going to go
ครับ
for the Camille support
เอามาจับซิก
again.
เลย
I find this draft here for T1 to be really strong and a much better read than what we saw on Friday, but it's so unusual. Speaking of unusual,
wait a second. Who's
ไม่
playing
น่าใช่
Jax?
แจ็ควะ
Who's playing Trundle?
You know,
น่าจะเป็น
Carrier has
น่าเป็นไป
played
เอ๊ะ
Jax support in solo queue.
I mean, they're just doing a top lane matchup in the support role. Supportal combat has never been this brutal before.
Shen.
And they're going to lock in the Shen instead. This is a carrier special, and he has certainly found a lot of success on this one in the past. A different look, but the thing that this Camille gives Gen.G, which is really important, is the Camille Galio combo.
Let's go วู้ฮู้
Unlocking Duro
มา
on
ดิ
the map can be
พวกมึง
incredibly
จะมาสู้กับ
devastating
T1 ได้ไงวะ ใส่แว่น
if
2
Gen.G
ตัว
can get themselves into
แว่น
a
เขียวกับ
position
แว่น
where
แด
they
ง
can do so. But the amount of control
ตาเป็น
that
สี
T1
ฟ้า
has,
ตาเป็นสีเหลือง
especially now with Stand United, makes
อีก
things
ตัวตาเป็นสี
really,
ขาว
really difficult for Gen.G to make their
พวก
composition
มึงสู้
work.
ไม่ได้หรอก
you have the shield on whichever targets hit. You have to kill 3 targets eventually. So the first one needs to go down incredibly fast. And if you can get a decent amount of damage done, maybe Keen cleans up. But I don't
ตาแรก
think
นี่
Jin really
ดอม
ever
ทอม
does
คือ
into what
ดาร์ฟ
T1
แบบ
has.
คุกกิ้ง
This
แบบ
feels like a lot of takeaways from T1
Cooking so bad
where they play this melee heavy composition
จับทางไม่ถูกแม้แต่คนดู
Now they're the ones with the Cassiopeia with the Shen, yes, in a different position, but they're playing the defensive
นี่คือ
control side of the matchup. And it's
บุค
up
คล
to
ที่
Gen.G
น่าจะ
to close the
ไม่หลับ
distance,
ไม่นอน แล้วก็
especially when you're
นั่ง
playing
วิเคราะห์
Ambessa
ดาร์ฟ
into Vayne was such a strong early lane. Cassiopeia on the other side of the
แต่
Galio.
ว่า
This is
เลน
gonna
ที่
be a
เสี่ยงจะระเบิด
tall ask for Gen.G
มากที่สุดตอนนี้พี่ให้เป็นเลนบนแล้ว
I think this
เพราะ
is
ว่า
gonna
มัน
come down to
มี
form,
รีซินปก
and
ติ
I
แบบ
think the Gen.G's is going to need to be a little bit better
ไม่
than
ค่อย
it
อะ
was even
เพราะ
yesterday
ว่า
based
เวนมัน
on
ต้องเป็น
what
แนว
we're
กึ่ง
seeing
กึ่ง
here in
เอ็ก
the
เกสซีฟ
draft.
ไม่งั้นน่ะ
This is
ถ้า
a
เขา
lot
ได้
of
ฟาร์ม
comfort
เท่ากัน
zone.
อะเวนก็แพ้
Turkish Galio has been legendary in the
มันแบบ
past, and it's Keen's Ambessa. He's
มันเลย
on a
ต้องกึ่ง
carry.
เอ็กเกส
Let's
ซีฟ
see
ไป
whether
หน่อย
they
แล้ว
can
พอ
make it
กึ่ง
work.
เอ็ก
We
เกส
get
ซีฟ
on the
ปุ๊บ
rift.
เจอ
Game
รีซิน
on.
มารีซินใช้แฟลชแรกใส่เวนไงก็คุ้ม T1 Fighting ว่ะโหมากัน4คนจะมารอดักเฟเกอร์ครับที่จะเดินมาวาดไม่โผล่ล่างเฟเกอร์รู้อะปากวาดเห็นเฟเกอร์ไหมตรงนี้ไม่ได้ปากวาดอะ T1 แม้แต่วาดเดียวครับผม
just above mid lane and then they all stack there
เอ็กซอร์กับแฟดครับโดรานแล้วก็ลีโต้กับลีโซ
have as much safety as well so I wonder if they're trying to set up for an early gank to come in on the back of that obviously if Galio can just flash onto the Cassiopeia the Lee Sin can
เป็นเรียกว่าเป็นสูตรดาร์ฟใหม่ครับเมื่อวานปรับปรุงครับจากสูตรที่ใช้ซิกกับคอมแบบพวกโป๊กที่ฮาวาได้ใช้แล้วเคทีไปใช้กับ Gen.G แล้วมันกลายเป็นว่าต้นเกมดีจัดครับเลดเกมสู้ไม่ได้ก็เลยปรับปรุงด้วยการแบบเลดเกมก็ดีต้นเกมก็ดีดีทุกอย่างยกเว้นโดนเฟิร์สบัตโอ้
Just not respecting the level 1 of the Camille, the ignite, so much power on top of the stun, and Carrier just gets caught out, especially the burst damage from the Jin.
เป็นลูนเพชรไอเฮลเบดด้วยเช่นเฮลเบด
level 2 if you were going to actually go into on this space is going to have to satchel as well. That was a great reaction. But I think you really needed to play that very differently as T1 if you wanted to look for the early aggression. It was too soon and way too close to that level 1 Camille, as you mentioned. And this is a huge lead here already for Gen.G in the bottom lane.
This is starting to get tricky already. Duro thinking about going for a back, but he is not going to be allowed to. As we check in towards his top side, this should be a matchup that Doran will
เช่นเก่งเวล3ครับตะกี้คามิวมันใช้แบบเออร์ลี่แบบไอคามิวมันเวล1มันเก่งนะโดนบ้างครับอันนี้นี่ไง
And now Arula needing to grab this kill to try and equalize. He'll find it as Paze runs out of buttons, and this Jin is becoming a problem.
What feels great here is that Rula gets the kill in this situation. Carrier was the one who got the kill.
ปัญหาคือเคเลียได้คิวด้วย
They also commit the ignite from Carrier there and just end up trading 1-for-1. So they find the aggression, but they're not able to come out ahead. And you see here, Carrier uses the Q for the shield and then has nothing left.
He's got nothing, right? He's so far forward. There's just no escape. Even commits the flash there. Now with level 2, you can see there's a little bit more playmaking power here. Carrier is able to get the taunt, which sets up the satchel.
ตรงนี้คือถ้าเราเวล3เหมือนนะจะน่าจะรับดาเมจได้ประมาณครึ่งนึง
So he has to sacrifice his life in order to get this kill. So it's not really a trade up for T1 at all, especially with where the gold went, as you mentioned, onto the Jin.
Well, now we're having a check-in on this mid lane. You can see Chovy is about 11 CS behind. Faker having a really good time as the Cassio on this one, and he was the one that was bearing the brunt of this.
เกมนี้ไม่ได้โฟกัสแคนยอนเลยว่าเดินยังไงบ้างครับ
And so probably very happy to be slithering around instead of being the Galio.
ลีซินมุดทางไหนอะ
I think Galio definitely picked more for composition rather than for lane though, so we'll see what Chovy can get done as he is able to leave that laning phase. And Canyon, I think we're going to need to have a microscope on in this game. I think that this Lee Sin needs to be so proactive when we get
ดูโรมาแล้วยังไม่ได้กลับมาเพราะเวฟมันไม่ค่อยดีอ้าวเห็นแล้วนะเรียบร้อย
By the way, great pathing from Duro.
Yeah, he is going to look to make his way in as Doran. Probably going to have to flash this one. There is the sweep, and he's just dead. Doesn't even use the flash, just knows that he's going to go down a 2-1-1 Camille now in this game.
Look at the vision setup that Doran had. He felt totally safe. He has so much information, but Duro's just able to skirt all of it and get over there. He just did not expect it.
คือเราต้องเล่นบนกันไม่ใช่เหรอวะเพื่อนๆเราต้องแบบ
I will say good from Doran to hold the sums because you still
เรา
have
ก็ปล่อย
a shot from Duro.
ซิกอยู่คนเดียวอะไรอย่างงี้
Don't know that you necessarily
แต่ซิกอยู่คนเดียวไม่ได้เจอคามิว
If you flash and you get stunned after it, you're dead anyway. So at least he holds on to his summoner spells.
Oh, they're looking for that sweep. He'll get the flash out of Paze.
เสียแฟลชแล้วด้วย
I believe he used the satchel a little bit earlier, so didn't quite have it back off cooldown.
Gotta keep that satchel into a Camille.
So I'm starting to wonder, is Camille support the strongest support in the game? Hold up.
Well, let's see whether Chovy can be strong as well. As the Justice Punch doesn't work, he goes straight into the canal as he looks to heroically charge his way out.
ยังเวล5อยู่ครับเฟเกอร์
But is Camille
ตะกี้ต้องตีต้องคามิวต้องสมัยรถอะตะกี้
I mean, we did
ถ้าสมัยรถเมื่อกี้
I know.
6แล้วแบบ
support game earlier this weekend where it did not go nearly as well. So I definitely think it's a pick that has high risk, high reward. And we're seeing the high reward so far in this game.
We have a high risk as well.
Public execution, and Keen pretty happy that one missed.
I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
As we do have T1 trying to control the Scuttle Crab right now, but Gen.G are grouped here. We're going to have a little bit of a skirmish for it potentially.
Yeah, Doran actually getting traded on here with the Electrocute coming out of the Ambassador. Nice little tech to make sure that these short trades are deadly.
โอเคได้เพจคืน
able to get this one shoved up, taken
เนื่อง
place.
กลับมาเท่ากันครับโดราน
A little bit of a CS lead.
โดนเนิร์ฟนะครับไอตัว Hex
based on
Fade
that assist that he was able to pick up as Carrier and Duro both parked in this top lane.
Both teams are just trying to surprise the other, but they're both aware of what's going on, and so I don't think anything should eventuate from this. Doran holding onto his ult right now and the exhaust, so has a lot of power, but his health is fairly low here, so risky to commit. I think this is not going to end up being anything. Owner is coming up right now, however, it is unseen. Wrapping around the backside here is the Ziggs is very self-sufficient without the support, but Ruler has prio on the bottom side. Let's see if Owner can find something here.
Yeah, they're just both of these top laners are just
T1 ครับมาเล่น
trying
top
to
lane แบบ
act. You know, it's just a bit of an acting
เยอะ
class
มาก
towards this top side. Like, yeah, no one's here.
นี่คือแผน
Nobody's laning.
แบบ
It's
เปลี่ยนใหม่
normal.
เลยนะ
It's fine. Everyone knows everyone.
Everyone is 100% aware.
Yep. Yeah. And so the acting is like you're aware that it's acting, but maybe it's good anyway. As Pays and Ruler, like you say, just
น้อง
very
โยนไม่โดนเลยว่ะ
happily farming off against one another, and this is kind of why you pick the Jin is to allow you to kind of equalize the amount of left alone to do what you want.
ต้องรับเวฟป่ะ
And it's why I
โด
kind
รา
of
ไม่รับ
like
เวฟ
this Camille
What?
Support angle, even if it is a Jin,
Oh
it's not
my
something
God.
we necessarily see paired alongside it as much.
อ่า
And of course, the combo with the Galio.
Yeah.
แบบนี้ได้ไปเล่นล่างแน่หรือวันไม่กล้ากลางว่ะคามิวอะ
Have his yet, but when that combo comes together, pretty devastating. We're seeing so much more, I feel like, this weekend since the patch hit of just our supports abandoning lane and being super far behind in levels.
Yeah, just becoming a second jungler, effectively, and looking to, and without farming, of course, and just looking to be an extra engage button to get the lanes ahead. And when one support roams, you have to match,
โดรา
or
ลา
you
มิเนีย
have
น
to
แบบ
dive that lane, right, and look to punish
โค
the
ตรเป๊ะ
AD carry. And with the Ziggs, it's really difficult to punish him because he has so much wave clear, he has his ult, so we're just going to see the Camille who wants to be more aggressive anyways, lead the charge, and it's just a follow here from Carrier all over the map. But
โอเคประคองได้ครับที่วันแล้วก็เสียไซล่าง
since those early ones because everyone is so hyper
คอสว่ะ
aware
คอส
of
คอส
who's
ว่ะ
missing.
เฮ้ย
And right now you can see the very
ไม่
aware
คอสด้วย
T1 that they cannot actually control this bottom side, so they look to trade Dragon for Grubs, but there is going to be some extra plate gold going over. Can they kill Keen, who has no flash here? He has his ultimate.
Well, it can be hard to outplay it, but with 3 people, it might work. There's a heroic entrance as Chovy's going to join in. And that will be enough
ได้กลับ
to
แล้วก็เฟกเกอร์ด้านกลางไว้
defend their top laner. It is going to be Grubs taken here by Ona. The Dragon just secured from Canyon. And Gen.G retained that
ไม่ได้เพ
slight
จ
gold advantage that was built by the bottom lane earlier on. Nothing has really changed too much. I think the stabilization has been commendable here by
คีย์เลือดไม่ลด
T1.
เลย
Oh, they're going to try again.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, see whether you can do it with the Camille there as well, as he does have the hook shot. Mega Inferno Bomb able to lock down the Ambassador, but it's 2 already on the floor. As Ona wanting to go back, they're trying to get this reset, but Pays taking so much damage from the tower, and Duro is massive on this Camille.
This is being a pretty big fail from T1. There was
ซึ่งเป็นมารีซินมา
there's in so much trouble.
There's a Galio
Fake
coming
shot
as well. The little Ziggs does avoid the Sonic Wave, but he walks up. And so I think that will have sealed his fate. And it's going to be a safeguard over, wanting to deny Chovy an assist, so it's going to be a solo kill over to Canyon. He'll lock that one down.
Oh my god ที่วันตัดใจได้แล้วโดราน 0-2 แล้ว
T1 the ones making the proactive play, but they get punished massively by Gen.G. And the thing is, the initial dive was prevented by Chovy, but they went back for it again
ลองป้อม
to try and make it happen.
I think
and the cost is so dear.
I think the rationale behind this play is Chovy's TP'd mid. We need to make something of this. Keen's just, he's ice
คีน
skating.
just แบบ
I think the rationale is
หลบอันติ
Ziggs could
ได้
be
ว่ะ
better
คีน
than
เมื่
a
อกี้
Jin pushing that bottom turret because he has a short fuse. We
ถ้าเมื่อ
might
กี้
be
โดน
able to
ตี
get a
คีน
lot of
ตาย
play
นะ
money here. If we can kill Keen, the value will be immaculate. But Keen is able to survive here, right? Duro does so much work, and eventually, yes, you get Keen. On the follow,
คนนึง
the
ต้องเข้าไป
turret ramp
กัด
is
ก่อนเมื่อกี้
insane, and Pays is a Ziggs, right? Like, he doesn't have consistent damage, he has to wait for his cooldowns. That last turret shot really seals their fate, and because it takes so long and they can't get this kill onto Duro, it gives plenty of time for, yes, the Galio teleporter, but he's coming up, he's walking up, here comes Canyon, and Pays just doesn't have any outs.
The wave was so small as well when they went for that. It was definitely a rushed play. They're like,
เวฟโคตรน้อยมีแค่ตัวตีไกล2ตัวแล้วมันเป็นแบบเอ็มเบซ่ามันเข้ามาแบบ
having low HP. He went in with that taunt knowing he was just dead. There was no way he was getting out. And I think the game plan was 1-for-1, but did not factor in the extended turnaround from Gen.G. We do now have level 6 being hit.
โอเคเงินยังไม่ดิฟครับมีแค่คามิวที่แบบรวยจัด
Big playmaking tool for the Camille, but the ult from the Shen is so much value.
Certainly is, and Duro's sacrifice means that even Ruler is level 9. Like everyone's level 9 on Gen.G's side, outside of Duro, who hasn't quite hit Hextech Ultimatum, will now finally do so. And that is a
มีวาดเคลียร์
they now have access to.
อุ้ยตัวล้าน
Looking for Doran, we'll be able to find him here. Bone plating does go down, but now Canyon's in trouble. The bouncing bomb somehow misses, but the Mega Inferno bomb is not going to. That's a bigger circle, and so the Lee Sin is going to get pushed away.
Not a lot of
still trying to figure something out.
And not a lot of setup here for Ruler to actually try to continue anything here, even though Keen has his ultimate. He's isolated on top side, so it should just be the scuttle control. And now they're going to look to try to cut Keen off, but he has flash and ult, so I respect the gusto from Keria and how proactive he's been here to try to get Doran ahead, but I don't think there's an angle here. And Canyon's very aware of this, is already heading back top side. They're going to see him on the score, and I think that's the end of that, surely. But Duro's here as well. You really got to be careful if you want to commit. Could backfire in a huge way. He spent so much time and so much resources trying to get this Vayne ahead, but he's 0-2.
I feel like at this point the supports have spent more time top than bot lane.
Yeah, this
มาแล้วมาเราซ้อนแต่ว่าโอเนอร์ไม่มีอันติ
We've just got completely different mid laners and bot laners. Okay, Duro looking for a bit of an angle here, but we know that Keria is waiting.
อุ้ยได้2ตัว
The double taunt is fantastic for the
อุ้ยอันติมาโดรัน
He's also very good.
เชี่ย
Down to 1-for-1 so far, but it's support for top lane. Owner flashing away. Canyon follows. He'll find the Tempest cripple and the double kill as the teleport comes in from downtown as Faker swoops in, and we'll be able to at least keep Carrier alive.
The teleport so late that ends up coming through 41, not able to turn around the plane. The target selection was just better from Gen.G. They take out the sustained damage of the Vayne immediately and then work through the highest priority targets. In this situation, Carrier does end up getting what could have been a great taunt, but unfortunately Keen buffers it with the ultimate, so he doesn't get CC'd. He's able to catch onto the Vayne. Vayne goes down even with the Shen ultimate, and then you trade it.
เจอลีซินกับเอเมซ่าก็แง่อยู่แล้วเขาเลือกลีซินมาแล้ว
and then Carrier is there's no way he wins this.
I want to point something out that's been going on for a while here in this game. Hayes has not completed his role quest, and Rulers has been done for a very long time. You look at the CS, you look at the KD,
ADC ท็อปเลนเวลาแบบมันมีลีซินเพราะว่ามันโดนเตะล็อกคอแบบล็อกเตะล็อกหัวได้
Something he's basically always going to have. Hayes will never be able to catch up on. His role quest is still not finished, and this is becoming a larger and larger problem for the Ziggs that they tried to get ahead, they tried to get those plates on top side, it didn't work out, and Hayes is just not in the game state he wants to have here heading into the mid game.
แย่แล้วครับมังกร2ตัวT1 ตอนนี้ย่ำแย่แล้วครับและอย่างที่บอกไปถ้าเกิด Gen.G นำ15 ทีนำเงินนำอะไรเงี้ยแทบจะเกือบ 100% ชนะเกมนั้นเลย
Earth, wind, and fire. Absolutely beautiful as we get a Cloud Soul. Thanks, T1. They are very reliable when it comes to Cloud Souls, and they're getting it out of the way in the very first game.
Keen hitting that one-item spike of the Eclipse is such a problem for Doran, who had this Vayne matchup and was hoping to come out successfully 0-3-2 now. And Keen
แต่ว่า T1 เป็นทีมที่เงินตามแล้วกลับมาชนะได้บ่อยแบบงง
Mega Inferno, they do manage to kill the Ambassador as Duro just has to get himself the heck out of there. Finally, mission complete. As Duro is likely to
สวยมากเฟเกอร์มาแบกกว่าเฟเกอร์ 2-0 ข้างล่างข้างบนใครทันไอ้เหี้ยแล้วทันเดอร์ไปไหนแล้วไม่ทันทันเดอร์ถูกแล้วไม่มีเนียน
Keen not able to ult in that fight, but almost burst down the Vayne. Imagine if he gets that kill.
แต่ว่าทันเดอร์ถ้าเมื่อกี้มัน
and they get the turret, it would be absolutely.
น่าทันป่าวะ
T1 want to turn this into a larger turret win
here.
This
condemned flash was so nice from Doran. He actually messed one up earlier under tower, but nails this one. And with the there's nothing that King can do.
And T1 want to get this turret as part of why they want to get this play, but they're still outpaced by the pushing Galio on the bottom side. They still haven't finished this turret here top side either. So yes, you got the kills, but the gold lead hasn't changed.
Yeah. And that
แล้ว
roll situation that you were talking about, I can't stop looking at it now.
โชวี่ออกเป็น Abyssal Mark
Right there, exactly. It's only expanded by another.
ไม่ได้เห็นนานมากไอเทม
The
ชิ้นนี้
more time you spend with Roquest completed advantage in the bottom lane, the more that lead compounds, and you'll just never get.
แต่บอกเลยว่าโดรานตอนนี้จนมากแล้วก็เรียนลำบากมากทีมมันเข้าไปเปิดยังได้เลยเฮ้ยคินไม่โดรานทีพีไหมโดรานมาแล้วอะวาร์ปเลยที่นี้เอาคิงก่อนเอาคิงก็ได้เอาคิงก็ได้โอ้โหมันบัฟเฟอร์ทันทีเลยว่ะชิบหายละโดรานตายก่อนเลย
For the Ambassador, the curtains were called, and it is indeed curtains for T1 in that play.
คือกดคอนเดมรัวๆลงมาคีน
Keen's ults this game have been so good. Teleports into 4. Baker and
Duro comes in. Speaking of ults, as now Chovy turns up with a gigantic taunt, and down they all go. Even Duro surviving the Mega Inferno Bomb in the end.
It's nearly an ace, and they have a Herald on the turret.
And T1's composition, one that wants to control the pace, keep them at a healthy distance, is just struggling to do so. Gen.G so crisp with these engages. Initially, Keen, his ultimates have been so good, buffering CC constantly.
And Chovy's follow-up
เสียเกมแรกไป
in
แบบ
that fight is fantastic. So watch this here from Keen, TPing into the fight right
It was the wait for him.
And they know exactly how they want to play this. Goes into the backline here, sets up a huge ultimate here from Chovy as well. This gets backline access right away. Well, guess what's happening in the backline? Ruler following up. The composition is working like a well-oiled machine. And then they catch Faker here on the side and lock him down.
Look at Chovy as well. Channels a torn. Little sidestep to dodge the ultimate from the Cassiopeia.
Oh,
so beautifully played there. Those little micro movements are just textbook.
5,000 แล้วอะ
They finally got the turret though.
There we go.
It only took 17 minutes to try and.
No,
Hey, and because they got it late, they get the bounty.
It's bigger news.
Oh,
We
yeah.
got the bot lane roll quest.
Hey, there we go. Big celebration. And so now this 1,000 gold lead shouldn't just naturally extend over time. Unless Ruler continues to get kills.
I mean, you do get that influx of gold when you complete it.
True.
Unfortunately, Ruler picked up a bunch of gold from the team side. So, not
ได้ปะ
great.
well, Chovy once
Okay.
again not going to get hit by the petrifying gaze.
มันขมิบตาหรือว่ายังไงวะเมื่อกี้
I mean, he's already stone like he's a gargoyle. Shouldn't petrifying gaze not even work on a
อ๋อ
Galio?
You would think.
กาลิโอแข่งไม่ได้เพราะว่าเป็นหินอยู่แล้ว
Interesting how you know that meme we used to
Nice.
have of like all the players turn around and fake it in the other way and they put the Cassiopeia in front. Just
Yeah.
Fake would always sidestep it in away. And this game, Chovy's been putting that on display. Has also picked up the Imperial Mandate, which
Yeah.
is on Galio an insane item. 30 ability haste on every ability but your Q is incredible value.
Yep. Pretty ridiculous.
With how well Keen has been playing and how well Gen.G have been playing around Keen, it has been that Gen.G have known the game plan from T1. They've been one step ahead of T1. They've matched those rotations. There's always been the cannon's been rotating over a little bit late sometimes, but in time. And Keen's playing so incredibly well that T1's game plan just isn't working. It just isn't working at all. And now Gen.G have such a lead, 4,000 gold here with a 2-dragon lead. They're looking for Soul Point as they group for this prio right now. Chovy's about to have his teleport back.
6 วินาทีไม่รู้จะสู้ยังไงครับไซด์โดนยึดหมดแล้วเนี่ยเสียเลดบัฟด้วย
tragic, so disastrous in the game state that's already been so rough for them. They just have to sit back and give more.
Yeah, and this is going to be Soul Point, like you say, but they also miss out on their red buff. Gen.G really taking control of anywhere they kind of choose to look at on this map. And it's not the game state that I was expecting. I was expecting this Ziggs draft to be able to play out this stage of the game and really take control of structures, get control of areas, utilize the trundle with the pillar and all this sort of stuff. But the way Gen.G has been playing has just been so fast and loose. And hats off to Duro, man. Just completely warping the game from like 2 minutes in. And I think because this Camille got up to such a great start, it just adds an extra weapon to Gen.G that T1 didn't account for in the draft.
I mean, it's been so impactful, and it's the fact that we have this game, and earlier on this weekend, we had that Camille game where it was a 1-9, seemed to be dying, really struggling. It is such a feast of famine pick. You are playing on a knife's edge to make success on this champion, but Duro has just been pulling it off again and again in this game. Gen.G as well, would there been a Cloud Soul? I feel like there's so much value for their team. Not necessarily champions that sync up that well with the ult to get movement speed. Jin, for example, doesn't. Oh, Ian looking for an all-in.
Yeah, Canyon is going to come down here as he does have
support
from Carrier. He's going to be able to pick up that kill as Canyon now has to get out a teleport in from Faker as well.
จริงๆ T1 นี่ X Gen.G 2 คนเลยเนาะเพสกับโดราน
here, I think this would feel great for T1 because maybe you could turn that into something. Instead, it's going to be here an attempt to stop Chovy from getting the cross-map turret. They got the kill. That's important. That's valuable money. But this turret is so healthy. They're going to stick for it. They're going to look for more.
Yeah,
ทอนไม่โดน
is able to safeguard as the
เฮ้ยแล้วคือมันไม่โดนได้ยังไงวะ
He's on his satchel, but he's just going to get wiped out by Ruler. Finds the bullet. And he's able to take
สวยมากสวนโอ้ยนิดเดียว
makes the flash play. And now Canyon trying to get himself out. The heroic entrance is going to allow it. But now Chovy's in the firing lane. He's just his way down. And Duro, the hero of the hour, is looking to make his way in. Another condemn coming on through as now Gen.G find the front foot.
Oh my God.
Teleport from Keen as this man has been addicted to revenge this game. And he's going to find even more as Faker goes down.
Ruler's opening
Chovy
the base.
gets his man. And yeah, Ruler has never been with his team, to be honest. He's just killing turrets.
The side lane Jin effectively just flip pushing on his own. T1 think they found a successful play, but they want more out of it, and Gen.G punish them for their greed. In this situation, they turn around this play well. He's very confident in the 1v1, but it doesn't end up being a 1v1. The exhaust
ยิง
comes
ดี
in,
มากเลยโดรานอ่ะ คือแบบไม่มีแบบไปปนมินเนี่ยนเลยยิงแบบโฟกัสแบบ
Zig's typically very safe, but the flash from
ดี
Duro
มากเลย
means he can't satchel to interrupt the hook shot.
He has
and once
nothing he can
อันนี้ก็โดนสวนตรงนี้มันไม่ทันจริง
Down here, they want more, right? There's a lot of greed, but there's so much control here for Duro. This ultimate buys a lot of time, and that's all they need to do is to buy time for the larger team fight to come through. And Gen.G play this so incredibly well, right? They play it slow, they don't overforce, and then the TP comes through. Keen shows up after respawning here, and T1 are just outgunned, outnumbered, and the play took too long.
And this is a timer that I think T1 would have, in the past, been right on top of, you know, playing around when Keen is going to be back up again, when can he punish? And that's when we back away. It's almost like T1 playing with a little bit more desperation that we've seen otherwise. As Gen.G now is soul point, minute and a half left
อีกชิ้นน่ะ
on his Cloud
ส่วนใหญ่
Drake.
จะออกไปเป็น Storm Laser
Yeah. Series is do or die, and right now this game.
แต่ว่าจริงๆนะ IE เหมือนจะพี่ชอบ IE มากกว่า
Gen.G 6,200 gold lead. Baron's up, Dragon's in a minute and a half. They're looking for Faker here.
Well, he does have Owner as support. And so Chovy not going to be quite
มี
as
เชนนันติ
tanky
อยู่
as
แต่
the
ว่า
otherwise would
แทบ
be,
ไม่
but
ช่วย
I think they're just going to flash on
ไม่
it.
ไม่
They
ทันหรอก
look for the angle onto Faker. Petrifying Gaze
ตาย
does
ละ
connect, but Canyon still resonating strike comes in. Double knock up as the heroic entrance comes down. Justice punch for more CC as Keen is there for the
คิน
clean
ตายคินตาย
up.
คินตาย
He is going to go down as he goes a little bit too deep. The condemn was pretty good there from Doran, but a 2-for-1 and the turret going down. Gen.G still with their eyes on a potential Baron.
This draft for Gen.G had to be played so well. Keen had to be able to absorb that pressure topside. They needed to be ahead. They needed to be able to snowball through this Jin and take T1 apart constantly. But this is what it does when it's ahead, when it's firing all cylinders, when it hits all of its breakpoints. You just kind of pull them over, and Ruler fires at fish in a barrel as you lock them down. And T1 have no recourse. There is nothing they can do this far behind against the execution here of Gen.G. Perhaps Keen could have played that last part a little bit slower, but ultimately, does it really matter? I think the answer is no. No, soul point already here. 20 seconds until that dragon spawns for Gen.G. This comp is already so strong from ahead, but with the Cloud Soul, even more potent.
Oh, with the Cloud Soul, they're just zooming, and Galio as well, being able to taunt and being faster as you do it is just, that 15% movement speed goes so hard when you're trying to connect on the targets. They're going in.
เราไม่ว่านักแข่งกันครับทุกคนครับดูอย่างสุภาพครับ please ไม่ได้หมายความว่าห้ามว่านักแข่งทีวันนะคือว่านักแข่ง Gen.G ก็โดนนะ
Just gets on top of him and Chovy knocks him down. Now Owner's going to need a fantastic smite, but it's Gen.G that are looking for the team fight. As in goes Keen. He is going to be Petrifying Gaze though, and now able to dash his way out. Still taken down by Owner, who is doing battle in the back line. Still going to be taken. He did buy a lot of time, but Pays is still dead. The Hextech ultimatum saved for this Ziggs, and now Gen.G pick up the ace, and they can do anything they want.
Duro does nearly 3,000 damage
This
in that
Camille is
fight.
a carry.
He's doing so much work, saves the Hextech ultimatum till the end to pick up the Ziggs, but here, this pick on a carrier, the Deadly Flourish lasts long enough for him to just go in on him. He can't taunt before he goes down, and then this flank from Duro, even though Faker gets a great ult to peel
ตรงนี้
away,
คือแบบว่า
it's still so hard to
อันตีดี
reposition
มาก
from
นะ
here,
Faker
and Chovy just beelines immediately for the Cassiopeia.
And they're missing the critical Shen ultimate in this fight, and the pick to kill Carrier was through really basic abilities, no expensive cooldowns for you, so it's really easy for them to follow. And they haven't broken open the base just yet, and the Dragon does go over to T1, so there's some small, very microscopic silver linings here. I just don't think it gets better from here, as Canyon can do whatever he wants, seemingly. He's got GA as well.
Yeah.
2 levels up on Owner. Like, legitimately 2 levels up.
Canyon.
He's
going to get hit by a petrifying gaze. That GA may not last very long, as he does safeguard, gets the kickback onto
Oh
Owner,
my
and
god
will keep that.
แคนยอนรอดได้ไงวะเนี่ย
Oh, never mind. Okay, still holds onto it.
what ไม่ได้ GA ด้วยอ๋อ ฮิวชัว
So the Lee Sin is going to be okay. No flash though.
ช็อตนี้เสียเยอะเลย
I guess.
Yeah.
Not necessary at all.
Oh, there is a taunt. It looks like Carrier's one is
Chovy
going to be
มันถึก
working
มาก
out
เลยวะ
okay, but the Winds of War do damage now. Riftmaker now done for Chovy. And even though there's a lot of support items, like kind of for Chovy, he's still doing a lot.
I think what those last 2 attempts
มี Riftmaker มาเสริมอีก
is that the damage just isn't there. The fact they couldn't even get Canyon into his GA, and Chovy just seemingly not taking any damage right now.
We've talked about a split pushing Camille in the top lane, but how about a support Camille at level 11 threatening an inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and now the inhibitor.
Duro testing out his top lane career here in this game, as now Owner getting taken down to about 2/3. King Tribute going to be helping him, but this is an inner turret still under fire. The siege minion is just sitting there, hitting.
He's just got hit by a bouncing grenade.
ได้ GA
in a little bit of trouble here. Goes down to the
แต่ว่า
GA.
โอนเนอร์ตายไหม
There from the heroic entrance as Chovy should be able to save the Lee Sin, but for how long that's the question.
เคลียร์จัดการให้เมื่อกี้
With the pillar,
พยายาม
but
จะ
it's not enough to save Carrier. And you guys were talking about it this whole time. Where's the damage?
And you know what's so sad? If they'd gotten the GA earlier,
ยิงใส่
on Canyon,
กาลิโอ
that
ไม่
would be in
ไม่
that
ตาย
whole
ว่ะ
kill there. But unfortunately, it's now just a 5v4 as Gen.G are pushing into the base. There's Duro.
Yeah, looking for the angle once again. Hextech ultimatum is going to be thrown down onto Owner, and he is going to be taken out. No subjugation going to work this time, as Canyon looking to get on over here and take down this inhibitor as well. But the top inhibitor is also going to fall. The base of T1 just being turned into rubble here by Gen.G in game 1.
And it almost felt like they wanted to just use Canyon as a Chovy ult point.
Yeah, right.
Just stand near them so I can get a good ult. And he's just been walking towards
2
T1 and
นี้แบบ
setting
หนอ
up
ๆ
these
T1 เกมนี้
traps.
ตาม
Sure,
ยากแล้ว
you
ครับ
almost got him. He got his GA this time.
ยากมากครับ
It's not worth it. There's no real win as the dust settles. T1 have been able to bring this to a nearly 30-minute game, but 2 inhibitors are down, and that dragon is going to spawn eventually. As we see this attempt to kill Canyon, but it's just Chovy following up. Look at who's also following up the Jin, right, from Ruler. And there's no way for T1 to realistically, with the low damage they have, do anything here. The pillar is cute, but Carrier dies in exchange for the GA, and the siege continues. They turn this into a double inhibitor take after all those T1 tools were burned on a GA.
And so now just focus on the bottom lane and take the dragon when it comes up.
They're just at the point where any target is easy to take down. You hack that ultimatum, the Trundle, he ults, it doesn't matter, he will just get massacred. Canyon now 3 levels above Owner on this Lee Sin.
And Ruler, Chovy, and Canyon all haven't died so far this game. Their carries have been incredibly safe. Keen and Duro just absorbing as much of the pressure as possible. It's pretty textbook here from Gen.G in game number 1.
One of these mid laners has a completed Rod of Ages, but he's over a level behind the opposition here in Chovy.
Oh man, let's not look at that one though, because Canyon is almost 3 full levels.
Yeah, he was a moment ago just 3 levels, you know, on the casual, like you're kind of cheating, but now we're looking at almost the full 3 XP bars.
And now it's 8 seconds until this Cloud Soul is available. Gen.G will be booking it around this map, and it's an 11,000 gold lead. If ever there is a time for the T1 magic to be employed, it is right now, and they're going to need so much of it.
ขอแบบว่า Elder Flip แล้วแบบ
Actually, it might be the time.
หักปากกาเซียนเหรอ
It'd be great if we had it then too. If they wanted to win game one though, they're going to need a lot right now.
And let's see what happens with the siege on the bottom side as they're all grouped up right now. Baker a little bit
หลบได้
extended.
โอ้สอง
Public
ติ
execution will be avoided here.
ลงมาแล้วแต่ไม่น่าช่วยเลยได้ครับ
Also does nothing. And
เคเลียนมาเสิร์ฟนิดนึงครับ
no, he didn't sign up for this. Well, actually, he did. He pressed on the Cassiopeia, and he's going to go down as well. That's going to really create some problems as Gen.G are running so quickly, and they are looking for this last inhibitor and probably some Nexus turrets afterwards.
This should just be the game if they just
Holy
keep
shit.
the push up here. Triple inhibitors is a death sentence, and Gen.G, the sidesteps they keep getting on these petrifying gazes have just been insane. The microwave from them.
You're going to get picked up here as they get back onto Pays. Canyon finds it one more time. Keen's going to go down though, and now Doran with that ulti running looks for the angle, gets a double kill here. As
Hey,
Ruler's gonna
Doran,
take
Doran,
down the
Doran.
first time this game.
Doran.
And Canyon gets on top of him. Down
เชี่ย
goes
แขนย้อนแม่ง
Doran.
เข้า
It was some
ออก
heroics
ยื
in
ด
the
ยื
end,
ด
but I don't think it's going to be enough to win them this game. But maybe they won't lose just yet. As Carrier
เกินมาแล้ว
going down, Faker with a
เค
full
เลียติด
health bar
มินเนี่ยน
looking pretty good. But Chovy looking to get on top of him. The taunt is not going to work.
โอ้โห
Petrifying
มู
gaze
โฉกลึก
onto just Chovy is not enough. And now it's
ไม่
just Ona
ไม่อยากทำ
against
ท่า
the
นี้แต่
world.
แคสซิโอเปียเมื่อกี้คือแบบสภาพคือโดนลุมแบบ
And look to take game one here.
ซ้ายขวาหน้าหลังอะแม่งแบบไม่ไหววะ
Gen.G are hungry to defend that
โอเคครับผมก็
MSI
เกมแรก
title.
ฮะ
He looked out into the crowd and sent a wink to Insect. He went straight into the backline, man, and said, "I'm ending this game right now." And that was the end of that as T1 had a heroic defense attempt, but Gen.G so far ahead, over 13,000 gold up, just take out the Nexus. An oppressive Jin Ambessa game here, and the multi-carries, the Cassiopeia, the Vayne, and the Ziggs
ยัง
right
แก้
now
ไข
was so
ต้นเกม
safe
ไม่ได้ครับ
what
ที
they were
วัน
gonna
ตอน
be
นี้
able to
แบบ
zone with.
งานหนัก
Just
มาก
fell
ครับ
so far behind the composition
คือ
could
ต้น
not
เกม
function.
แบบตามตลอดอะ
Fell apart.
It would be very easy and realistic for Gen.G's composition
แล้ว
just
ก็
to stagnate,
เรื่อง
slow
การ
play,
ไดฟ์
not
แบบว่า
find
ยัง
momentum against
ยังทำได้ไม่ดีพอ
strong
ไดฟ์ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
But they played the pace so intensely. Duro from level 1 was setting the pace of the game and just never let go. And T1 never got an opportunity to really hold their ground. You look at the gold graph, just smooth sailing from Gen.G throughout. They didn't put a foot wrong and had a crushing game one against T1.
And yeah, Chovy doubled Faker's damage approximately. Is there another bug like with Imperial Mandate? Is it like accepting all the damage from everybody else as well? Like, is that what's happening? Is the vulnerability stacking up? Because that number looked weird. And Chovy just continuing his POM form. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5. T1 are known to bounce back. And let's see
พี่
whether
คิด
they
ว่า
can.
มันเริ่มแบบไม่อาการไม่ดีตอนที่เคเลียโดนฆ่าข้างล่างครับพอมันโดนฆ่าข้างล่างแล้วอะมันก็อาการไม่ดีเสียอีกแบบเขาเสียอีกไนท์เสียทุกอย่างใช่ป่ะแล้วกลับมาเอาคืนใช้อีกไนท์ก็แฟดแล้วไม่ใช้แฟดไปก่อนเนี่ยตรงนี้เนี่ยโดนฆ่าตรงเนี้ยไม่โอเคเลยคือคามิวเวล1มันเก่งเว้ยแล้วก็บันไดข้างบนระเบิดอะและช็อตที่แบบว่าข้างล่างมาพยายามจะฆ่าดูโรแล้วก็ตายเคเลียตายอีกรอบอะลำบากเลยมีแต่สเกอร์มิดที่แพ้
ผมเชื่อว่าที1จะแพ้เกม2เพื่อบีบให้คนย้อมผมเขียวแล้วค่อยกลับมาชนะ 3-2 ครับ XDD
น้องส้มโดเนทมา10 บาทไม่เป็นไรครับพี่กิฟนี่แค่ตาแรกที่1ยังมีโอกาสอยู่ครับพี่กิฟต้องเชื่อมั่นในทีมที่มีฉายาเซอร์คัส
แค่เกมแรกจริงครับผมเราโบ5วันนี้ยาวๆครับผมแล้วก็หลังจากจบนี่ก็มีแข่งอารีนาครับชิวๆเลยครับ
ต้องบนแล้วพี่ต้องบนแล้วหัวเขียวหัวแดงหัวเหลืองในหัวเดียวรวมพลัง3 สี
ทำยังไงดีวะหรือว่าพี่ห้ามพูดวะคือตะกี้พี่บอกว่าอย่าดับ ADC เลนบนนะ
ถ้า3-0พี่จะทำอะไรต่อครับน่าจะต้องรออารีนายาวๆเลย
แต่ว่าจริงๆแล้วมันก็เล่นได้แหละคือมันก็สามารถทำได้คือมันสามารถที่จะเอาเลนบนเป็น ADC ได้แต่ว่าก็คือต้องเล่นสายบนหนักมากๆอะแล้วเลนล่างต้องแบบเป็น ADC อย่างซิกที่แบบไม่โดนจับแน่นอนซึ่งตัวที่จับแม่มีแค่คามิวอะต้องแบนคามิวเว้ยแต่พี่รู้ว่าที่วันอยากได้คามิวซิก
เพิ่งมา
คือมันต้องเป็นแผนคือซิกเลนล่างต้องอยู่เลนล่างเทรดกับ ADC แบบไม่ต้องทำอะไรเลยเหมือนตอนที่แบบเอมมิงเล่นเจอฮาวาไลท์อะก็คืออยู่เลนล่างแล้วก็คือปล่อยให้เพื่อนเดินที่เหลือแบบสนุกสนานด้วยคามิวจริงๆอะถ้าจะเอาดีสุดนะพี่คิดว่าแบบพอดับ ดับ2ตัวแรกอาจจะเป็นแบบแคสซี่ซิกอะไรเงี้ยหรือว่ายังไงดีวะคือมันควรจะดับแบบคามิลซิกตั้งแต่แบบเฟสแรกอะแล้วก็เพราะว่าแบบฝั่งอีกฝั่งตรงข้ามอะไม่คิดหรอกว่าจะเลือกเป็นเอาเวนท็อปอยู่แล้วอะเพราะว่ามันมีรีซินแล้วอะก็น่าจะค่อยเลือกก็ได้แต่เอาใหม่ครับผม
กสิกรติ้ง 3,000
ผมอยู่ร้านคาเฟ่อเมซอนข้างๆสนามตะกี้ทอมเข้ามาสั่งกาแฟอเมริกาโน่แล้วก็บ่นว่าเมื่อคืนเล่นโพ2ดึกครับเลยดราฟพลาด
Out of people on the global desk,
สนใจ
there was a lot of talking right here before we set up the segment because a lot of things went wrong for T1 and Gen.G worked impressive throughout.
And I think it all started from the draft because I think it was again topside heavy draft here.
Well, the thing is, I feel like T1 adapted very well towards this game. They picked Cassio Chandel into Lee Sin, and then their natural counter to Cassio is the Galio, right? So they kind of predicted the Galio pick with the Chandel pick, and then the Vayne pick as a counter pick into Ambessa, because Ambessa, you don't want to pick a tank, even though you're blind picking.
Sure.
So you pick Ambessa, something that has dashes that can run away from Chandel, right? So I feel like the draft is actually mega good, the first 3 for T1. But the thing is, they need a stable game. They need to make sure that Doran has a good game, that he's farming, that he's getting items, because later on, Chandel should be unkillable. Cassio is buying so much space with that miasma, and then Doran is killing everybody. This is not what we have seen, but then... In theory, yeah.
And also, I want to talk about the bot lane picks here as well because I think in the pre-show, the bot lane pick on the 4-5 is going to be really important because if you mess up your
อย่ามาให้บนเลยอย่างนั้นขอร้อง
you're going to have to play worst matchup in the bot lane. And I think that's what happened for T1 because I think they had to pick Ziggs by themselves to deny the Ziggs Camille, but you cannot pick 2 at the same time. So like you had to play the Camille. You have to play Shen into Camille, so I think they didn't have a great matchup because also Jin is good matchup into Ziggs as well. So I think the whole draft of the 4-5 for T1 was not ideal.
No, definitely not. And then the play of it as well, right? At level 1, getting
เอาวะไม่เป็นไรเว้ยมันเป็นการแบนเว้ยต่อไปนี้ไม่ต้องแบนเวรเลยเว้ยโคตรชิวอ่ะ
That allows the Camille to start roaming around and try to make plays, and T1 trying to match it and make mistakes.
I mean, this is so tragic for top
นึกออกปะคือต่อไปนี้คือท็อปเลนอะไม่ต้องแบนเวรละ
Where comes the jungle path, and also you need to know, like before this happened, there's actually Shen is showing the mid wave, and he's going bottom. Meanwhile, Camille is not showing on the map, and
ตรงนี้ต้องกลับเลยอะ
you can't do anything. These guys are freezing.
But I feel like you can't just walk up. I know that it was bad and Kin was freezing, but at that point, if your jungle and the support came around once and you got that wave, you have to base.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's so frustrating, right? Like because it's like 1v1, you're really 1v1, your jungle and support was there, and then not be able to get the base timer. It's just like really tragedy for. It's so annoying, but like, oh, this one was okay.
ตรงนี้ตัวร้านต้องรับไปเลย
Just don't move. You know, it's so freak out, but it's like.
Keria was there in the right spot at the right time, but
it's instinct. It's big instincts.
Yeah, that was tough. Again, a lot of focus on the top side. As you said earlier, it was focus up there, try to get the Vayne going, the Trundle going as well, but Gen.G were keen to that plan. No pun intended. They were ready to go and ready to make those counter moves here. And so T1 try yet again another dive on the top side of the map. This one was tragic with it.
I mean, at that point, you are fully committed already. I think that's why even Pace moved towards the top lane, giving up all the way with the bot lane, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, this is like it's you could see like you're so desynced, right? Your jungle is doing the grub. Wow, like they could try 4v2 dive, 4v3 dive with the Trundle ulti, but I don't know.
มันต้องได้ก่อนเนาะแล้วค่อยไปเอากราฟเนาะ
Too greedy. Maybe they're trying to maximize the gold.
I feel like if they can actually get that kill without Chandler can get the grabs, then they can get the whole tower. But like Huni said, I feel like it's just too greedy. You need to bring absolutely everybody, and especially at that timer, Chovy had a free roam because Faker didn't push up mid lane. So either you just don't dive, but then you don't use the Vayne flash. But then Vayne flash for condemn, then Galio came, then they redive. But then in the redive, Galio and Lee Sin can then approach top lane and get even more kills. So in the total is 1 for 3, and the whole time Ruler is just
เหมือนที่ว่าตอนนี้มันเล่นแผนที่ตัวเองไม่มั่นใจอ่ะพี่ว่าตอนนี้นะเล่นไอแผนแบบไดฟ์บนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเหมือนมันไม่มั่นใจเล่นไดฟ์ล่างมันดูเข้าใจมากกว่า
The exclamation point so early on. This is only 15 minutes at Herald. It was a huge TP by Keen.
And something I just don't understand here is that YT1 is even so proactively fighting there, but scaling comp, they don't need to fight. This Chan doesn't even have an ult, and you really need Chan ult in these moments because you want to burst down whoever is in front to a Keen. Unfortunately, Doran yet again, Q stumbles into Keen's ult, so Keen does just outplay Doran here, and then Doran gets locked down, Doran gets killed, and that just snowballs into even more
lead for Gen.G.
And look at Chovy here.
Back step.
Side step as well.
Oh, please!
Yeah, I mean, okay, I think to be honest, the game ended already, like from the top dive.
No, but like you can still win if you just, you can scale because they tried it, right? They tried scaling. It's just they made so many so many mistakes, like one by one. Just relax. You have a really good draft. Just take it slow. Take it slow. You can win the game with Cassie, with Vayne, with Chandler. But they can also win by the T1 start crossing. They tried.
เอาใหม่ใช่
I mean, in the past,
relax relax แล้วก็
make plays, allow the other team to make mistakes, but Gen.G
ปล่อยทุกอย่างมันโฟลว์เล่นแบบช้าๆก็ได้ไม่ต้องเล่นเร็ว
So clean, like they knew what their plan is, and I don't think they just rushed for the plays. I think they just waited for the right moment. And
Where's the T1 boys?
Gen.G was great. And T1, maybe it's too early to pull out, but I feel like Doran is
that a McDonald's? Is he having a cheeseburger?
What? Such a great job.
What the? You just dropped some food on the floor. Hey!
What? I think again, they should change the plan for the draft.
Faker's tired.
Draft from the top side does not work.
Yo, that's a big yawn. You good, bro?
They should just pick
That's a big coffee. They got that like yellow.
Doran is not like he's gonna be fine.
Is he fucking brushing his teeth?
And like be okay on the top lane. And I think when
What?
T1 is shining is when they play on the bottom side.
He's asleep.
when Carrier is making plays.
Bro, the player warm-ups are out of control. Zeka's pounding hamburgers.
That just doesn't
Where's the T1 boys?
Meta has been here not only yesterday, not the day before that. This includes today here.
Is that a
I
McDonald's?
think you
You having a cheeseburger?
What? Vayne is now out.
What the? You just dropped some food on the floor. Hey!
And then Luke
What?
botting him up with a weak side Doran on a Sion. He's very comfortable.
Faker's tired.
He is also comfortable. I feel like in this kind of matchup, he's gonna be fine.
Yo, that's a
I
big
think
yawn.
cannot
You
trust
good, bro?
Doran's bot lane to really pull it.
That's a big
Yeah, I mean,
coffee.
it's
They got that like yellow.
Jace is gonna be up. I think that's gonna be the main goal for the next game.
Is he fucking brushing his teeth?
Gen.G had their draft prepared for T1's extra day of prep. Gen.G did not matter as it is.
แปลงฟันรูเลอร์แปลงฟันนี่แม่งคาจัดอ่ะคือนึกว่ามีมอ่ะคือจริงนึกว่ามีมจริงเลยไม่คิดว่ารูเลอร์จะแปลงฟันแบบในแบบห้องนี่แบบก็มีกล้องอยู่อ่ะเรานึกภาพนะแบบว่ามีกล้องเขามีกล้องอะไรทุกคนเขาบอกเดี๋ยวถ่ายนะครับก็ถ่ายเวลาเราทำอะไรก็ทำเลยครับเดี๋ยวเราจะถ่ายบรรยากาศครับรูเลอร์ก็หยิบแปรงสีฟันขึ้นมาแล้วก็แปรงฟัน
Thank you so much, T-Gon, and thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game number one. It is feeling a little dire for T1. However, the reality is Gen.G still has to win 2 more games to claim that ticket to MSI and to Daejeon in a few weeks' time. So still some work to do, but still looking great for Gen.G thus far.
It absolutely is. They played way better in game 1 against a draft that I think almost universally we all thought T1 had a bit of an edge in. Just could not get the execution down. It started with Carrier's death at level 1. They fixed the draft issues, I think, in a lot of ways in that game 1 draft that we saw on Friday, but the play needs to step up as well.
100%. And uncharacteristic for Carrier to making early mistakes in the lane. So often for T1 this season, it's been about the bot lane, having successful matchups, coming out ahead. We've seen the meta of Road to MSI shift because of the new patch a bit more towards having the support roam, having your AD carry be independent, and that doesn't feel like the sort of style this iteration of T1 is as good at playing as previous iterations.
Well, we are into pick and ban here for game number 2. No switch up as far as sides are concerned. T1 had right of first selection in game 1. They keep it here by losing that game, and they have once again decided to get on towards the blue side, first pick over to Gen.G. We'll see whether that develops as we move towards game number 3, but kind of curious there is no switch up of the mindset here as the final ban on the Gen.G side is going to be that Karma. That is the only deviation from game number 1. The Vi was banned from them in that slot last time. Well, and that is going to be alleviated here as T1 take away the Rise instead of the Karma.
Banning the Rise now because Cassiopeia isn't there. Now kind of deliberating because they banned Jace last time, but the Vi is available as well. And just a lot of picks in general. Sion banned?
Ban Sion out?
It feels like they're trying to set up and bait Gen.G into an early Jace pick with
it absolutely feels like that's the idea. With no Vayne, Gnar stocks are
แบบนี้ก็ Jace
with the Jace here, it seems like a pretty obvious call.
อย่าบอกว่า Jace มาแล้วจะไอริเลียนะ
Keen doesn't necessarily need to
ไม่
get that early pick.
รับเบทของ T1 ครับ
A pick away.
I
What it
mean-
feels like for Chovy.
เพราะว่ายังมี
flex if we're being honest. I know
Kesante
it's
อยู่
more mid, but we've
มัน
seen
มี
the
ทันเดอร์
Nivea
ด้วยเคซันเต้
interface,
โคตรดี
we've
อะ
seen the Nivea support,
คือทีวัน
although
กะ
it
ว่าจะ
hasn't
เล่นเค
been
ซันเต้กัน
meta,
แล้วก็แบบ
but
ชิวๆหรือเปล่าเพราะว่ามันแบบไม่มีทันเดอร์อะไรอย่างงี้
And also, if we do end up getting
ถ้าเลือก
someone
เจส
taking the
ตรงนี้
Jake
ก็
here, Sante is still available.
Yeah.
Keen Sante still there, so
คีนซัน
if
เต้
they were
นะ
trying to bait Gen.G into taking it,
ทำ
they
ยังไง
have
ดีวะเนี่ย
not gone
That's,
for that
Faker
bait.
that's the thing, I think.
เอาอะไรไป
With
สู้กับใคร
Doran playing
นกกระ
Jace,
ทานี่
I
ดิ
feel like Keen has more answers.
Y กับ
than
Talia
the other
เหรอ
way around, so it feels comfortable to go for the Nivea first.
ทำไมไม่มี
picked up
ชินเฉาวะ
early here might mean something like Vi
ทำไมไม่มีหัวเนอร์
Ari,
แบบชินเฉาเลยอะ
Not doing as
เกมแรก
great
น่าจะ
with
เป็น
the
เฉาจริง
Nivea matchup, so we'll see what Faker has decided to go with here. Could also be Annie, but probably not. A little bit
หัว
less
เนอร์เล่น
common
Y เป็นอันดับ 2 ครับ
Vi.
Yeah,
I
the
think
Annie
that's
and
going to be
Nivea,
a
I
Faker
feel
pick.
like we have seen
อันดับ
it
แรกจะเป็น
sometimes,
ชิน
so it
เฉา
might be an option, but instead
just
they're going
buy
to go
Rumble.
for some
อู้
different fire.
แบบนี้ก็เหมาะเคซันเต้หรือไม่ก็ออนแบบช่ำๆเลยนะ แต่ว่าเคซันเต้เล่นกับแอนนิเวียอาจจะไม่ได้
Could just end up
ไม่ได้
going
สนุกมาก
for
หรือเปล่า
Sante, for Keen, or I mean, one thing is the Galio is not an option in this situation. We've seen the Yorick into Rumble be somewhat successful.
ไม่มี
in
ไซ
terms
ออน
of
ครับ
these options
น่าจะเป็น
to
เค
have.
ซันเต้แหละ พี่คิดว่า
But T1
เพราะว่า Keen ไม่ได้
with a lot of
ไม่เล่น
potential
ออน
to
ใน
set up a dive heavy engage sort of composition,
ใน
which is
ปี
kind of
นี้
what
เลย
came out.
Whoa, that's not what I was
โอ้
expecting. Is
ซา
they
ย่า
just
รา
slammed
คา
the
นะเลน
Zyra
ล่าง
card.
I think both the Zaya is great into the Vi.
ไม่ต้องรีบครับเล่น
in
เลน
isolation,
เลือกเลนกลางไปเลยครับ
but
ไม่ต้องรีบ
also
ครับ
we've
ใจ
seen
เย็นครับใจเย็น
Rakan,
ทีวัน
Vi, Rumble look really, really good, and to be able to both have that added safety and deny a
จะเป็น
Rakan follow up for Carrier with how
จริง
proficient
ๆออโร
he is
รา
in
ดี
that
นะ
champion. Just feels like a 1-2 punch here from Gen.G in a big pivot that I don't think T1 would have seen coming.
We'll see what the response is going to be.
หรือว่าจะเป็น
Series
อาเซีย
on this weekend. We've
อากา
had
ลีว่ะ
20 out of 28 of
เลือก
the
เป็นอากา
last
ลีแทนออโรราครับ
bot lane.
โอ้โหวันนั้น
So
โดน
getting
หนั
a
ก
bit
จริง
of
แสดงว่า
turnaround.
หนัก
In
จริง
fact, we're prioritizing this bot lane
คือ
early
น่าจะ
on.
เป็นอะไรที่แบบ
Oh, you were telling me that
ทำ
we're
ให้
gonna
แบบไม่
have
ไม่กล้าดับเลยอะ
Rakan and mid lane Zyra.
That could be still, but I think probably not likely.
Okay.
Akali comes in
คือ
for
วันนั้น
Faker,
มัน
so committing heavily
มัน
to
โดน
this
คอมเมนต์เยอะด้วยแหละ
dive position. And we saw game 1 be Gen.G wanting to lead the charge, get backline access, and T1 have more control. It feels like this the script has been flipped a bit in this one with sort of opposite themes.
แต่แบบนี้อากาลีเล่นง่ายครับ เพราะว่ามีลัมโบ
The
ครับ
idea here for T1 is to try to deny
มี
also
ลัมโบ
to heal
แบบวาง
because
อีโคเลเซอร์
you're
แล้ว
holding
อากาลีก็
now
ตามไป
on your
ได้
burst
ง่าย
and
ขึ้น
your
นะ
setup here. That's why they take away the Wukong.
แบน Wukong
team fights and disrupt everything T1 is trying to do.
จะแบน
So that
เค
makes a
ซันเต้
ton
ไหม
of
เพราะ
sense.
ว่ามัน
So the
ก็
final ban ends up
แต่ถ้า
being
แบนเค
here.
ซันเต้ก็เจอ
Could
ออน
be the Cassante,
แบน
right, but
แบน
you don't
แบนตัวที่แบบ
necessarily
ไอ้นี่เลยดีกว่า
wanna do that when Ornn is
จี้
also
ป่าไปเลยก็ได้
available and Keen's champion pool is
ตัว
so
ทำให้
massive.
ป่าแบบ
Yorick
ยังไง
is still looming,
ส
as
กาเนอร์
mentioned
เหรอ
before.
ตัวอะไรกว่า
And the Jarvan is still available.
ถ้าสกัดเนอร์นี่
Jarvan also so good here.
It's kind of
ที่วัน
crazy
ก็เหนื่อย
that
เหมื
it
อนกันนะ
hasn't seen
นาฟิลี่
any
นา
priority
ฟิลี่
at
นา
all
ฟิลี่
throughout this series,
แบนนาฟิลี่
as it has been first pick in a whole lot of them leading up to this
สวย
on
ครับ
this
น้อง
match.
ทอม
The Fury going to be taken away first.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. We
เฮ้ย
originally saw Neferi
ทอมได้
come
ยิน
out
ป่า
as
วะ
a Vi counter, and it's risen in priority, but especially here, would be hard to pin down.
It's probably just maybe even an Ashe ban,
Yeah.
right? Because it's so much single target lockdown already. When you have the Ashe comes through, the Vi follows up.
I wouldn't mind a
burst is
Sivir
there.
either. I think Sivir is kind of okay here, especially when they do
อ
want
ยู่ใน
to
ดิส
just
เหรอ
run at them.
I think a little short range for the Sivir in this situation.
Yeah.
Dire Rakan and Nivea. I think Ashe makes sense. The arrow also.
ลูลูกับ
as
อะไร
Kevin
สักอย่าง
said in
ครับ
the first
ได้
half,
อยู่
good at circumventing the control that Nivea offers. You just fire the arrow, cancel the ult, and everyone can follow up. So now
ยูนาร่าลูลูไป
decide what they're taking into the Zyra.
ยูนาร่าลูลูเชื่อพี่
Worried solution lineup here. We had
You
this
know, like,
exact same, not the exact same draft, but the exact same situation where it felt
Lulu
like
อ่ะก็ได้อ่ะ
Hayes was priced into playing the Lucian in the bottom lane. and it
LPL
didn't
เขาก็เล่น
work out.
จริง
It's a
เล่น
lot of
เจิง
great
กันแล้ว
calls to the Vi,
ลูลูไปก่อน
Rumble, the combo.
Kalista.
I like this way more because this is way more flexible on how it's going to team fight later on.
ทำไมถึง
than
เลือก
the
คาลิสตา
Lucian,
ก่อน
which is
วะ
super binary and falls behind can't really function.
I mean,
It's
it's
a
a
Poppy,
similar
ba?
story with the Kalista, who is largely aimed towards the mid game, but the
ชิบหาย
mobility
ละ
is going to be there. It's just what Gen.G is now going to augment this
Poppy combo
composition
TikTok
with
กับ
in
Anivia
order
ด้วย
to make this Kalista's life hard.
What
As
about-
Maokai
เอามา
would
ใคร
be
วะ
one of those.
Or even Poppy jungle could work here. As
It's a lot of magic damage
อุ้
in the
ย
mid jungle, so the synergy between Cody and
แต่มอง
Canyon
ใครก็
not
จับแบบ
exactly going to be
คาลิสตาได้แบบ
outstanding,
ชะงัก
but
นัก
Nick treads for Faker will go very hard.
very hard indeed. lead. But now a top lane pick for Keen. We're expecting the Cassante, but maybe something with a bit more damage could work out here.
Yeah, you
they do
might
have a pseudo tank already.
Might need an AD threat, so they end up going towards the Yorick. That does provide a good amount of AD damage, even though there's a decent amount of magic from the Yorick too.
แม่เขาดับแบบดับพี่ชอบดับ Gen.G มากเลยอะมันแบบว่าอันดีแต่ว่าพี่ว่าตอนนี้ T1 เอ้ยพี่ชอบดับ Gen.G จริงๆดับ T1 ก็โหดมากเลยว่ะดับดีทั้งคู่เลยอันนี้พี่ว่าให้ดับแบบดีแต่ว่า T1 ไม่ค่อยชอบหาบ่อยจังเลยมีคนหาว T1 เมาใครเหมือน T1 ไม่ค่อยชอบเมาใครเท่าไหร่อันนี้อยู่ที่ฝีมือแล้วดับดีทั้งคู่ถ้าเป็น T1 น่าจะกดป๊อปปี้แทนเมาใครแล้วกรอบรูปทอมไปไหนแล้วพี่เมื่อวานมีคนโดมา500ครับบอกว่าวันนี้ไม่เอาถ้าเกิด T1 ชนะเดี๋ยวให้อีก500ด้วยครับอย่าแล้วก็ขออย่าให้เอารูปทอมมาขึ้นเลยครับ
and the Kalista obviously has a lot of additional power around Fate's Call.
Not to mention, Pays actually has the kill record at MSI on Kalista.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. He is really good at this pick. With how game one went and how defensively Gen.G were able to basically weather the storm and then turn into an oppressive comp, I worry that might happen again here with what T1's put together.
We'll just have to find out. I do feel like there is a lot of cohesion between the champions here on T1's side, but we'll see whether the players can mirror that as we get into the rift here for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift for the second game of this best of 5. T1 looking to even out the scoreline like they did successfully against Life Esports on Friday. And Gen.G wanting to move to match point, try and stamp their ticket towards Daejeon already.
This is interesting. We're seeing from Chovy the Deathfire touch. We normally get electrocute from our Anivias in the mid lane.
Yeah.
We've seen a little bit of both, but it definitely has been more electrocute focused, especially in matchups like this where you're laning into someone who has electrocute and you want to be able to match that extra burst damage. So I do find that quite interesting. I think it has to be said.
Pace slow, please. เล่นแบบช้าๆหายใจเข้าลึกๆ
It is just
หายใจออก
and I think there's a lot of
หายใจเข้าลึกๆหายใจออก
T1 as a result of it. A lot of comfort picks here, including Doran's Rumble. So, you know, this is a draft that feels like it is incredibly T1 build, right? It is a draft they have such good mastery of. So maybe that'll be enough to get them across the line. As we expected, and as everyone knows, this Kalista lane is going to rule the day here on the bottom side in these early few levels.
It just shows how much comfort T1 has on the rest of the map that you don't even mention the Kalista Renata for Pays and Carrier as well. Like, there is ultra comfort here for T1. I think it's a great mindset to have moving into a game 2 after you lost. Pretty convincingly in the first one, right? It's like, let's get back to basics. Let's do stuff that we really know. And so far, so good.
Interestingly, the Pays not going for the cleanse, and a lot of time you see barrier for the early trades, the tempo barrier we've seen so often. The cleanse value pretty high here, and particularly because Ruler's taken exhaust.
Yeah.
So if you
จบล่างทั้งคู่อันนี้ไม่ได้มีอะไรที่แบบเป็นพิเศษ
a lot of value. Olin comes in here.
Yeah, that's the heal out as Ruler and Duro holding on to theirs.
โอ้เทรดดีมากเลยว่ะคู่ล่างของ Gen.G เมาใครมาแล้วนะ
T1 will chase them down. You've got a Maokai in the area, spotted on a ward. Actually, back away.
The position there from Ruler was really good.
ขวดเลือดหมดแล้วครับ
Hayes was trying to like hop around the feathers, but they were against the walls, so he had nowhere really to go.
They have such an advantage right now because they have heal. The exhaust makes them all in with bailout, and Maokai's here. So actually, they regain control really quickly of this bottom side 3v3.
And I kind of want to go back to the draft again. I know we've been talking about it a lot, but talking about this series as a whole, I feel like the value of the Xayah Rakan pick-away cannot be understated.
Okay.
Because Carrier was unbelievable on the Rakan pick. Duro had a great game on it yesterday as well.
อุ้ยตัดวาร์ปได้สวยมากเคเลีย
Now you've denied that from T1 to
แบบ
have
นี้
that
ได้เข้าไป
comeback
เช็ค
game
แรปเตอร์ป่ะ
where Carrier really pops
เช็คหน่อยสิ
up on this champion. Obviously, he has a lot of others, but it's just
มี
another
บีส
reason
ป่ะ
why
ถ้า
I
เกิด
kind of
มีบีส
like
เมื่อ
what
กี้เช็ค
Gen.G
นี่
did
เราจะ
with their
เห็นเลยว่า
bottom
มันจะ
lane
เกิดกี่
early pickup.
วินา
I
ที
think 100%
โอ้โห
Carrier
เนี่ย
picks it up
ส
if
กิ
they
น
don't take it away there for the Rumble High. We've seen this so many times by Rakan but with the Rumble on top, it's just so easy. T1 are utilizing this early prio here in the top lane really well as Doran starting finally to play at this first plate. But otherwise, he's all quiet on the rift. Ruler and Dura got through the toughest part of this early laning phase. We'll see what happens when we start getting to these first few objectives as Dragon spawns in 1 minute's time.
Yep. So far, just some more laning to be happening here. Ruler trying to get some of these feathers down successfully. Does so. Once again, not using his own skin. Kind of makes me a little bit sad, but going for the skin.
แต่ก็น่าสนใจเพราะว่าแบบ มันก็หนีได้อะเน้นหนีอุ้ยแต่ว่าโยลิกมันก็จะเรียนสบายมันไม่โดนแบบคอมเมนต์หรือไม่ก็ไม่โดนเผาอะ
As he's just flapping around, having a good time. Not going to quite find that flash cross, but not going to be the end of the world. Faker throws down the Twilight Shroud.
คอมออลอินทุกคนต้องเดินทุกตัวต้องเดินไวใช่ไหมเงียบมากครับเกมนี้ครับผ่านพ้น5 นาทีแล้วก็ยังไม่มีเฟิร์สบัตครับเล่นกันเซฟมากครับแล้วก็ทีวันดูจะใจเย็นมากๆแล้วเปิดมังกรครับโอเนอร์จะคอไฟแล้วนะเคนยอนเห็นแล้วต้องปล่อยครับโชวี่ไม่พร้อมครับเฟเกอร์ก็ไม่พร้อมเท่าไหร่แต่ว่ายังไม่ได้กลับบ้านครับเลือกที่จะให้
Yeah, I think the Chovy recall was the thing that really cemented that.
เป็น equalizer ที่เอียงเบ้ไปทางข้างบนหน่อย
Even though it's risky against the Questa, they potentially could have, but with Chovy gone, there was just no way.
เฟเกอร์ต้องกลับบ้านปะเฟเกอร์จะไปเล่นล่างเลยครับทุกคนเฟเกอร์คิวเวแล้วจะมาเล่นล่างรู้แล้วครับอันนี้รู้แล้วใช่ไหม
Not going to be the same order this time around, as we'd need a Mountain Soul for that. Now Canyon gets the ward down. Good Shuriken backward is going to
ไล่แคนยอนได้ครับจากเฟเกอร์แล้วเฟเกอร์มาตรงนี้แคนยอนพยายามจับเฟเกอร์อันตีไปแล้วเฟเกอร์แต่ต้องระวังครับแอนนิเวียมาเป็นรูเลอร์ที่โดนเฟิร์สบัตครับใครได้ไปเพสได้เนาะโอเคสวยครับทีวันฮะโอ้โหเฟเกอร์ไม่ค่อยมีใครเขาทำกันนะเลือดครึ่งหลอดแล้วไม่รีเซ็ตอะแต่ว่าเฟเกอร์ทำให้ Gen.G ตรงนี้แบบตกใจครับมาเจอเฟเกอร์ตรงนี้แล้วก็สวยนะที่แบบ3คนนั้นไปเอาคู่ล่างของ Gen.G ก่อน
He's trying to catch Doran out there with the baby cage, but is unsuccessful.
Yep, actually doing a great job on this Yorick so far here in this lane. We've seen this go a few different ways, right? It can be relatively even, but we have seen the Yoricks have a pretty good time into the Rumble as well.
ถ้าเกมนี้แบบทีวันกลับมาชนะนะก็คือแบบไอสูตรเสื้อ Gen.G นี่ได้ผลอยู่นะ
Obviously, the way that you win does have a slight gold advantage as a result. Gold though is pretty even, basically. You've got Chovy being able to pull ahead as far as farm, with Faker going for that roam, but the bot lane is going to be in a great spot here for T1, so a much more even affair this time, instead of Gen.G just kind of running away with the game from a very early mark in Game 1.
And I think, unlike last game, T1 have been able to play to their win cons, step by step, hitting every benchmark with the early game Callista going very well, leading to a very fast, on spawn, essentially, Dragon for owner. The bottom side prior they budgeted so much for in this draft is getting them the leads they want to have, that they need to have. Grub's on the top side here. Canyon has control there right now, so that may be the trade-off here, which is very valuable when you have a Yorick on the top side of the map. But T1, see what they do. They are sending over right now to at least try to deny one of those.
โอ้โหมีสูตร
Owner is going to be spotted by the sapling as Canyon looking to get himself out of there. Holds that
โอเนอร์เห็นแต่ว่าโดนอีโคไลเซอร์ล้างเวฟครับปะแยกย้ายเถอะเนอร์กลับบ้านเนอร์ไม่ไปแล้วไม่ไปไม่มีอันตีไม่เอาไม่มีอันตี
Looks like it is going to be a consolation grab to go over, as that will be the 2-for-1 in favor of Gen.G as far as that is concerned. But because of that really, really early Drake, it did give T1 the ability to actually come over and contest, which they otherwise wouldn't have had.
And I do think at least getting one grub on that situation, considering Doran was pushed in, low HP, had just ulted the wave. I think the fact they get one is at least something out of the situation.
Level 6 for both of these bottom laners, but not really an all-in
แฮนด์เช็คสวยครับเคเลีย
Zero and Ruler do have the wave advantage right now. Canyon does have Nature's Grasp, but it's somewhat nearby, so certainly could be an opportunity if they could bait T1
นั่นมันรุ่นพี่
in
แบบ
here, but I think
Gen.G
it's just going to be a little bit
นะ
of a
เว้ย
look-in.
Like so often, the hallmark of Maokai has just been that ult bot lane as you walk in from the side. It covers all the
เสียว
lane.
ทุกครั้ง
It's such a common
ตายไปแล้ว
play. Faker.
Stun
Faker
going
made a
connect the
fat
flash forward from Chovy as Faker is going to get out of there. Holds onto the flag though.
โอ้โห
So Chovy with a
Unkill-able
little bit of
Demon
an
King
overestimation of his damage potential.
Doesn't have
at that
electrocute
moment.
proc in that final shot. If you look at his items, he certainly doesn't have a lot of ability power right now either.
โย
I
น
think
ลูกอม
Faker
โบ
just
ตันมาแล้วก็ยังแบบ
throws a little
ไม่แฟด
rocket.
ด้วย
I think Faker at this
โอ้
point
โห
was
เพราะว่าแก
just
เล่น
able
แอนิ
to
เวียมาแบบ
realize there's not enough damage there. He doesn't panic and he walks it
เป็น
off.
ปีของแกจ
Doesn't
ริง
burn his flash or
ดู
ultimate.
ดาเมจ
So
นะผม
Faker feeling really good
เอา
about
จริง
the
มันว่ากาลิ
situation
แม่ง
now.
สแตทมันเลือดมันเยอะไปกว่ามันดูโกงๆไงไม่รู้เนาะมันเป็นแอสซินที่มีเหมือนแบบมีสแตทเยอะ เป็นเพราะว่ามันนับว่าเป็นแชมเปี้ยนตีไกลเว้ย มันเลยแบบว่าแชมเปี้ยนตีใกล้เกม L เนี่ยมันจะมีความพิเศษในเรื่องสแตท
That is going to be a big advantage for the Vi, and I hazard to guess that the Sundered Sky is coming in. There it is. Rageblade also done for Pays as Doran throws down the equalizer once again. Man, he has been defensively equalizing all the time this game as the maiden is going to be taken out. Keen not protecting her that well.
Canyon showing the top side here, so I feel like T1 has kind of free reign to set up for this dragon.
Yeah, and I think that Doran's going to just escape.
ตายอ่ะเปล่าเนี่ย
Sapling will just barely get him to have to stay there.
โดรานจะโดนอีกแล้วได้มังกรมาโดรานอุ้ยไม่โดนปูมาช่วยเย็นเคไอ้ไม่ใช่ปูนี่ว่าเคเลียเฮ้ยเพิ่งเห็นว่าเคเลียเอาสเปลบุ๊กมาคุณผู้ชมว้าวโอ้โหได้มังกรแล้วก็ช่วยโดรานไม่ได้ครับผมเดี๋ยวช่วยได้จริงหรือเปล่ามาอีกแล้ววะ
A Chemtech Soul, which doesn't bolster your composition.
It's great for Callista though.
เขาพยายามจะคลอสครับ
That is true.
แล้วเอาซาย่าไปบน เอ้าโยลิกไม่มี TP เนี่ย
Yeah, and Gen.G are going to double down.
โชวี่ก็ไม่มี TP แบบนี้เพจข้างล่างนี่
Ruler is looking to grab some extra plates. Pays doing the same thing in this bottom lane.
โอเคนะโอเคนะ
As we can see here, just ripping through these plates himself.
มังกรทีวันได้ไป2ครับเฮ้ยตานี้ทีวันครับผมแล้วถ้าเกิดเรามาลุ้นกันถ้าเกิดทีวันนะครับผมเงินนำก่อนนาทีที่15วิลเลจเกือบ 90% นะคุณผู้ชมเพราะปกติไม่ค่อยนำทีวันอะ
First items though have been collected by both of our AD carries.
I think going back to the Chemtech Soul point,
คนเนอร์ใช้ได้กินอะกดอีโมดซุดด้วย
It's about how much you want Gen.G to force fights for it when you're at your strongest in mid game.
กดอีโมดเจซุดด้วยเมื่อกี้
That's where you want to be forcing Gen.G in those uncomfortable fights, and Gen.G can look at this and say, you know, I will give you soul point if we don't like that fight, because we're going to scale up with our Xayah, with our Anivia, and we're going to be more powerful later. The fact that it's not a Hextech soul point, for example, gives Gen.G the ability to say no. Yeah, I think that's what feels so unfortunate about
ไม่ได้
this.
เจอครับอันนี้มันเป็น
T1 right now, they have
สแตทครับ
a significant gold lead here, but they need to win team
แค่
fights
แบ
with
บว่า
that
พู
gold
ด
lead to hold on
ให้ฟังอีกรอบ
to
เฉย
maintain that advantage. And if Gen.G avoid those fights, that's when it gets a little bit trickier.
Yeah, Leandres is now done for Canyon as well on this first strike. Maokai. And so even though Ona does have a bit of a gold advantage over time, I think the Canyon should be able to comfortably move back into an okay position.
I think
นี่จริงๆ
ironically,
ครับ
this sort of game pace
13 นาทีแล้ว
slowing down of how the early game has progressed is really what
เป็นเกม
T1
ที่ก็
wanted last game with their composition they had there, and Gen.G kind of
ทั้งคู่
demonstrated
ก็รู้สึกว่าแบบฟาร์มดีกว่านะ
controlled composition where you have picks that want to come online later.
เฟกเกอร์ได้ในตัวกันเบดมาแล้วชูวีก็ได้ตอนรับเอจ
Trade things back and forth as much as you can. 2 minutes on the Herald. That might be the next
จริงๆ ได้เทมแรกกันส่วนใหญ่แล้ว
But problem is, I feel like in the last game, Doran versus Keen was much more volatile. This does feel like Keen just has control of this wave over and over again, despite the fact
นึกว่าแคนยอนจะ
that
พุ่งเข้า
Doran
ไปนะ
does
เมื่อกี้
have a lot of money towards that top side. Keen is just making things work on this Yorick, very close to that first item. And over time, will just become more and more of a menace in the side lane, able to get map control for Gen.G
ทีวันครับเซตอัพรอเล่นเฮอร์เรลแล้วฮะโอ้โหตานี้นี่ออบเจกทีฟแน่นๆนะทีวันแล้วเป็นเชมเทคโซครับเกมนี้
I was gonna say though, looking potentially for Chovy in the bot lane. Ono was just hovering around.
เชมเทคโซนี่ดีกับทีวันมากนะโดยเฉพาะคู่เลนาต้าคาริสตามันนับแบบยังไงวะแชทคือปกติเชมเทคโซมันทำงานตอนเลือดต่ำใช่ปะแล้วแบบมันเบลเอาอยู่มันนับยังไงวะมันนับเลือดต่ำเลยปะเบลเอาอะไม่มีใครรู้แน่นอนเพราะมันเป็นคำถามที่ค่อนข้างจะ
as he has completed the quest, probably wants boots too, so he can immediately get some boots 3, and that is going to come on through. So some Swifties have been fully upgraded. This bird going to be flapping around as quickly as she possibly can.
He'll be the only gold lead on the Rift right now. It's pretty small, but it's the only one that Gen.G has, and he's scaling up. Xayah is scaling up. Xayah has exhaust for safety later on too, making it more difficult to kill her.
คือเลือดต่ำกว่า 50% จะได้ดาเมจเพิ่มขึ้น 13 แล้วก็ลดดาเมจdamage reduction ทีนี้เบลเอามันคือมันทะลุหลอดเลือดอันนั้นไปแล้วอาจจะครึ่งหลอดเหมือนกัน
Saw a pretty funky angle from him on this pick yesterday. Hopefully he'll have those aimed the right way this time around. As it is going to be very critical for Gen.G if they're going to win this game for him to play incredibly well when we get to that stage. We're not there yet as T1 have full control over this Herald. As we've been talking about, Gen.G does opt out because they do not want to give T1 an opportunity to say that 1,000 gold lead
ก็ไม่อยากให้ T1 ได้ advantage จากสเคอร์มิตอะไรมั่วๆครับ Gen.Gรอครับรอซาย่ามีสัก2ชิ้นรอโชวี่พร้อมออนไลน์ครับปล่อยทุกอย่างครับเพราะว่าถ้าเฟเกอร์ได้มาเล่นด้วยแบบ TP มาเล่นด้วยแล้วแบบมีดาร์คซิลอยู่เนี่ยแล้วดาร์คซิลมันได้ทำงาน10สแต็กเนี่ยได้ฆ่าอากาลีได้สโนบอลเนี่ยมันจะหยุดไม่ได้แล้วก็เลยสคิปครับต้นเกมมารอโซพอยต์ซึ่งโอเนอร์เลือดไม่เต็มครับเฟเกอร์ได้เทิร์นมาเล่นก่อนนะปากคอนโทรลนะคีนจะพยายามขังเฟเกอร์อะไรเฟเกอร์อย่างคีนโอ้แคนยอนแฟนเราไปปะเฟเกอร์แฟนเราไปดิเฟเกอร์ได้แล้วครับ1อุ้ยเฟเกอร์โอเนอร์โอ้โหไปแล้วเฟเกอร์มาดิครับสเกอร์มีแบบนี้เฟเกอร์บอกชอบเหลือเกินอาจารย์เผาไข่ดิไข่เผาไข่ผำไม่ตายได้อุ้ยขอร้องเฟเกอร์รอดทีขอร้องเชี่ยโอ้
Keen is just an absolute monster.
โอ้ถ้าเกิดเฟเกอร์รอดนะดักซิลโคตรเยอะโอ้ดักซิลหายหมดเลย
Blade Caller as well had so much impact. A fight that T1
definitely felt like they
should be winning with the Combat Herald as well. But in the end, it's Keen who comes
มัน
in strong.
เผาไม่ทันไม่ไข่เมื่อกี้คือไฟไม่ร้อนด้วยประเด็นมันต้องรอเมื่อกี้มันเพิ่งอุ่นครับ
I think this is just Gen.G's dragon.
Gen.G ครับชนะไฟนี้ได้ตัดมังกร T1 นะ
Initially, I thought with this fight, Gen.G had maybe overstepped, right? They didn't have to fight for this. They had been so measured in all of the other fights leading up to this.
ขีดไล่เฟเกอร์ดีมากงั้นวางกูริวอลแบบทีถ้าวางโดนนี่แย่กว่านี้
buys him some space, but then you see what happens with Ruler on the right
ดูลานัน
side
ติ
of this
สวยมาก
fight.
นะ
Bolt comes out, good pullback. Look at that, the double there, denying pace the bailout.
คีน
And
นั่ง
then
ไล่
from
หมด
here
เลย
on out, yes, T1 have the numbers advantage, but they don't have a great way to deal with Keen's sustain. As he just rips through this fight, the egg buys time. I think Gen.G judged that they had enough here so well. It was on a knife's edge, but they played it confidently and they barely walk out ahead.
Also, that ghoulie wall position, so Ona couldn't flash over the actual wall, was so good. They needed the Kalista alive to deal with the Yorick.
สูตรนี้ครับผมไม่ได้เห็นนานนะโหโชวี่ก็ยังเมมไม่กรอมันเป็นสูตรทำให้เวฟดันนะครับวางกำแพงน้ำแข็งทำให้เวฟมันแบบกระจายแล้วมินเนี่ยนระเบิดเวฟจะดันเข้าอยู่แล้ว
as he's gone for that after the rage blade. Pretty good item on this patch at the moment. Is now Keen getting focused down by Ono. Cease and desist comes in. The mate getting involved as well, and Keen I think will be burning down.
Faker
and there he goes on the cross map. Faker trying to keep himself alive. As the smite comes in, Twisted advances down.
กูบอกรอดไงดีกูไม่ได้แดนตีเลยครับเมื่อกี้ไม่มีตัวครับแบบเข้ามาแฮนตีโหสตาร์ติกชีว่ะเชี่ยผู้โดนลานรวยครับคุณผู้ชมขอบคุณนะครับคุณโอเนอร์เฮ้ยจริงๆผมไม่ได้อยากรวยครับพี่กิ๊ฟจริงโอ้ยตายแล้ว
Also as a 3-0 Yorick that they managed to take out, so T1 making a good practice play, even though Gen.G once again cross-mapping, going for the trades.
จริงๆครับนี่ครับผมก็เฉยๆครับผมยอมตายเพื่อป้อมเลยก็ได้ครับผมไม่เคยได้รับความรักขนาดนี้มาก่อนผมโดนครับรอดวิ่งเร็วอยู่ที่วันก็เปลี่ยนสไตล์การเล่นแบบเป็นรักโดรานครับผม
Jovi was able to get their top side, only 2 of the inner turret plates.
And now, I mean, Doran has 2 items. He is very, very scary on this Rumble and has a slight gold lead. And after that last team fight,
ตะกี้ตัดความร้อนแรงของคีนได้อยู่นะจาก 3-0 เป็น 3-1 โดนมีชัดดาวแล้วครับผมเมื่อกี้อ้าวแป๊บเดียวเหลือ100แบบ108ละอุ้ยมันมาแล้วช่วยอุ้ยว่าตรงนี้ไม่ได้แก้อีกแล้วว่ะพุ่มนี้ไม่ได้แก้ตลอดเลยว่ะเคเลียไปแก้พุ่มอยู่มีคอนโทรลอยู่2อันนะเคเลียตัวมีทีพีมีฮิวคาไรเซอร์พร้อมกับบัตรเลเตอร์แล้วพร้อมนะอันนี้คีนขึ้นเป็นผ้าคลุมกันเวทใหญ่1อันก่อนแล้วก็จะขึ้นเป็นโชจินต่อเคลียร์เมื่อกี้กดบาเรียคุยไม่น่าตีด้วยเฟเกอร์ต้องแฟดออกวะไม่ต้องแฟดเลยครับเฟเกอร์ครับผมดันอยู่ครับทุกท่านเขาทำบาลอนไม่ทันครับเชื่อผมดันไปแล้วครับ
Some big tools baited out there by Fake and able to evade it without even baiting his flash, which is pretty good going into that next fight around the dragon. I will say one thing is that normally we've had Blade the Rune
เฟเกอร์นี่ไอ้อาการีนี่เป็นตัวทำให้พี่แบบน่าจะเป็นตัวทำให้พี่แบบคลั่งเฟเกอร์แล้วก็ตัดสินใจเชียร์ทีวันมีอาการีกับไซรัสแล้วก็อาเซีย
Especially when we don't have a tank to eat the saplings, to clear vision, and to go through those brushes. It might often just be Fi or Carrier's job here to eat that damage so you can go into the fight at full health.
ไม่ใช่เซตหรอไม่ทันครับตอนนั้นยังอยู่ในยุคของ Dota 2 อยู่
And so while that trade-off is big, I think it's the right call here for Pays. Is Cannon does have his ultimate backup. They have this defensive setup here where they can use
นาซัดเนี่ยในบรรดาทุกตัวเลนกลางของเฟเกอร์พี่ว่าแซกเนี่ยเป็นอะไรที่แบบตาตึงใจสุดแล้วอุ้ยแล้วเฟเกอร์ไม่ได้ตีเมกะบัสโคนด้วยโอ้เสียหมอกว่ะอุ้ยคีนแม่งไอ้เชียได้ทั้งหมอกได้ทั้งอันตีอ๋อไม่ได้แค่ขมอกอันตีจบละ
And with Faker baiting his ult to get out of the Ghoulie wall, G1 pull away from the fight. It's 2 dragons apiece, even though the Chem
คือเฟเกอร์ต้องไปหาตำแหน่งแฟงและคินรับให้หมดเลย
It's slowing the game down once again. Gen.G
ตะกี้ต้องอ่านแล้วตี
Absolutely, that position
เมกะบัสโคน
for Keen was a game changer, but the fact
โอ้
that
คีนแบกว่ะ
burst on the dragon was essentially checkmate because T1 could not approach. It was just way too risky.
Maokai and Nivea first to the play, it does feel very unfair.
When you got a Rakan there as well.
Yeah.
And if you want to try to get on top of that AD carry, he's got ult, flash, and exhaust, so
and very Graves Keeper at like 1 billion health in a very good position.
คือเมาคายมันเดินไล่เว้ยตอนนี้โอเนอร์เงียบอยู่ครับต้องรอโอเนอร์เดินอะไรสักอย่างแล้วอาคาลีไม่ได้สโนว์บอล
especially in combination with the fact that it's a Chemtech
รอเทอร์มินัสก่อนก็ได้ชิว
the most sought after but I do think Gen.G utilize it pretty well.
Kobe just got his Rod of Ages level up, so he's now level 16.
Oh,
2 levels above Faker and has that rank 3 ultimate, which is a big problem for T1.
And where does Faker lane as well? Because laning into this Yorick just feels impossible for basically anyone. But the Anivia
โอเนอร์ไปเล่นล่างกับโดรานว่ะตรงกลางกำลังจะโดนนะดูโลมันตีเมกาบาสโคนเข้ามาไม่ตีละ
Faker looking for an angle, but once again the saplings are going to find their mark, and it's the slow that's the most devastating here, stopping the Akali from getting on top.
And they're just buying time, like Ruler's IE is coming out soon. You know, that's all they really need. And with 3 minutes till the next dragon, he should be able to have it for that.
อักาลีเล่นยากมากเลยว่ะพอมาเจอเมาคายอ่ะดับดีมากเลยว่ะเมาคายพอมานั่งนึกเนี้ยคือถ้าเฟเกอร์ไม่ได้แฟงอ่ะแม่งก็คือแบบทำอะไรไม่ได้ครับ
Their clock feels like the hourglass is running out of sand here.
And you see how they try and collapse in on mid when
เนี่ยเหมือนนาฬิกาทรายอย่างที่นักภาคบอกคือทีวันกำลังจะหมดเวลาครับ
and instantly the pressure negates. They're trying to break
ถ้าสโนว์บอลไม่ได้ฮะ
that Gen.G is playing right now.
โชวี่นี่เวล16แล้วด้วย
Such a major problem.
And I do think that the sun hasn't set on this T1 composition just yet, but they're going to need to make something happen. They're going to need to find an avenue to get this fight working. Maybe that classic T1 Baron is going to be the angle.
Look at Ruler doing blue buff right now. They're just giving him all the money so he can get that IE as fast as possible.
Understandable. And the only big advantage here in this game is Ona over Canyon.
ป้อมกลางไม่ได้
And
เลย
I
ล่ะ
don't think Canyon really minds too much. He just wants to press an ultimate button and CC a few targets and then maybe even go down. Ona will be imperative, will have the GA coming up pretty quickly.
ห่างกันเวลหนึ่งทุ่นๆเลยครับเฟเกอร์กับโชวี่
right now. Got red, got blue, got wolves, got wave, and he's just rotating around, taking all the gold.
Ooh,
and I think they're just
done for Pays though.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe an angle.
ต้องดันกลาง
Just looking for this outer turret in mid lane.
โอเคไล่ดูเรื่อง
Burn down the flash out. And the cease and desist not actually going to be pressed here as Chovy now potentially in trouble. Faker liking this matchup a lot more. As there is the perfect execution and gets the egg, but he's in range of the turret and is not going to be able to take down Chovy on this Anivia just yet, but gets him ready for the next bout.
ไม่มีคอเลเซอร์ครับเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวนะเฟเกอร์ทีพีหรอไม่นี่เพแหละเอาคาริต้ามาอุ้ยเดี๋ยวโชวี่มี
Dolly Wall comes in and Keen says, well, I think I'm going to have to get out of here. Pays was on his way down. I don't know whether they would have even been able to kill him, to be honest, but good respect.
I think that Kalista is the one pick that has to sustain damage to actually cut through this Yorick.
มีเทอร์มินัสแล้วครับแต่ว่าซาย่า3ชิ้นแล้ว3ชิ้นเนี้ยบอกเลยว่าโคตรโหดคิดดีคอลแบบ 75% นะเปิดบาลอนได้เลยเนี่ยแรงมากครับ
T1 cannot get there. A positional prio. We talked about it so many times. Ruler doesn't have flash, but it won't matter if they can never touch it.
ถ้าไม่รีบมาโดรานต้องทีพีเลยโอ้ยต่อยไปที่โชวี่ว่ะอันตีสวนมาสวยมากครับผมเคเลียอุ้ยเพชรยังไม่ตายสวยมากที่วันอยากได้อย่างนี้มากเลยที่วันบอกขอแบบนี้สักรอบหนึ่งได้ไหมโอ้โหได้เลยครับผมเคเลียแบกไฟได้กี่ครับผมโอเนอร์เข้าไปแบบเมื่อกี้เหมือนจะแบบคุยแย่แล้วว่ะแล้วเคเลียอันตีแบบ
like his life depends on it, and it absolutely did.
Watch Owner
อย่างสวย
goes in here
ดูอีกรอบครับ
as well as they initially catch Chovy
โชวี่โดนแฟดต่อยจากโอเนอร์อันนี้เคเลียอันติส่วนไปตรงนี้ครับโอ้โหดูโลอีควอไลเซอร์ก็แบบสวยๆด้วยแคนยอนต้องแฟดออกครับไม่งั้นเจอบาลอนกับอีควอไลเซอร์แล้วทีวันครับได้บาลอนครับผมมันเป็นทามมิ่งที่ดีสำหรับการเปิดบาลอนแต่ว่าไม่ดีสำหรับโชวี่ที่ไม่มีไข่ครับถ้าโชวี่มีไข่เมื่อกี้ต้องชมเฟเกอร์ที่ไม่ได้ไข่โชวี่มาก่อนไฟแบบบาลอนแล้วได้โซฟอยต่อครับทีวันมาแล้วครับทีวันกลับมาแล้วครับสเปลคูลดาวน์กันหมดยกเว้นเฟเกอร์ครับเมื่อกี้เฟเกอร์แทบจะไม่ได้ทำอะไรเท่าไหร่เลยครับ
If someone oversteps, missteps, Faker can just take them out. We saw how much damage he did earlier to Chovy to force his egg.
Yeah, and then the whole game might just be over, right?
ถ้าเมื่อกี้โชวี่มีพาสซีฟแล้วตื่นขึ้นมาอีกรอบก็
could just mean
อาจจะคนละเรื่องกันนะ
just going to be gone, especially with Doran and Faker doing a lot of turret damage as well if they are left alone. And not to mention, of course, Pays, who is just an absolute machine.
แรงจังหวะ first strike กับ2ชิ้นเนี่ยนะสวิงคือแบบฟลิ้งโอเนอร์เกือบครึ่งหลอดโดรานชัดดาว630ครับคุณผู้ชมเฮ้ยอย่าทำได้เลยครับพี่กิ๊ฟขอร้องครับบางทีเขาไม่เห็นไงผมกังวลมากเลยนะเนี่ย
Going to be a little bit frustrating is the fact that the Baron was started by Gen.G. I think maybe the thought process was we can force a teleport here and that can be enough.
อีควอไลเซอร์มาดักตรงนี้เจ้าป้อม
Handshake is good. Featherstorm going to be invested
here by
Ruler. That is a big cooldown, exactly what T1 wanted.
Yeah, and I think when Owner's trying to get Q and his ult available, if he doesn't press R there, he probably just dies, and letting the turret go is the correct call, but now he has another safety tool lost, and T1 still have a whole minute of Baron.
ปล่อยไปเล่นหน่อยเผาหน่อยไม่เล่นไปแล้วครับอุ้ยเป็นการหลอกล่อหรือเปล่าโอเนอร์มีอุ้ยโอเนอร์ไม่มีแฟดโอเนอร์ต่อยชิปหายแล้วครับตรงนี้ปล่อยเลยได้ปะแล้วเพจขึ้นไปแล้วน้องแบบน้องสรุปใครเข้าไปช่วยใครนี่
What a beautiful play from Gen.G on the punish. The wall was great.
So many things they can build. What game is this?
And Ruler is able to just realize that as long as I walk away here and they can't get home and the bailout doesn't go through, then it's over. His Pays tries his hardest, but initially here it's the catch on the owner. They get the root.
He wall
break their wall. Dash is interrupted, as you say, and then Pays is like,
I gotta get in here
and carry this fight, but they get the charm on him. They put him in the bouncy castle. When the bailout
comes through,
pieces out.
You know what?
You cannot kill me. You're not going to get that extra auto damage to look for the Ren to finish.
I'm going to say it.
Say it.
No, he didn't. He didn't need to do that. They could have just let Ona die, and that wouldn't be good, but it wouldn't be that bad. But they
no, but you know what happens? Pays keeps a friend. Okay? Ona's like, thanks, man. You didn't have to do that. You know?
He really didn't.
And now they're still buddies.
That gold, just the spike up and the immediate spike down.
I just think that there's a feeling or a tendency, especially with a lot of our LCK teams right now, this Road to MSI in particular, including our play-ins, of desperation, of feeling that your comp needs to win now, that has led to leads being tossed away. And they had such a proactive moment that they had the GA. They thought, okay, we should be able to siege this up. Let's get kills.
แต่เฟกเกอร์ชอบเสือนี่เนาะไอคลิปบูมอ่ะพี่ชอบวอยสตาร์มากกว่าแต่ว่ากาลีอาจจะดีนะเพราะว่ามันได้ลดคูลดาวน์1 นาทีครึ่งครับแต่ว่าเสียปูไปมี Q&A ครับ place
They did not, and they chose to, and now Gen.G are back at the driver's seat a little bit here. Still down on goal, but we've already discussed so much.
แต่ชอบความแบบไม่ทิ้งกันของทีวันนะพี่ชอบมากเลยตั้งแต่เกมแรกแล้วเฮ้ยมันมีหวาดมันเห็นอุ้ยเฮ้ยแล้วมัน
Ruler finds the feather and the Akali falls. Gen.G
now with
a leg up here 1 minute until the dragon.
เฮ้ยหมอกอะไรอ่ะ
There was a difference maker. Faker knew Ruler was there. Saw Chovy. Thought I can take him out, but Duro's charm denies the chance of the play. And now Gen.G have full control over the map. If you want to try and move in and contest this dragon, it's going to be so hard. The saplings are getting thrown down. You're going to get choked out of your own jungle.
I think Gen.G 3 ตัวด้วยเป็นการเขาเรียกว่าคือทีวันอ่ะรู้ว่าเดี๋ยวมันจะถ้าเราได้โซไวแล้วเราเสียอาจจะมีแบบเอลเดอร์ฟลิปอะไรเงี้ยก็เลยปล่อยให้มันมีมังกรอีกตัวดีกว่าจะได้แบบว่าปล่อยไม่เล่นตีนี่เลยว่ะ
15 seconds of dragon spawns. Gen.G don't get further any control. They don't look for the siege on a turret, but they will get soul point here and bring us to a
ทันแต่ว่ามันต้องแง้จากข้างล่างว่ะซึ่งเป็นตำแหน่งที่เมาใครชอบครับเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวจะให้โยลิกกันด้านบน1 อันดูโลกันด้านล่างเฟเกอร์เข้ามาไม่ได้แน่นอนวางกำแพงก็คือจบละอุ้ยโอเนอร์ต่อย
them from going anywhere near this. As Ona gets in there, he's able to actually get towards his streak.
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
Fantastic. It's Canyon that secures it. Ona goes down as well as now Carrier in
ดูโล
trouble.
ตาย
It is going to be Pace
เฟเกอร์
pulling out those sticks,
มี
grabbing
นา
that
ฬิกาครับ
first kill. And Gen.G
เพชรแบกหน่อยลูกเย็นแค่เพชรไปเลยเว้ยไปเลยเก่งมากน้องโอ้ยชิลคอมโบตัน
And Chovy trying to run away those Swifties, getting some work done. As once again, will be able to put up that wall, but I think Faker might be able to find him. As Chovy not able to get the angle on the stun, and now needs to keep flapping to get himself out of the way.
ข้ามมันอย่างนั้นได้ไข่ต้องเอาไข่ไม่ได้อุ้ยเฟเกอร์ตายไปแล้ว
Jovi's TP is nearly up. Oh,
hang on, wait, he's just buying so much time though.
Yeah, this is actually such a win for Gen.G. Even if he dies ultimately, he has his egg too.
Carrier has the CC, but he can TP in the egg. If Handshake's gone.
Yeah, there's the egg. And Doran just goes for the golden burn to take out the Anivia.
700ชัดดาวโดราน
Even though he bought time, which allows the rest of Gen.G to get up, him going down that late means T1 have ample time for the Baron.
โอเนอร์ตรงนี้คือถ้าเกิดแย่งมังกรได้ทีวันจะเพอร์เฟกต์เลยเว้ย
To get access to the dragon.
คือบัมมาแล้วอ่ะบัมมาแล้วเงี้ยคือเพสก็พยายามอยู่นิดเดียวจริงอ่ะมันหลักร้อยเลยเว้ย
Teamfight freely. We even see Carrier interrupting Duro.
โอ้เพสคือแบกจริงอ่ะโอ้โหกายกรรมมันดูตรงเนี้ย
It hides away then. Cleanses.
ตัวนี้แปลกใจที่เฟเกอร์ไม่ได้ไปเลยนะตอนแรกพี่นึกว่าเฟเกอร์จะไปเลยเว้ยเพราะมากด E ไปแล้วแต่เหมือนจะให้น้องฆ่าบาลอนอีกตัวครับผมหวังว่าคงจะไม่ต้องเปิดเพลงเซอร์คัสอะไรอีกแล้วนะ please just ก็ดันไงไม่ต้องไปตาย3อะไรแบบอย่างนั้นอะ
Yeah, they haven't been able to kill the Rumble all game long. He's 4-0-8. Even though Keen was an absolute monster in this one, the Rumble has turned out to be the walking barbecue that T1 needed. And that has allowed Pace to get so much work done. The equalizers in these team fights have been game-changing.
The problem is, though, this Baron, we saw what happened in the last one when Ona tried to get on a tower and hit it and how difficult it was and how he easily got punished.
คือมันไม่ได้ยากขนาดมากถ้าเกิดเราก็แค่แบบว่าคือโอเนอร์ไม่มีแฟลชก็ลูกก็เล่นแบบใจเย็นนิดนึงก็คือถ้าเกิดโดนขังนึกออกปะมันมีทั้งกูริวอลมีทั้งกำแพงแอนิเวียลองนึกว่าถ้ามันโดนขังอ่ะไม่มีแฟลชมันก็ออกไม่ได้วายอ่ะแบบถ้าเมาใครมันเข้ามาจับแบบนั้นอ่ะก็มีแฟลชก็เล่นได้แต่ถ้าไม่มีแฟลชก็รอน้องๆดูน้องๆหน่อยดูทรงหน่อย
T1 have to be measured and really frankly let the minions do most of the work, which allows Gen.G to slow this down and look for clear in all 3 lanes. They have an Anivia, so
แต่ว่าสายานี่ของแน่นมากคิด100อ่ะ
look for this inhibitor. They do have a big stack wave in mid now. They're going to transfer that pressure into this bottom lane.
I think importantly the Anivia is not here for the bottom lane.
เฮ้ยโอเนอร์มีแฟลช
going to come down though, and that will just force them off. They can clear out that wave.
That is still a decent amount of damage on Ona. The equalizer comes in. And that's going to be a lot as well. Still Duro going to be there to try and help keep his teammates safer. That is going to be successful for now. Ruler's health bar still full. And man, 6 elemental drakes so far. The next one, 1 minute 20. And
แต่เลือดไม่ค่อยพร้อมนะเจอแซฟฟิงแบบต่อเรื่อย
placing it 1400. Not a whole lot has been gained.
พยายามค่อยๆครับค่อยๆแงะแบบใจเย็นครับทีวันเหมือนมีบทเรียนขึ้นเรื่อยๆฮะ
But as we crest towards the 40-minute mark, 4,000 gold. I really feel like it means all that much. Both of these 80 carries sitting on 5 items each. And Gen.G still in with a fighting chance. T1 gonna have to keep it tight if they want to take this one. But the war of attrition being won by them so far.
Inhibitor looking like it is starting to really take some big hits here from those cannon minions empowered by the Baron, and Doran is just empowering that here. Gen.G look like they will barely get the defense. No, they decide not to.
Yeah. A cannon will go down.
ได้อีกทีนึงครับคุณผู้ชมยาก
Honestly, I think Gen.G okay with that mid lane.
เหนื่อยเหลือเกินกว่าจะได้ละ1ยินฮีต้องรอรถแม่งยิงอ่ะได้ยินฮีถือว่าจบเทิร์นบาลอนได้ถ้าจะดีกว่านี้มันน่าจะได้ป้อมล่างด้วยอันนี้คือสิ่งที่สำคัญที่สุดแล้วตรงนี้ก็คือโซครับที่ว่าต้องการโซมากเพราะว่านำจากเงินแล้วแต่ว่าเงินนำไม่ได้เยอะมากเคเลียจะ โหแฮนด์เช็คไม่โดนนะผมไม่โดนเปิดได้ไงเนี่ยเฮ้ยมาแล้วว่ะเฟเกอร์ไปก่อนนะผมไซย่าดูเลอร์ตายเอ้าดูโลก็ตายเหมือนกันเอาอย่างนี้ทีวันนะผมไม่ทันครับผมโชวี่วะมันไม่ทันครับผมโชวี่ตรงนี้พยายามยื้อให้อยู่ครับโดรานะครับพยายามจะเผาคีนอุ้ยแฟดไม่โดนเลยโอ้โหโชวี่ได้อยู่นะดันกลางไม่ต้องโดนแล้วไม่ต้องโดนเลยโอ้โหช่วยด้วยช่วยทำไมไปดันกลางไล่พอเฮ้ยยากเย็นเลยขนาดนี้จบแล้วแต่ว่าอยากฆ่าโชวี่ได้ครับ
A beautiful game from T1. There was a hiccup, a couple maybe, but they held strong and man pays on
แต่น้องน่าจะแบบคอทอมว่าพี่ทอมครับฟังผมนะครับพี่ทอมเลือกคาริสต้าให้ผมครับเลือกคาริสต้าให้ผมพี่ทอมไม่ต้องคิดอะไรกิบครับทั้งสื่อครับพี่ทอมคาริสต้าให้ผมครับพี่ทอมมาว่ะอุ้ยคู่นี้สนุกสัตว์เลยแต่ว่าทีวันก็เป็นอย่างนี้อยู่แล้วมันอยู่แล้ว
who he's been crushing on all year long. The Callista comes out. I mean, we could go for days and days, right, of all the different champions on T1 in this draft that they were able to pilot here to its full potential that we haven't seen at this Road to MSI from them just yet. And even though there were hiccups, they never let up the pressure. They never took their foot off the gas, and eventually were able to catch Ruler there in the end. Owner had a phenomenal Vi game. His flash Qs were out of control good and were a huge part why they're able to close the game there catching Ruler.
He's the one who found Ruler, and considering he's been the one who was under scrutiny for their most recent series, popping off here, that Vi Akali coming up big. But Pays on this Callista, definitely the main character in this one.
ใส่เสื้อ Gen.G แล้วทำไม Gen.G แพ้ถึงยิ้มครับขอสัมภาษณ์
The game is not really much of a surprise after what we saw went from first blood to winning the game is what it kind of felt like. Never really tripped on anything. And so this guy's Callista remaining legendary.
1-1 ครับตั๋วใบนี้มันอยากจะโทรไปบอกเลยออดว่าขอเพิ่มอีกใบได้ป่ะไปทั้ง2ทีมเลยเหอะจริงๆคือจะมาเฉื่อยกันทำไมเพิ่มอีกใบนึงอะ
เมื่อกี้ผมอ่านบอกเฟเกอร์เหมือนจะกระซิบชวนโชวี่ว่าไปกินไหดี LAO กันหรือว่าแต่ว่าโชวี่ไม่ตอบเลยงอนอะไรหรือเปล่าไม่รู้
ไม่มีนะ
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And yes, it is a best of 3 from here, what we've all been used to throughout the regular season of the LCK. This one will result in a ticket to Daejeon. And for the loser, they will just go home, go for a bit of a holiday, and not exactly feel too psyched about it, as being the MSI representative is something that both T1 and Gen.G have been very used to for the last few years. Let's see what this draft is going to bring us, gentlemen, as I believe once again Varus will be banned.
I think so.
Bold claim.
Yeah, I have focused on a few different champions here. I think the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao, the Ezreal are going to be big picks here because as Engage starts to go by the wayside and we have less and less Engage tools, you know, when you have a pick like Ezreal, it's so hard to lock him down. It's so safe. And when you are able to get your hands on it, you have so much agency moving into this third game. The Lissandra pick that we did mention, I think is an interesting shout out. I think it's definitely one that we've been seeing a lot, but it needs a strong jungle pairing. And so many of the classic ones are already gone.
Well, the Orianna going to be taken away here, of course. Cassiopeia is fearlessly banned. So they don't need to worry about that one. The Karma could be a ban here. The Rise still very high priority, and that one is what's going to be taken away. In the last game, this was backed up by a Scion ban, but the Varus is still up, and so probably going to need to be taken away by Gen.G unless they want to leave that as a ban that T1 has to go towards.
Your first pick, then just make T1 ban it. You're already absorbing the Bard ban, so I feel like don't do a favor for them. They ban away the Karma instead, denying the prospect of Karma Ezreal, which we saw the last 2 days. And I imagine a Varus ban here.
Could get really interesting if it's not.
And where does the Varus then go? Because we've seen it banned in every single game for what feels like the last 6 weeks. or something like that, some absurd amount of time.
I think you hold the flex for.
Oh yeah, you have to. But where do they eventually then decide to put it? As it doesn't matter, it's going to be banned away.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that.
They really made me nervous because I said the Varus ban was going to be the one thing I knew was going to happen, and then they waited until the very final ban.
I wonder if we saw a lot of these engaged compositions in the last 2 games. I was thinking the Annie might rise up in priority. We saw an early pick from it from the other day. With these junglers being thinned out a bit as well, Annie Wukong feels really solid. The question is T1 going to deny it, or are they just going to let it happen?
That's the question, because if you take the Wukong away, then you're effectively saying we're going to have a little bit of a weaker early jungle into the other meta jungle picks that are available. So it comes at a cost, and if you leave it, then Gen.G get Annie Wukong, and the composition is simple to play. Looks like owner's ultimately going to decide to take this one away from Gen.G, and we'll see what Faker wants to play into the Annie right now. We've seen a little bit of Aurora as the counter pick. Maybe that's the way he wants to go, but Pei's taking a page out of Gumayushi's book here.
Senna Wukong.
All right.
So early priority on getting the center secured before much has happened in the draft. And we saw
Gumayushi เล่นแล้วก็แสดงว่าเล่นได้
played by HLE, especially when you have the front line that could lead the charge and Senna can just attack over the top of them. It's also something that can operate from a very safe
นี่นะแม่งเป็นเซจูนี่นี่แม่งใช่เลย
I wonder though if Gen.G just gonna slam like a Jarvan
มีช่วงหนึ่งก็คือเซจูนี่เซนนา
because of with Jace being picked here, do you pick a top
ก็ต้องเป็น
lane to respond, or do you pick a mid to respond to the Annie?
ก็ต้องเป็นไซออนสินะ
You pick a support to pair with your Senna as well. I mean, you could lose a lot of things that have a lot of synergy.
คอกี้กลางมัน
It's actually interesting because Senna Wukong was actually a lane that I believe Gumacaria played.
เมลล่างว่ะ
2022 but that was fasting Senna
ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเราแบนไปกับนอตครับเฟสถัดไปตรงนี้ก็เลือกเป็น
So Mel coming out here for Gen.G. So potentially looking for a kill lane.
ต้องเลือกนอตว่ะเลือกนอตแล้วแบนไปปะ
There's a prospect of it being like Mel Pike we've seen.
Yep.
So protection for the Senna might be really important in this situation.
นอตไหม
And they might opt to prioritize that before.
หรือลีโอน่าดิ
I just
เอาไซออน
don't
ก่อน
know if
เนาะ
there's anything that's safe to pick right now that you can lock in without the trade-off of losing your top, wall against this Jace pick that Keen has his hands on already.
ก็พี่ว่าโดรานอาจจะออกเป็นบัมเบิลเวสไอตัวไอเชนเวสหรือไงก่อนดีไหมคือออกรองเท้าก่อนมันอาจจะแบบ
So now you've got to be wondering, what do you ban away? You probably take the Pike away first and foremost, but what comes after that?
There's also like Jarvan still available, which seems so scary to be playing into when you have this Senna who's so immobile. The Pike
แบนไปเลยครับผมแล้วก็แบนนอตตามสเต็ป
I think for the side of Gen.G, 2 lines of thought, you can just hammer
ถ้าไม่มีนอตไม่มีไปไม่มีคามิล
Yeah, we've seen even like Victor be
Leona
in recent games. I feel like T1 need another big damage threat with having this side in the top lane, and Senna isn't the highest DPS AD carry either, so they will just take away that Victor.
All right. One more ban
แบน
here.
เลนกลางจี้เฟเกอร์ครับ
Protect Faker's pick, or is this going to be more towards denying the jungle from Canyon? You guys have been mentioning the Jarvan, and we were talking about it in the last game as well. He was ignored there. It's almost like he's been like shadow banned.
Nautilus, Neferi too, pretty scary.
Yeah, Neferi is a strong matchup here.
Lissandraเหรอ
could use against you if you don't pick it up yourself.
นี่ไงแบนแบบที่พี่บอกเลยแบนนอตกับแบนไปเรียวเป็นไปได้ไหมเรียวมันเปิดสวยกว่ามันจะเปิดเป็นทีมไฟมากกว่าที่จะแบบในเลนนะมันต้องการตัวที่แบบคือเมียมันต้องการตัวที่แบบเปิดแล้วล็อกขาต่อ
T1 decided not to target that because
แบนลิซันด้าเลยว่ะโอ้
Shout out to Wadid. He was saying that the draft was going to revolve around this one. Not going to happen in the second round, as Faker is going to have that one denied.
And I do think, I'll say it, Faker's Aurora
อาเซียเหรอครับ
iconic, right?
ทรงนี้อาเซียแน่เลยว่ะ
I was going to mention it, but I also didn't want to
ทรงนี้
mention
อาเซียเว้ย
Gen.G
ทรงมาเป็นล้วงมาให้อ่ะและเซนน่ายิงวูคองปั่นทวิตเตอร์เฟดไม่ได้ครับเอาวัวมาก็เป็นการตัดเป็นการตัดไปในตัวอ่ะน่าจะเรียวแล้วป่ะเรียวหน้าเรียวอะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะดูโลบอกผมถนัดเรียวมากเลยครับพี่
And Faker already knew the matchup, so perhaps just trying to buy time to discuss and see what they're up against before making that final choice.
So they might have
Sai
put the
jungle.
Jace into the
Jace jungle ได้นี่ว่า
and then they're putting the
อุ้
Zahen
ย
Or vice versa.
ไซเฮนท็อปหรือว่าจะเป็น
playing a good amount of
มาว่ะ
Jace
Jace jungle อ่ะ
recently, and specifically the Zahen here. So you make sure you're not matching
อาจจะเป็น Jace jungle หรือไซเฮน jungle ก็ได้อันนี้
Zahen into this lower damage composition full of a pretty bulky front line is going to be so hard to.
There's a lot of things to hit. A lot of things to hit.
แล้ว Poppy support ครับ
is the option for Duro.
It's been such a classic counter pick
อุ้ย
too, the Zahen into
ไม่
the
ดีนะเนี่ย
Sion because it
เลน
has
ล่าง
the
เล่น
free
เล่น
early
ยากอะเนี่ย
game. The Poppy, it's a
แต่
great
ว่า
choice
เอามา
here
กัน
as
วูคอง
well.
ครับ
So much range,
คือไม่ได้
but
เน้นแบบ
also
เปิดแล้ว
hard
เน้นแบบว่า
to
เอาเลน
engage
ผ่าน
the
แล้วก็กัน
Stomper
กันวูคอง
did
ไม่ให้
end
วู
up
คอง
being a
เข้ามา
brilliant graph. Let's see what
That's it
Faker is going to play here
T1
in
แบบ
response to all of this.
คือ
This is
มัน
gonna be the
อลิสตา
crux
ก็ไม่ชอบ
of
ป๊อป
this
ปี้ด้วยครับ
entire composition, what holds it together.
ทำให้อลิสตาเป็นหมันอีกวูคองแต่ดีนะดีนะคือกันอย่างเดียวไม่ได้เน้นเปิดแบบเมลละ
Second left.
Olaf. Okay. So Faker
โอลาฟ last pick ครับผม
I was actually there. Was
I'm not sure it's Faker.
แล้วไซออนกลางครับ
I think it's Doran and they're putting
เฟเกอร์ไซออนคุณผู้ชม
because Jovi's just never going to be able to cut through or really have pressure against the Sion, and the Olaf you can actually have kill pressure. You no longer given a free lane. Zen.
สายใต้ใหม่อยู่ตรงกลางเลยทีนี้คือแบบสตาร์ทรถได้ทั้งข้างบนทั้งข้างล่างครับไซออนโอ้โห
Was this the first MSI
โอลาฟกลาง
he played Olaf mid and just ran down his
ไอ้เชี่ยโอลาฟกลาง
opposition?
นี่
I think he's currently 1-0.
นึกถึงวัน
on the champ. I think
อ่ะ
that
G4
might be the
อ่ะ
game that he's played, but we'll make sure that we get
โอ้โห
everyone
เกม
this is off the top of my head
เพิ่ง
from a very long
เปลี่ยน
time
ช้า
ago.
จังวะ
And he's not
สลับ
even
ช้า
gonna
มาก
play it. It's
โอ้
gonna
โห
be the Sion in the mid lane, and it will be the Olaf towards the top side. So a very standard mid Sion here for Faker.
I think this makes more sense. I think you're allowing the Olaf to pop off, and something to remember is that last time Doran played Olaf, where the early game did not go good, the mid game did not go good, but the late game, he absolutely popped off, and it was into a Mel as well. We've seen a few times Olaf in a Mel, the other team runs out of damage, and you just run rampant with the Senna supporting you as well, healing you up. If this Olaf gets going, he will take
โห
over.
เกือบได้เห็น
And it's
โอลาฟ
also
เฟ
something
เกอ
that
ร์
Doran has found a whole lot of success on as well. Like he often saves games, and if this early game
คำถาม
goes
คือไซ
horribly,
เฮน
it's not then
กับ
smooth
Olaf
sailing
อะ
for Gen.G because Doran has had comeback games on the Olaf.
I think
คือ
this
โอลาฟ
draft
มัน
for T1 in the
เคาน์เตอ
early
ร์ไซ
game
เฮ
is
นแบบ
incredibly
หนักเลย
weak.
ใช่
We'll
ป่ะ
see
แช
how
ท
they pilot it here as we jump into the game.
แต่ถ้ามันเข้ามาทะลุทะลวงมาครับโอลาฟก็แบบไล่แบบตีไซเฮนแบบทะลุทะลวงแบบไม่สนอะไรอย่างงี้โหแล้วดาบกันแบบแต่ว่าเลนล่างหนักอะ
Right, here we are, ladies and
T1
gentlemen, onto the rift for
แต่ก็
the
เล่น
third
เอาเลน
game
เซฟได้นะ
of
ก็
the
คือ
series.
เคเลียก็ใช้พาสซีฟ
You're
เอา
telling me you have an Alistair Senna lane, you have a Sion mid, and an Olaf that can match well, okay, into the Zahen top side. And how are you going to
เฟ
get out of
เกอ
this
ร์แต่จ
early
ริง
game
ๆแล้วว่า
without wounds?
การ
How
เล่
are
น
you going to
ไซ
get
ออน
out of this
น่ะ
early game
มันมี
without
กฎว่าต้อง
some
ใช้สกินนั้นนะ
scratches, right, is the question I
แต่ส
have,
กินตัดต้น
because
ไม้อ่ะ
this is so
โอ้โห
much
ไม่เอา
range
สัก
in
หน่อย
this
เลยเหรอ
comp here for Gen.G, plus the engage, the backline access of the Senna. You're
อัพ
going to have to
W
play
มานะ
really
ฟาร์ม
well.
ส
You're
แต็
going
ก
to
แป๊
have
บ
to be the one that makes the first move with your incredible front line and your Wukong to keep the Senna alive. But if you fall too far behind in the mid game, or you end
ต้อง
up
อัพ
with a
W อะ
situation
อัพ
where
คิว
you
ไม่
have to
ได้
fight Dragon you don't like to because they got double Dragon and a Tex soul. There's so many ways this can go wrong, but I do agree that it's a very creative answer, and I think it does make sense. I do like that they opted for the Sion in mid and the Olaf in top for the reasons Ox already pointed out. Let's see how they weather the storm, because early times are not going to be easy times for this T1 draft.
I think the one thing I'm really concerned about in this game for T1 is Zahen. Because I think even if the Jace, Annie, or Mel get fed, there will come a
ที่เขา
point
เรียก
where
ว่า
they
เก็บแผน
can't
เนี่ย
just
คืออันนี้ใช่ปะ
combo the Olaf, and he can become a real issue. But there's a hand into 4
T1 เก็บ
melee
แผนเนี่ย
champions. If he's
คือแผน
fed,
มันมาแบบ
I don't
เวลามัน
think
มาที
T1
มัน
have
แบบ
an
เรา
answer to that. So
ไม่ทันตั้งตัวเนาะ
even though we've seen before Doran not have a great lane on the Olaf and come back strong, I think the bigger issue here is going to be Keen being enabled by that. So this top lane matchup going to be very important early on.
Well, this mid lane
อยู่
matchup
ๆก็จะมีอะไร
is
แบบเนี้ย
Faker using
อุ๊
a
ย
very large
โด
health
น
bar
ผ่าน
in
ทุกสิ่ง
order
ครับผม
to try and stay alive against the Nanny. Olaf is just going to wander past the
Ooh.
turret and look to take out all of these minions. Keen realizing that he probably wants to get some experience in gold, and so isn't going to stop him just yet. Azona is finishing his full clear of the bottom side. Canyon doing a very similar thing as he did just have a bit of a check-in towards the top lane just to make sure that Keen was going to be okay. He was, and then he gets himself to his Grom.
เหมือนจริงๆแล้วโอลาฟเสร็จเร็วมากนะแต่ว่าตัดสินใจวาร์ปช้าไปหน่อยมั้ง
got some changes to its jungle clear, and we saw it a lot at Kespa Cup, for example. It was almost permaban for a while because it was so strong in the jungle.
โดรานเหมือนชอบการออกรองเท้าชิ้นแรกมากเลย
Almost always banned, and then it would lose on the rare occasions we did see it on the Rift. But it is definitely a lot of power in the mid game and zone control with an already robust range poke on the Mel. So if you try to punish it as well, there's so much peel with the Annie, the Poppy, and the Zahin that's going into the melees.
There was also recently a match in the LCS, I believe, where Inspired did something similar to this, where they flexed it into the jungle to give a better top-lane matchup. So it's interesting we're seeing that again here.
Yep.
กลับไปเอาของมาก่อนครับโดราน
I also like that this is obviously deliberate as well. Holding onto that flex, you pointing it out, Ox, that he has been playing this one in solo queue.
Yeah, I do.
หรือล่าง
It
เพน
is funny because you see the picks Canyon
เพราะ
plays
ว่า
in solo queue.
เหมือนเคเลียเป็นหมัน
It's
นะ
like Jace, Diana, Quinn, and Bessa. And you're like, well, he's been practicing these. How likely
เล่น
are
ไม่ได้เลยครับ
we to see them?
อลิสตาเจอกับ
It's nice
Poppy
when Poppy
อะ
shows up. Yeah.
อุ้ยลืม
But
กล้องขอโทษที
definitely,
ครับ
don't always go into every match thinking we're going to see Quinn jungle.
This stat here, Chovy was the last one to play it against Fate. Chovy actually
2021.
He did play a ton of mid-Sion in 2021. And I mean, I say a ton, it was like 3 or 4 games, but you know, when no one else was doing it, that felt like a lot back then. So he actually has a lot of experience with this pick, but now he's playing into it with this Annie.
A little bit of a different story at the moment.
Like, Chovy was the mid-Cassante guy as well.
Yeah, and the mid-Aatrox guy.
Yes.
Renekton also, although that I think belongs to Showmaker a little bit. Yeah, there are certainly a lot of melees that Chovy has liked to play in the past. And it's kind of weird. It's
เอาจริงไซออนเนี่ยแม่งเจอกับเรือบองกลางก็ได้นะเว้ย
2012 TSM. You know, just watch
คือเหมือนพอมันขาดดาเมจเรือบองก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้แล้ว
became a real champion and not just a stun that would build only Doran's rings. Oh, what a time to be alive.
What's interesting is that we had to change to the role
โดรานไปขึ้นรองเท้าเพจมาไวมาก แกจะได้แบบรีเซ็ตได้ง่ายครับตรงนี้รูเลอร์โดนแต่ว่ามันเข้ามาลองซ้อนแล้วนะอุ้ยเพสโดนล็อกขาด้วยต้องหนีแล้วอะ
With a shock blast, there it is.
Well, that's the thing about Jace jungle is he doesn't have that great CC setup a lot of junglers have, but he can at least just kind of hang out and get some first strike gold. If he doesn't see the angle for the kill, he just shock blasts in and at least collects some money for his trouble.
I think what's nice is at least the lanes have a good amount of setup. The least is Keen, the top lane, and he at least can flip them back, and it's a longer lane. But mid and bot lane, there's a lot of CC to work with, which I think is kind of
เทสแบบว่าออกไอ้โดรานนี่เลยหมวกโดรานอะโดรานเทมอะ
we saw even the Mel can you do Senna setup for the Jace potentially if those rebuttals do come through.
Well, Chovy does now have the bear in hand. Faker can go back.
สบายเปล่าเฟเกอร์ขับรถได้อุ้ยปล่อยปูไปไม่เอาตีเห็นป๊อปปี้ด้วยสวย
The top lane is incredibly even. Cute little bramble vest here from Keen as well, just to try and nullify a lot of Doran's power. Will put him a little bit behind his Trinity Force.
เฮ้ยโดรานเลนดีอยู่ครับตอนนี้คือโอเคนะ
and the Olaf, and in fact, building as much armor as you can is going to be a great move into T1 just in general, because I do not see magic damage, like at all.
The Sion shield explosion.
Sorry, I apologize. Wait,
Alistair's got a little AP ratio, you know.
Ace is going to go static shiv.
Hey, there you go. Actually, never mind. Static shiv. That's massive. Okay.
I will say there is
มาแล้วครับผม
shred.
Yeah, Roller's
เอ้ย
down
โอ้ย
the flash as there is Faker finding the
มันมาบังว่ะ
onslaught, knocks Duro to the sky, but doesn't have a whole lot after that.
ดู
Still
โล
flash
มีแฟด
available
เดียว
here for this Poppy. Might
ให้
actually
แฟด
have to
สอง
use it
คนเลย
overall
ครับ
and does so.
ทีวัน
Roller finds a snare onto Carrier.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
Uses headbutt. That was
เกอ
That was very cute from Carrier there.
ช่วยดันครับ
Something
ช่วย
we
ดัน
hadn't talked about, which is in the rare case
แล้วเสียง
where
โดรานมาจากไหน
Sion
วะ
is
เนี่ย
mid, is he kind of becomes a global threat with his ultimate between both top lane and mid lane for roams because
It's not a train
ค่าแกงนะนี้
it's a boat.
Yeah, he's going straight through the river, and in this case, able to get multiple critical flashes here. So that is a big win for him. You can see the lanes, though, in this early game and the jungle, with that first strike coming through here, are naturally ahead. Gen.G, without any kills here, have picked up a 500 gold lead off of their early lane advantages alone. Let's see if they can push that advantage into some of these real objectives here.
Oh, there's an interruption from Duro.
He really wanted to channel that.
Yeah, he did. Adjusts his microphone and then gets back to pressing Q. And absolutely does so. As Faker at 500 health.
กูต้องว่าเห็นฟิกเกอร์เล่นไซออนอีก
Is what it feels like. He is sitting at about 20%.
จริงๆแล้วมันควรเป็นมันเป็นพิกมันต้องเป็นอาเซียเว้ยเมื่อกี้
They have control vision on the entrance there. They have vision on the dragon as well. So he feels very good about this.
Oh, that's a bear. That's all. That's my play-by-play, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's a bear.
That's all there is to say.
That's pretty embarrassing.
อุ้ย
It was
ได้
a
50
bear.
ด้วย
I apologize, Ox. I'll try and be better. It's all right. Faker down to
Faker
about
BTP
300.
Lost the cannon.
He's fine.
อุ้ย
And all right, there's a shock blast, and Faker, oh, it's in the air, and there's first blood for Chovy with a pyro blast.
Man, that is for Faker. You feel like you did everything right there. You're just trying to catch this wave, and then you flash, but the Q's in the air.
And Canyon just presses EQ from off screen, and that's what kills you.
It's the worst feeling ever when you
โอเค
flash
เฟเกอร์โดนไป
and
แล้
you
วแต่ว่าได้เคลียร์เวฟนิดหน่อย
you're already dead when you
แต่
hit
เพจ
the
หายไป
ground.
2 แล้วว่าตรงกลาง
Was
ชูวีน่าจะรวยเกมนี้
He didn't have enough mana.
Mana was so low. I
His
think he
mana
didn't
was
have
pretty
mana.
low. That might have been it, because I was thinking maybe he's like flashing to buy time and shield, but the shield never came through. That definitely would have saved him.
We'll probably only know if we get the first-person view there of Faker, but we'll see when we go into the replay if we can.
I hope they don't do it to him, as Hema Pulverize does come
ล็อ
in
ก
from
ไม่ได้
Barrier.
แล้ว
Ruler once again finding a bit of an angle here with
เฮ้ย
his rebuttal, but
ช่องนี้ได้เฉยเลย เฮ้ยเฮ้ย Faker
Faker to the bar lane, and
Oh
Ruler,
my God,
he has to
Faker!
try and dodge it, therefore walking into the waiting arms of FaZe, and there is the answering kill for
โอ้โหมีใบ
T1.
ขับขี่ไซออนนี่เอง
This side of no flashes.
I think, oh, Doran's in trouble here.
Yeah, Shock Blast does
ไอ้
come
หนี
on
หนี
through.
แฟด
The
แฟด
Grim
แฟดแฟด
Deliverance comes down. The
โอ้โหไม่ต้อง
Ragnarok is going to be
ไม่ต้อง
there
แฟด
for
ด้วยครับ
long enough to get Doran out to safety as the Dawning Shadow comes on through. Owner there for the defense, and Keen, oh, he wants this Crystalline Overgrowth. He'll hit it,
Oh.
and the flash immediately has to be used to get this Zehen out of there.
So it ends up being a trade-up in terms of summoners for T1 with Keen beating his flash and
ช่องแคบนี้
We are going to see it.
Yeah, but from Canyon's perspective,
Any moving
คือแกยิงแล้วแกไม่ได้มองด้วยซ้ำอะ
Very nice.
and here it's the same
โอ้โห
play.
แก
from
ขับ
Faker.
จากข้างล่างมาเลยดู
You know,
แก
the ult
แก
comes
ตี
through
ว
from
งมา
obvious
ปลอ
areas,
แล้ว
they're
อะ
in trouble, but Faker drives right between the Tri-Brush, and he's dead again.
Huh.
That's surprising. Not sure what led to that, but obviously...
Kill bot lane, die mid lane.
I
Kill
see
bot
a
lane,
poppy.
die mid lane.
Man,
That's the equilibrium that we're going to hit.
Yeah, the Malignant Spike is there for Chovy, but you would expect at
รี
some
เพย์
point
ยังไม่
they
ทัน
can
เสร็จ
kind
เลย
of just brush a lot of the damage off. But
It was a poppy there, and I think he
Poppy
may have
them.
been a bit zoned in the
Clear
lane's
up.
flank.
Ow. Question mark?
ได้เนี่ย
This time doesn't have the rebuttal. He's going to get snared. There's a heroic charge back, but Carrier
อุ้ย
running
คิด
real
ทำได้ไง
fast
อะ
with that ghost.
เฮ้ย
And Ruler has
กด
nothing
คิว
he can
รัว
do.
มากเลยเหรอ
He just
ทำยังไง
dies.
อะ
you know, I think with the Mel, you're so good at playing into sort of longer range
คือมันใกล้มากเมื่อกี้
or just anything you can
วัว
reflect, but into things like
ทำได้ไง
a
วะ
Sion or an Alistair, you just don't have tools
ทำยังไงอะ
to outplay them. If
มี
you
ความลับ
land
เหร
the
อ
route, great. If they sidestep it, if it misses, if it's not used at the most effective time, they just get on top of
ก
you
ด
and then
รัว
there's
เหรอครับ
nothing you can do. I'm looking at this enemy composition
คือ
as
ใน
the Mel, and it's kind of nightmare.
แบบว่าในแรงที่ตอนนี้พี่อยู่เอมเบอรัลอะคือมันแบบอย่างนี้คือ
And
วัว
it's, you know,
กระเด็น
when
แบ
you're
บ
this far from the lane without flash,
ดันให้แน่นอน
very
อะ
easy to punish you.
ไม่มีทาง
You just
สตัน
happen to
ทัน
have
แน่นอนอะ
twice. I mean, really, three times. The first time they got the flash, and then the next two they were able to get kills before he came up. As Chovy just whittles
จริงเหร
away
อ
at
เมนซับ
Faker,
เขารู้กันเหรอ
and Faker pushes onto Chovy for one more auto here. Just tries to charge Q. I
He
don't know.
really likes pressing Q.
Yeah.
His shield was on cooldown as well. Again, in this situation, he used it early in a trade, so didn't have that available. Nice sidestep there by Carrier, and then holds the combo for
ทำได้ยังไง
the presence from Duro.
bro
And does a short combo at the end just to catch out Ruler. Really well played to set up that one. Pays now with the static shiv, especially when you're playing into a mage in the bot lane. Having extra wave
ลองดิ
clear
พี่
that
ไม่
shiv
ยากจริงเหรอครับ
offers
เดี๋ยว
goes
เดี๋ยวไปลอง
a
เดี๋ยว
long
ไปล
way.
อง
Obviously, this is the standard build to go the static shiv early on center, but it's definitely a big
เทคนิค
pickup when
เทคนิค
the enemy
มาตั้งแต่
Mel
เคเลียเพิ่งเข้าปฐมอะพี่
I'm starting to very strongly feel like Doran is going to have to do some heavy lifting in this game because Faker is so far behind. And the Senna is
Faker
ahead, but that doesn't necessarily
จนมากอะ
translate to a big mid game or anything like that. Yeah, she
โดน
needs
แล้ว
more. Canyon's here again. Oh, not one more time.
Chovy holds the flash, decides he doesn't want to go
คือเหมือน
for it.
หิวเมื่อไหร่ก็แวะมาตรงเนี้ย
Now Faker gonna have to try and keep himself alive. Channels another Q, and now Oda makes his way in. Canyon flashes. Dawning Shadow comes down, and there's the flash from Oda to follow. And down goes the Jace. Oda here to save
มากันเหรอ
the play.
มากันเหรอ มากันเหรอ เจอ
Find
เจ
the
อ
flash from Chovy as well.
ลิงปั่น
This Triforce spike on the Wukong. You could see after the initial
Triforceมา
flash,
ว่ะ
they weren't sure if they wanted to extend the play, but Ona's like, no,
ไปฟาร์ม
I
จน
have
ได้
the
ไตฟอร์ส
damage.
มา
Follow me, and he absolutely did to take out the Jace and Chovy, having a flash as well, punishing the attempt to threaten Faker's tower. And the thing is, so in terms of Faker's position lane now, he has upgraded Merc Treads. He's going to get the Canik.
หายใจเข้าลึกๆเว้ยโดรานเราแค่ดับมาเพื่อทีมไฟเว้ย
I'm a little worried they'll just switch lane and
ในไฟก็แค่สตาร์ทรถมาแล้วก็แบบ
Yeah, that's what I'm
แล้วเดี๋ยวเซนหน้าอันติไปช่วยเพื่อเพิ่มแบบชิลให้แล้วก็แบบไหลไปหาแอนนี่ก่อน แล้วเฟเกอร์ก็จะขับรถมาด้วย That's it.
So got a bit of armor first. But yeah, damage comes in from that shock blast. The magic shield doing nothing there. They go for the push in.
ตรงเนี้ยสโลโดนนี่คือทีเด็ดจัดอะเพราะว่ามันลดเกาะเว้ยดูดิมันแรงมากนะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวฟาดทีเดียวดูดิแรงมาก เพราะว่าวูคองลดเกาะไซออนลดเกาะ
This is a small win here for T1. Really evens
คือ
out the
เกาะ
gold
เจสก็ไม่ค่อยมีอยู่แล้วมันแทบไม่เหลือแล้วมั้งนะ
They need to do more to protect this Senna through this mid game than just to be able to get this gank onto Canyon and Chovy there. So he needs to be set up for success with the gold that he has.
สมัยก่อนมันกดคิวตอนพุ่งจังหวะไหนก็ได้ แต่โดนแก้เลยต้องมีระยะนิดนึงค่อยพุ่งคือเอาง่ายคือสูตรมันคือขอระยะนิดนึงแล้วกด W แล้วกด Q รัวๆเหรอคือ W แล้วกด Q รัวๆอะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะ
But that means the front line needs to play well. And when Faker's behind, it means the Olaf and the Wukong are going to have to pick up the slack. And if they can set Pays up for success, I do really think the game is taking T1, but it's yet to be seen.
Will at least be able to clear out these waves pretty comfortably. Finds yet another nice rebuttal on Pays, who does have piercing darkness, so he'll be fine. Ona coming on over here, spotted by Duro, as that sweeper did at least find the monkey.
35 สแต็กครับเซนนา
And Faker is once again taking a lot of damage here towards his bottom side of the map. I think as this game goes on, we need to feel less and less concerned.
โอ้ยโชวี
It's the fact that he went for the armor, and we were talking about the concerns of him playing into an AD champ, but it means he's delayed his Kanik, and he hasn't gotten to the point where the Annie lane is just easily manageable that we normally
คือน้องเจสเขามาอยู่กับโชวีไม่หยุดอะ
hit into. He would have had the Kanik right now if he'd gone for it, but we'll just get some plate damage here.
มีการเวทเยอะแล้วก็มีคือแกอาจจะขาดมาหน้าด้วยครับแกคงแบบเซ็งๆถ้าเกิดไม่มีมาหน้าฟาร์มไปเรียบมีเลือดมาแล้ว700เฟเกอร์ใช่ครับได้ต้านเวทได้ฟอร์เซนฮาร์ด
That gold has this item and is looking for a second as he's also getting those stacks. Like that's the extra element that you can't get from ganks. You actually have to get it over time. Still gated by game progression.
ยิงใส่เฟเกอร์รัวๆเลยอะเอาเฟิร์สไตล์ที่วันได้เฮอร์โร่ฟรีครับจากเจนจีไปคอสแมปเล่นล่างครับ
And we end up with a really strong soul like Hextech Soul. It's going to get a
แต่
little
ว่า
bit
เจน
tougher
จี
here
เงิน
for
นำเนาะ
T1. But they'll have to get that double dragon first.
Hextech Soul with their
15 นาทีเงินนำแต่นำนิดเดียวแบบพอๆกันเลยครับ
with a Zahen.
On the Zahen, yeah.
And a Poppy, there's a Molten Shield.
Not the. I mean, it's a Poppy.
I'm just trying to say that no matter what the soul is,
เฟเกอร์ไม่พร้อมนะเคเลียบอกเคเลียก็ไม่พร้อมเหมือนกันแต่โดรานมารับตรงนี้ต้องทีพีเลยครับซาเฮนวาดเห็นนะเฮ้ยขับรถมาไปที่ใครวะเนี่ยโอเคขับชนใส่เคเลียเป็นจังหวะมันจะสู้ไม่ได้แล้วตรงนี้
And they regain Prio on this dragon. And now they're going to look to control this zone here into the choke point as the shock blast rain through.
Faker in a lot of trouble now has to flash into the red pit. And I think that will spell the end of T1's contest of this dragon. And Double Dragon's
ตะกี้
great
มี
for
คนเปิด
Gen.G,
ไม่
not
ทัน
the end
แบ
of
บ
the world.
คือ
For
มัน
T1 to have
มัน
to
ยัง
give
เปิด
this
ไม่
one
ได้
up,
อะ
I think
เฟ
dying
เกอ
on
ร์ขับ
that
มาแล้ว
hill is not what you want to be doing. Space coming on over, just grabbing as many souls as he can. Feeling good about that. As Duro looking to gank and Olaf, see whether they can get the round at least. As is going to get pushed back. It is going to be a mountain soul. Oh my god, if T1 get control of this game again and stack 4 mountains, it's unplayable for Gen.G. Absolutely. As now Doran taking so much damage. Dawning Shadow is going to at least soften up Chovy a little bit. As the exhaust was
อุ้ย
used
น้อง
just
เพ
to
ส
get rid of it.
ขับชนเลยครับผม
FaZe throws the Rift Herald towards this outer turret in the mid lane. Ruler not with enough wave clear to clear this one
เสีย
out
ป้อมครับเพราะ
quickly
ว่าไม่มี
enough.
กรับ
As first turret is
Ui.
going to be the race here as Ona finds Canyon. Canyon does get the hammer boot back and does have himself a blast cone in order to escape. That is
โอ
going
เค
to be first
เสีย
turret
อันติ
going
ไป
over
แต่
to
ว่า
Gen.G.
ไม่น่าได้นะ
And
ได้
extending
ป้อม
that
กลาง
gold.
ได้ป้อมกลาง
Yeah, should
เพราะว่า
see Kay's answer here in
รู
the
เลอ
mid
ร์ไปไล่
lane.
ฮะ
And Ona with a lot of pressure.
อุ้ย
He
หู
actually
ถ้าโดน
kept
เมื่อกี้นี้
Jovi over the wall.
Yeah. Oh, blow
เอ้า
for
โอเนอร์ได้
And Ona is able to just turn around and say thanks for the red buff.
You know, the Wukong was once upon a time a counter matchup in the top lane for the Jays. You could see in that interaction with the Cyclone moments before that Canyon doesn't want to interact with him in the jungle at
Faker
all.
มี
If he
ลู
can
เกิล
help
แล้ว
it, he just wants
โช
to
วี
be
ก็
very far away from him and a layering in poke. So I thought
แต่ก็
it was
ต้องทำ
great
ดาเมจ
that
เรื่อยๆ
Ona
ครับไม่งั้น
found that pressure angle in to get on top of
ก็
Canyon there and
ไม่
make
รู้
a
ทำไง
small
อะ
edge. The value of the Cyclone in team fights is really high, but when there's no fight to be had, it's not really a cost that you're giving to actually utilize that to get a little bit more control. So really nice angle there. Owner found. Still finds himself though with all that first strike gold and the extra farm here, significantly behind in the matchup as Cyclo Sword comes through here for Canyon.
Yeah, big spike.
Yeah, huge. Has the Sip and Spang as well, which is great value into the Olaf, into the Scion in particular,
Ooh.
and some value into the center for the ultimate. We have now got the Koenig Ruka in for Faker, so he should be able to just weather the storm in this matchup pretty
ลูเกิล
comfortably.
จริงหน้าบัฟหน่อยนะ
Still taking a lot of damage here from Chovy, who is
ที่ว่า
just able to walk around and hit
ของ
him
มัน
with
อ
as
อกได้
many
เฉพาะ
spells as
ฮี
he
โร่จ
can.
ริงๆอ่ะ
I've never seen
แล้วแม่ง
Annie worry about mana
โดนเนื้อไปเยอะ
because
โอ้
he just
โห
needs so
เพ
many
ส
spells. Because
แต่
this
ว่ามี
health
เลด
bar
บัฟ
is
ก็
so
ชิวๆครับ
large.
His damage numbers on this Annie are going to be above
45 สแต็กแล้วว่า
absurd.
สเกลลิง
Say above
ทีวัน
average.
มีตัวเก็บ
I
ส
would,
แต็ก2 ตัวครับ
hazard to guess. Think a
อย่า
pretty
ดิ้นบาดเลย
safe
ลูก
guess as
อุ้ย
Shock Blast
It is, looks like he's going for the Leandri seconds.
Yeah.
Really going for a burn-based bear, which...
You got to do it. I mean, look at this comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's
แต่
great
เจ็ดไม่มี
value
มานา
in
มู
this
เนะ
situation.
ป่าเนาะ
Obviously, going for a one-shot build only really matters if you can reach Pays, and even if you do, you have to deal with the rest of the team, so...
It's okay. Ruler's got the burst for that.
คือโช
right?
วีมาหน้าหมดหลอดอ่ะ
Canyon's got the burst for that. They are the ones who kill the Senna. You're the one.
เฟกเกอร์เพิ่งครึ่ง
And
หลอด
also, if we're being honest, if Chovy drops a bear onto Pays' head, I think whatever build,
Yeah.
it's probably going
As long as
pretty
it's
good.
got some ability power.
แต่ว่าโชวีรวยอะมันจะแรงมากๆอะ
We might see just avoid stuff after that, and then man.
เฮ้ยมาแล้ว
not really
เกอร์มาแล้ว
the
เกอร์ครับ
champions on T1. So does
แฟตไม่มี
Chovy.
ขับรถ
Faker completely out of mana. The flash
โอ้ย
forward to
มี
block
โล่
the
มีโล่มา
unstoppable onslaught. Apparently it is
หนี
a
ผู้
little
คน
bit
อยู่
stoppable, but Faker
ไม่
isn't.
ตาย
He's
เฟกเกอร์
able
ไม่
to
ตาย
walk
เฟกเกอร์ไม่ตาย
his
สวย
way
มาก
out As Tib is able to come back and join this fight. And that
They
is
fed.
Zero hoping that that was the other Wukong, but the decoy can't walk. So they watch him leave. So Faker will be able to keep himself alive.
Jesus, was a huge
อุ้ย
difference maker there for Faker as well.
เพสจะไหวไหมเนี่ยคือมันโดนโปรโคตรแรงอ่ะ
They don't lose anyone. They do, I guess, theoretically gain some tempo in that play. But Doran still able
ได้
to
ที
catch
พี
this
ได้
mid
แฟด
wave,
จาก
Chovy
ดูโร่
moving
ด้วย
over, and will be able to utilize his brand new Leandries that he just put together. Minute and a half on the Drake, probably going to be their next point of contention between these two teams.
แม่แต่แบบเพสลูนเลียนดี้นี่แม่ง
Oh dear, yeah, Carrier is in a little bit of an odd spot. There is the keeper's verdict though. They get rid of the cow, and that is now Poppy ult on cooldown.
Yeah, trade of support ultimates will feel pretty good, I think, for Gen.G because they're not necessarily
แต่ว่าเลนมันจะผ่านง่ายใช่ป่ะ
that
แชท
worried about ulting people away with this comp that has a lot of poke, whereas Carrier needs that durability.
Yeah, especially that dragon fight. But with the Zeeks, it does give a lot of ultimate, gives you the ultimate ability haste and just some ability haste. So
เฟกเกอร์
50 seconds, I think it will be back up.
แกเหมือนชอบเล่นตัวพวกนี้มากแล้วความรู้สึกพี่นะเหมือนแกพอได้เล่นตัวพวกนี้แกรู้สึกว่าเพลินดีอะ
Gonna be a big one. Both teams so
แกก็เล่นแบบ
close to gold.
เพลินๆเหมื
We
อนแก
just had Ona complete Sundered
ปู่
Sky.
สนุกกับการเล่นตัวนี้มากเลยว่ะ แก enjoy มากอะ
Very relevant. And he's going to be a main factor, I feel like, in this next team fight. If he can get access to those squishier targets, which, let's be honest, there's a lot of them on the side of Gen.G, he can do so much damage.
ถ้ามันไม่ใช่เกมถ้ามันเป็นแค่ LCK ธรรมดาเก็บแต้มนะมันจะเฉยๆเลยอะแต่นี้มันคือความเป็นความตายอะ
Pays is either dead or so low health that he is
คือมัน
practically dead and has to leave.
ตั๋ว
So this
MSI
needs
อะ
to be really
เฟกเกอร์มาแล้วว่ะ
good here when we set up for these
มัง
objectives.
กรยิง
Gen.G
เคเลียไม่พร้อม
have
เท่าไหร่
cryo
ครับ
now. Faker's gonna TP over and try to rebel
เฟกเกอ
some
ร์
of that away.
เฟกเกอร์ไม่พร้อมเพื่อนไม่พร้อมเฟกเกอร์อย่าเพิ่ง พยายามจะไล่พุ่มนี้ให้ได้ พยายามยิงกับเพส
Doran is on a
คิดหวาน
flank
ก่อน
angle and he is so scary if he can get
เฮ้
into
ย
this backline shot.
คนที่ออกแบบตอนนี้คือโอลาฟมา
But he's a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team. They're chasing
อุ้ย
Chovy
โดนไม่โดน ไปแล้วโอลาฟบอกกูบอกแล้วไงกูบอกแล้วไง
Gen.G trying to pull it back and the flash
Olaf
from Keen gets the kill onto the cow and
ขาดเดียว
somehow
เชี่ย
playing
กว่าจะตาย
where the dragon is the net. What the heck was going on there? As the snare not going to connect onto Faker, who looks to get himself out. These health bars are so low. How is this just a 1-for-1? T1 get control of the Drake.
อุ้ยช่วยแกแฟกสเต็ปสวยว่ะคือโดนไซเบเกอร์แต่ว่าไม่โดนขวานสักอันเลยถ้าโดนขวานแค่อันเดียวอ่ะเน้นหน่อยอ่ะจะจบเลยเนี่ยเจอปุ๊บแบบกดโกนเลยเนี่ยสไตเบเกอร์แล้วอ่ะแต่แกหลบตรงนี้หนึ่งแล้วตรงนี้วิ่งตามไม่ทันเลยเว้ยและอันนี้สองคือแบบ
But he only gets carry and you see
Chovy used the dragon wake up to get
โอ้
some
โห
space
เฟเกอร์
there.
คือตรงนี้คือแบบ
Ragnarok ended as well. It was crazy timing.
Doran was trying to use the dragon to kill him, but then the dragon was hitting him and then Tibbers and it was a whole mess.
แต่ว่าโชวี่ไม่มีแฟดละรอบหน้าก็สไตเบเกอร์แล้วก็มันเฟดรัดด้วยแหละแต่จริงแกน่ากดอันติแล้วแกข้ามเข่าไปเลยนะแฟดข้ามเข่าไปเนาะโดราแต่ว่าแกทำอย่างนั้นไม่ได้แล้วเพราะว่ามันยังไม่มีเดดแดนถ้ามีเดดแดนทำได้มันจะแบบเข้าไปนัวแล้วแบบได้มา1แน่นอนแต่พอไม่มีเดดแดนมันน่าจะไปแล้วตาย
and in that last fight, Chovy had some shenanigans, right? Was able to buy much space, escape, run away.
อันนี้มีไอเฟดลัชอะแต่มันชื่อว่าอะไรนะ Storm Circling Storm เลยนะ
And he's not chasing Chovy alone. He's going on top of Ruler. Things get a little bit different as Gen.G again have this prio.
Storm Rider Circ
Into the
เฮ้ย
pit goes Doran.
อะไรวะเนี่ยโดราไปแล้วโดราตายแล้ว
So much damage. Dawning Shadow keeping him alive, but he will be taken out. They traded for Ruler, but there's still a lot of damage
พยายามแทงอยู่
here for Gen.G. The Grim Deliverer
คิเลแทงอยู่มาแล้วปั่น
And now it's Owner that's in there doing battle. Finds the Poppy, but that's just a
ไอ้เชี่ย
support.
เสียโซพอย
And
วะ
that is going to be the Drake going over to Gen.G. Keeping their whole top side alive and just foregoing the bottom lane and not really caring.
You know, Wolf, I think Doran
คีนแรงมากตอนเนี้ย
and took it a little bit too hard because he jumped in by himself and just got melted.
He needed more nearby there, and when he's
ไม่มีสเปล
down
เมื่อกี้โดรา
and the
เล่นแบบ
enemy
นั้
is
น
still alive,
ไม่
the
ค่อย
damage
เสี่ยงไป
throughput from the center you talked about in the draft earlier, even
มัน
on
ต้องมี
3
วิชั่นแบบ
items, it
คือ
just
มันต้องแบบ
isn't
รอ
as strong as
คือขับรถมาแล้ว
other
เข้าใจ
traditional carries. It's very
Especially when
slow.
she's not there.
คือกะว่าจะรอให้
It's not there at the beginning of this fight as
เฟเกอร์
Doran
ชนตรงนี้
goes in and just gets melted. And the knockup here
เมล
of the
ตายจริง
Wukong
แต่ว่า
means that there's not
ไซเฮน
enough
แบก
to
กับ
lock
โชวี่
people
อะ
down for pace to do the damage. Keen's ult
แล้ว
here
เจ
is
สก็แบบ
fantastic.
ดาเมจเยอะด้วย
He is unkillable. He has the
โอ้ยูโร
res.
โคตรสวยอะชน
When Owner gets back in, he's just burned down as Keen holds the line, and T1 do not have enough damage in this Senate to actually secure the kills.
Pace spent pretty much the whole fight autoing a Keen who had a res with a bear sitting on top of him in his face, and there's just not much you can do in that situation. Doran a little bit over aggressive in that situation, and it allows Gen.G to get the third dragon off the game. Damage dealt. Yeah,
มันเป็นเพราะว่าไม่มีอาราคิตีมันตีช้ามันเน้นตีแล้วก็
Trophy deserves a lot of credit for doing a lot of damage in a lot of games, right? The Galio was such an incredible thing, but like he was just hitting a Scion all game.
แต่พี่เข้าใจโดราเมื่อกี้นะคือแบบรอให้ศัตรูอยู่ตรงตัวเองเยอะๆแล้วก็กะว่าเฟเกอร์จะชนแต่เฟเกอร์ไปชนเมลซึ่งถูกกว่ามันแบบดีกว่าอยู่แล้วแล้วอันติเซนหน้ามาก็ไม่ช่วยเพราะว่ามันมีเซอร์เพนแฟงครับโหแล้วมันมีบาเชียนแคนยอนแม่งซื้อไอเทมนี้มาด้วยไม่มีใครซื้อเลยนะซึ่งดีถ้าไม่มีมานามูเนถือว่าดี
As the unstoppable onslaught here from Faker is optimistic, as Chovy does have those Swifties. The rest of T1 looking for an angle, but Owner's approach is going to get denied, and I think Faker is just going to go down. Chovy comes on over, does have a Q, but it's Canyon that grabs the kill. The rest of T1, Baron is at least able to take this turret in the bottom lane, but he's got a teleport in hand.
Baron's up, and without half of the front line, I think they just focus him down again. If he decides to show up, he is going to come here a little bit late. Gen.G playing this slow. Duro on the flank.
Yeah, keep his verdict going to be a big deal, but it's on cooldown.
Again, he's looking for it.
Yeah. Flash not quite available just yet.
เคลียร์กดติ
He's going to stop that one. Carrier in
อ๋อ
so
เคลียร์
much
ติดแล้ว
trouble. Gen.G looking for the turn.
จบแล้วแท
A
งนี่
better
แล้ว
Baron play than their last one, we have to admit.
Oh, Doran gets caught here.
With the wrap around. And Chovy is going to be able to find him with that stun. He has to throw down the Ragnarok, but using it defensively. He doesn't get a lot of time. And Keen wants that angle.
ตัดได้ตัดบาลอนได้สวยแล้วแลกกันตีกันไปสวยครับทีวันยังประคองได้ครับ
happy with how that panned out. The fact that they were threatening that Doran flying, he obviously gets focused down, but unable to
ช็อต
catch
นี้
him
ส
out
โล
with
โดน
the
นะ
ult here. Faker
แกเลยจะขับรถแบบ
ends up
ปรากฏ
going
สโลหมด
aggressive. They want to make a
น่าหมด
prime
พอดีเลย
play, but the
หมดก่อนที่จะ
double CP
ไปถึงพอดี
instantly turns things around, and T1 decide they can't follow up
Not
with
to
this.
mention the keeper's verdict, which denies Carrier from being able to stick around and buy space for a potential Doran TP.
เอ้ยเหนื่อยจังเลยอะ Gen.G ขอ
But like you said, denying the Baron felt like best case scenario
ขอไปบ้างเถ
for
อะ
T1 there. Because if they lose the Baron there, they lose the soul as well, and that means Mountain Soul goes over. But they were able to fight tooth and nail to hold on to that one. And the only gold lead here is Paze, right? He's getting bigger and bigger. He's post 70
แต่ว่าได้
stacks
2 TP
here
เมื่
on
อกี้
the
คุ้ม
Senna. But the rest of the team is
อยู่
so
นะ
far
ถ้า
behind
แบ
that
บ
it doesn't necessarily
ไม่เสีย
matter.
บาลอน
We
เมื่อกี้
mentioned
ก็
this
ถือ
so
ว่าคุ้ม
long
อัน
ago
นี้
in the game is going to be a big responsibility
เซ
for
เกิร์ได้ป้อม
Doran
ว่ะ
to maybe be a frontline so that Paze can actually go with him in terms of target selection. Doran gets on top of somebody, Paze layers that damage.
แกต้องรีบมี unending อะ
They just haven't been able to set up those phalanxes for the Paze. They haven't
แล้วก็
been
มี
able to
แบบ
find
ตั
the
ดฮิว
right
ก็ดี
targets, and it keeps being someone from T1 goes in and gets burned down, and Paze is like, I'm trying back here, but I can't
ไม่กล้าเล่น
quite
พุ่
get
ม
it
ล่างครับ
done alone. 50 seconds
กลับ
until
มา
that dragon
รอ
spawns here, and T1
โซ
absolutely
มังกร
cannot
ครับ
give this one up.
ทีวันต้อง
And we get the
ได้
rapid
โซเท่า
fire
นั้น
for
เลยอะ
Paze, a big spike, being able to play around
เสีย
that
โซตอนนี้นี่น่าจะ
ungodly center range.
มันจะฆ่ายากมากอะ
Hopefully on the back of this can get a bit better target access following up on the setup from the team.
And on this Drake fight, it looks like Shadow Flame not quite done yet.
มาครับผม สเปลมีทุกคนครับตรงนี้ยกเว้นเคเลียที่ไม่มีแฟลช
is ridiculous now as well. As Dura not too worried about Carrier.
Even with the gold lead for Gen.G, I think just on item completion, T1 have an edge right now.
แคนยอนครับผมยิงทีเดียวคือสะดุ้งอ่ะ
These are some really good item spikes to have, but it's going to come down to execution at the end of the day.
Yep. I think this keeper's verdict is going to be such a big deal as well.
ยิงไกลๆได้แต่ว่า
Keep your eye on him to see what this poppy can actually
เบา
accomplish
จี
here.
เฮ้ยโอลาฟได้อ้อมโอลาฟได้อ้อมครับ พุ่มนี้เฟเกอร์โดนไปเท่าไหร่เกือบตายวางกับบ้านได้ปะไปหนึ่งวางกับบ้านก่อนเดี๋ยวมายึดหน่อย7 วินาที
They can get that big
ไอ้
shield.
เหี้ยไม่ไหววะเหี้ยเจดแม่งแรงมาก
They're just going to focus the dragon now. They've done enough work here. Carrier getting low.
Yep, Gen.G gonna try and
ที่
hold
พุ่
on
ม
to
นี้
this
ได้แล้วครับ
one. Remember,
ที
this
วัน
is
แต่ว่า
Mountain
เลือด
Soul
โลกันหน่อยนึง
They cannot give this one up. But
ชิ
Faker
โอเนอร์
makes
เกื
his
อบ
way
ตายแล้วว่ะ
back. The rest of his teammates looking a little worse for wear though, and Paze just needs to hammer that Q button over and over again.
But again, only hitting Keen, and no one else cares. And these shot
Oh, the flash
coming.
forward from
สวยมาก
King.
เพชร
Doesn't get on top of
โอ
Paze.
ลาฟ
He gets is exhausted.
โอลาฟยังไง
Carrier gets into that
แม็ก
backline.
ไปทางนี้แล้วกัน
Trying to avoid Paze.
ตายคีนตาย
And now the dragon
ดูโล
just belongs
ได้
to T1.
เด็ดรีเซ็ต โอ้โหโดราดพยายามเห็นสุดความสามารถแล้วโอเนอร์ไอ้เชี่ยไอ้ป่าชวีสวยมากโอ้โหเคนยอนมันยังได้อีกอยู่ไหนกันครับ
They are going to try to collapse.
แบบนี้ผม
Baker's health bar looking a whole lot better now. As Ruler is going to be able to snare him to flash forward, and Ruler will get that speed up from the W.
This was such a chaotic fight.
ปูฉุนแล้วเนี่ย
I gotta say there was a lot of mishaps from either side. We see it starting off. It's Keen trying to set up this grab on a Paze, but Paze flashes, and then Carrier actually fails the combo when he flashes in.
But then
Doran gets access.
And Doran gets exhausted, but it doesn't matter. He's in ult, and he's just running.
ตรงนี้ได้รีเซ็ตตรงนี้ก็แจ่มแล้วนะ
him either. And even though he goes down, he did enough. And it feels like for the first time in any of these Olaf fights, he was able to make the difference, buy the space to allow Paze to follow up on those
โอ้ my god โคตรแบบมันเกมมันค่อนข้างสูสีมากเลยอ่ะ
The stacks are rolling, and Paze is deathless on this Senna. His positioning has been very good, and finally, Doran sets him up.
He is very big.
I think a big thing as well is that since the last fight we had, Doran able to pick up Death Dance and Hex Drinker, so he just feels so much harder to cut through. And when he starts getting kills, he's getting the Death Dance cleanses to reset the bleed. He is very... Oh my lord, that range!
โอ้มาแล้วครับเลดเกมครับผมเซนน่ามาแล้วครับมาแล้วครับผมยิงครับกระจุยกระจายยกเว้นโดนเปิด
And Pays is going to find Duro. Steadfast presence not really doing anything at all as the snare is
ล็อกขาโดนว่ะ
going to connect. Dawning Shadow. And
ขับรถชนกำแพง
that is going to be GA now down for Owner as they overextend a little. Faker moves in and even Tibbers stays alive. Keen, very frightening as well, level 17 on this hand.
เฟกเกอร์ขับรถชนกำแพงเมื่อกี้น่าจะเร่งคือต้อง
I think when we see the next
ไม่ได้ดูโล่อะถ้าได้ดูโล่เมื่อกี้ได้
tells him to and they shoot Base shoots at
ได้บอลลอน
whoever Doran is running towards and it feels almost
เปิดบอลลอนไม่ได้เลยโดนตีทิ้งแน่นอน
to lose fights now at this stage because he's so big on this Senna.
Well, Tibbers is going to go flying around just a little bit here. Gen.G getting
ต้องรอ
control
เมื่อกี้ได้
of
GA
this
นี่
top
คิว
side. That shock blast, I mean, this poke is still such a huge deal. The range is something that we cannot really forget about as T1 they need to be so decisive and start fights before their health bars just reach
เฟกเกอ
zero.
ร์ยังเจ็บเลย
He's poking tanky targets as well. He's hitting the side and it's doing so much damage.
Is now done 4 items on this Jace.
Yeah, he's super strong. And the fact that he's got 35,000 damage, like remember, Chovy inflated that number massively by just hitting the Scion all laning phase and even outside of lane. Canyon, this is just
camps and then poke.
Yeah. He's hit some really, really big ones. Hasn't always been onto the Senna, but
through Celestial opposition.
Yep, it doesn't even matter if he's not hitting the Senna, if he gets enough time to hit these shock blasts, though, as Faker's gone a little bit halfway in terms of building both the armor right and the magic resistance, so it feels less tanky than Doran in a lot of ways because Doran has his ult running. He is level 18 at this point, 3 levels up on Faker, but it's all about whether or not the shock blast hits Pays or if they get enough time to shock blast enough of the front line with Chovy's burn damage coming through. They can't start a Baron yet. They don't have a traditional 80 carry. They do not have enough controls. So this game is once again going to slow down a little bit here. And I think
ไม่ค่อยได้เห็นเซนนาสแต็กเยอะนะจริงๆแล้วมันเมื่อก่อน150นี่เห็นบ่อยมากแต่ว่าตอนนี้คือ100สแต็กก็เก่งละ
If Canyon hits a shock blast onto Pays.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as the shock blast is going to connect onto Faker. That one.
The thing is, he's just racing so much money.
I would love to see his first strike numbers.
Because, I mean, that's the thing with first strike is that, you know, obviously in lane, if you're playing a laner with it, you can proc it pretty consistently if you're in the right matchup, but you don't have the damage to really back it up. This is the point where Canyon has the damage to back it up. This is where first strike really spikes, and he's just printing more and more money. Unfortunately for himself, he only has 1 more item slot, but getting towards that pretty quickly.
Yep, the F sword now in pocket as well. We'll see what he's going to turn that one into as a GA is probably on the way. Owner does now have 4 items himself. Black Cleaver is now done. We've got a couple of those.
If you can start stacking these Mountain Dragons as T1 as this game gets
อยากให้เคลียร์ออกไอ้นี่ว่ะวอร์มออกอะ
souls on the table for them, but denying it from Gen.G
นี่
is
กลับไปเอาอะไร
massive,
นะ
and that's permanent if Gen.G get it, whereas this Baron is only temporary, and all of those inner turrets are still up. So getting Baron doesn't mean you're sieging to win the game either. You're playing it.
IE มาแล้วครับผม
Yeah, he is big. He is the biggest. He also gets to extra, you know, bling bling control wards because
เชี่ยยิงแบบไกลทั้งแบบลาผิดไฟแคนนอนทั้งแบบสโคปอะเหลือแค่แบบได้ลำอะไอ้เทียลำจริงโอ้ยถ้าไม่มีเจสเกมนี้แม่งจบไปแล้วอะจริงๆเลยเนี่ยเฮ้ยขับรถชนว่ะคีนรับให้
Being a bit of a hero to try and keep Ruler safe, and it is
ระยะไว้ก่อนน้อง
as Doran now with that steadfast presence. Doran not actually going overly aggressive against Gen.G.
อุ้ยสุดแบบเบาสิไอ้เหี้ยเพชรจะตายแล้วว่าชิบหายแล้วใช้ทำไงดีวะ
Now Pays is in so much danger if he sticks around.
That was the thing that we were scared of seeing, and now we know why we were scared of seeing it.
Yeah, that's the Mountain Soul, I think. That's enough. Just got it. That's it. It's
เชี่ยแขนย้อนแม่งแบก
Doran realizes that he's probably been seen based on the movement of Gen.G, and the Keeper's verdict is not going to come through, but that is just a free Mountain Soul.
He just wants to make sure Owner doesn't steal, so he channels it. If Owner runs in, he just knocks him away. They wait for it, secure the dragon. I felt like in that moment you could see Gen.G couldn't even believe that T1 was giving it up, but they did. And yes, he's got a lot of stacks, he's got 100 crit, he's got the additional damage from the IE. It is 2 shots, If he gets hit by a third, he dies, and they might lose more than a dragon, so he has to leave, and the dragon goes over. Now, Gen.G can put their focus on the top side of the map.
Isn't it so unfair, though? You just get hit by 1 ability from Canyon, and then, oh, well, I just hit a massive item spike. I was ready to play the game. I guess I'll just go and take a break.
ไอเทม5 ชิ้นแต่ว่าเล่นไม่ได้ครับผมสแต็ก100เซนนาเจอแคนยอน
have your front line stand between you and the Jace
ยิ่งทำให้ทีวันมีปัญหาเนี่ยเพราะว่ามันต้องรีบฆ่าแอนนี่ให้ทันอะไรเงี้ยเฮ้ยได้แฟงว่ะเคลียร์ได้ตำแหน่งแฟงว่ะ
And is now trying to find an angle.
เฮ้ยเจอเคลียร์เจอ
Keen actually cancels his back there as well as Carrier
Xซอสมา Faker TP มา
Let's see whether Keen can actually buy enough time because Doran and Owner are both running up.
สโลโดน
Going to follow is Keen does have the ulti. He's doing a
สอง
lot of
รอบเหรอ
work and has charged up the
ไม่เวิร์กว่านี้
passive. It's going to take a long time. Is now
เฮ้ย
Canyon
ไปแล้วเจษ
here. There is the chase as they look to get on top of
เจษ
Shadow to keep him
โดราน
alive as it's both
ตาย
going down.
เพชรตายเฮียเจอโชวีดัก
The bear burns him down, and Chovy throws a Q into a decoy.
โอ้ยแย่แล้วทีวันกลับบ้านได้ปะ
might be able to push Chovy away, but the damage it has been done, and Gen.G will wipe them off the map.
This felt like a winning play for T1, but then Paze gets exploded by Chovy, and suddenly, without that damage, without that DPS, without that Senna, everything falls apart, and Gen.G will claim the Baron.
and it is so crazy how much damage Doran took from Canyon at this late game stage. Like, oh, Olaf, he's going in, and then he goes
โอ้ยโชวีช็อตนี้มีเล่นได้เพราะมีหว่าตรงนี้เนี่ยมีหว่าตรงนี้หรือเปล่า
beginning of this, and we're going all the way to the beginning of this replay, which is a
โอ้
little
โช
bit
วีโดน
longer
ไล่
here,
ยิง
but
มาตลอด
allows
ทางเลย
Gen.G to group up. But watch where Paze is
แล้ว
on
เพ
the
ส
left
ผ่านหว่า
side,
ตรง
where
นี้
Chovy
นี่
is
ไง
trying
หว่า
to
ตรง
match
เนี้ย
this
หว่า
to
ที่
go
เพสโดน
super
เนี่ย
far away, because if they
เนี่ย
catch him,
รอเลย
he dies, but he needs to rejoin his team because he feels like they're starting to lose control of the top side fight. He ults
ตรงนี้
here,
คือแบบ
but
โดน
watch
แฟดเข้า
Chovy.
ปึ้ม
Chovy
ปึ้ม
does
ปึ้มปึ้ม
got
ปึ้ม
a
ปึ้
control
ม
ward there, and he does 100 to 0, and Paze's first death may be his
มีหว่า
last
ตรง
in
นี้
this
ซึ่ง
game
มัน
as
กำลังจะหมด
now
ภายใน
Gen.G
5
have
วินาที
so much siege to push and control. They have the mountain soul, and it
Little bit
gets so
lucky
much
ว่ะ
harder from here.
You know what's
Unlucky
crazy is that we were talking about how
คือถ้าหว่านั้นหมดมันจะไม่เห็นว่า
being
เพส
heavy build.
มาเว้ย
He did obviously just finish the Rabadons before that, but Paze had cleanse and flash, and I just don't think expected to get one shot.
Well, the way Chovy was walking, he looked like he was clicking on the team fight, right?
Yeah. I mean,
then just
he faked it really well.
Flashed on his face, and he was just dead.
But I think in Paze's mind, he's like, I don't die here. I've
Hey.
cleanse flash. He was
ดู
pretty
โล
late with the cleanse.
Yeah.
ถึกอ่ะ
Either way, an impressive play from Gen.G,
มี
and
มังกร
now
ดิน
full control
เอล
in
เดอร์
their
2 นาทีครึ่ง
direction. 4,000 gold the lead, but the oh
เล่นยังไง
my
วะเนี่ยไอ้
lord.
เชี่ย
Okay, Canyon.
Oh.
He's now got half items. Like this guy, you were mentioning the money printer. He doesn't need the money printer anymore.
He's a damage printer now.
Yeah, he is.
And my God, the accuracy is going up the later this game goes, and with more and more items. That's a good pairing. As Paze obviously has a lot of sustain, and given a little bit of time,
Jungle,
can get his health
my
back to full, as you can see
God.
here. But man, you get hit by another one of those, and suddenly you lose an inhibitor.
Well, you've got Ruler now trying to push this one in. Does
โดนเนื้อ
manage
ไป
to
เยอะ
take
มาก
down
เจ๊
the
จัง
inner
โก้
turret
แต่ว่า
thanks
มัน
to the crystalline overgrowth. That is going to be that gold lead extending
Canyon
a little
แบก
bit
จริงแบบ
further.
แบ
The
ก
top
มากอะ
wave has not been tended to at all by Gen.G, and so they're going to be pinging that one out now, looking for a reset, buying some items, and then going for the top lane push.
The key
But this
is-
Baron
Up Elder.
is. I don't think it's going to break open the base or anything like that, and the Elder is what we need
That's
to
what I was
worry
gonna say.
about.
The key is the Elder, right? And they're going to have, if they don't get any inhibitors, they should have some prio and they should have some control, but it's not as good as it could have been. But when you are the team that has this much poke and this much turn with the Annie, right, the Zahin that can charge on you, it's hard to be the approaching team, and Doran, when he presses R, the timing of that, how he does it, the fact that he doesn't have Ghost now, but he will have it for
เมื่อกี้เพจก็อยากยิงมากๆนะ น้องก็แบบว่าอยากจะเข้าไปยิงแล้วอะไปไม่ถึงครับคุณผู้ชม
potentially game losing catch there onto Paze. They still have one more shot at this despite everything.
What's really
โดรานก็
important
แบก
is
อยู่นะ
normally you fight a dragon,
โอ
you
เนอ
burn
ร์
your
แบบ
summoners, the
ทุกคนเล่นดีหมดอะ
dragon. But we
ปัญหา
didn't
มัน
get
คือ
a
แบบ
fight a dragon, it was the shock blast
เจนจีก็เล่นแบบ
onto Paze that
ดี
meant
มากๆ
there
โดยเฉพาะ
wasn't
แคนยอน
a
นี่
fight.
คือโค
They
ตร
used the flashes after, so going into this
แบกทีม
Elder,
อะ
there's going to be a lot of summoners not
ทีมแบบ
actually
สู้ไม่ได้แล้วอะแต่แบบ
available yet. You can see Paze
แคนยอนแม่งแบก
3/4 of the way. Dragons up in 50 seconds. There's so many of these summoners that will be down. That's going to make it such a tense
my lord.
setup.
Another shock blast is going to connect. Not on the Paze this
ต้องให้
time, so it's
Paze
not
มา
as
ช่วย
much
ยิง
of a jump scare as the Red buff will be secured. Now looking for Faker, who does have to use the ultimate.
So much control
Gen.G's right now. Like they're pushing them back. Faker's pushed out, doesn't have his ult now.
But T1 have to contest it.
They have to, and they don't have great tools. Carry is going to use his unsealed TP to get back into the mid lane here and join pace. They can push that but this is do or die, and Gen.G held all the cards for this really critical objective, a game-winning one.
And the thing that's really frustrating here for T1 is that one of the biggest counters to Olaf is just getting burst down. And Gen.G's composition does that. Like that's its whole job is to burst a target and take them out of it. They even have a Mel for execution. And so I feel like what we've seen from Doran in the past on this pick just feels way less possible unless he finds a beautiful angle to avoid a
They don't
know where he is. They're like, where is this Olaf? I want to see him. I need to know where he is. It's behind them.
Just TPing for the shield right now. Oh, it doesn't actually have it.
Oh, he doesn't have those?
Yeah.
As all right, King
ถ้า
could
เปิ
be
ด
in a
คิ
little
ม
bit of
ก็
trouble. Grim Deliverance is available, so he will
เฮ้ย
be able to keep that one
ช็อตนี้
alive.
โอนาปั่นทันปะเคลียร์นี่ว่าคีตายดาวิเจ
Grim Deliverance, he manages to keep himself alive. But
คีตายเอาคีตายโอเนอร์ตายเหมือนกันตรงนี้ดูโล่แฟดออกมาเฟเกอร์พยายามแทงอยู่ไอ้เชี่ยไม่ได้อีกเพราะว่าโอเนอร์ตาย
And they have to deal with a teleport back in. With the health bar coming back, I mean, Canyon here is not going to be able to secure this without his teammates. So
แล้วคือเดี๋ยวคีนเกิดมาคีนจะมาถึงก่อน
And the big thing for me in this one was Duro's ult, because this play started off favorably, 4T1, but Doran gets ulted out by Duro from the Banana Rush. And then as a result, they just don't have Olaf. Imagine if he's running the back line now, how different it's going to be.
โดราไปหาดูเลอร์เมื่อกี้คือชนะเลย
I think in almost every situation,
ดู
but
โล
the
มา
fact
ตี
he's
ทิ้ง
not
สวย
there
สัตว์
is that we get another free fight here.
There he is now. Yeah, he turns around, but he's spotted so incredibly quickly. Chovy looks for the angle.
ได้ปะดูโลได้เฮียวมากลับมาแล้วได้แล้วโดรานมึงไปยังไงคุยกันก่อนแล้วปุ้งได้เอลเดอร์ครับทีวันโอ้ my โดนทำมาจากไหนอ่ะสุดยอดไปเลยโดรานตันสโลว์ตีแล้วข้ามมาได้เย้จบเลย
They've managed to do it once again.
มาจากไหนครับเนี่ยโดรานขอดูรีเพย์ด่วน
Comes in clutch, and this was not an easy game. This hasn't been an easy series.
ปีมาตีทิ้ง
But
มา
T1 are looking to go to match point. Keen trying to defend.
Yeah, trying to kill the minion wave at least.
ไม่ได้ตีสแต็กเลยนะครับตรงนี้
Doesn't get that passive, and Duro now with the keeper's verdict.
ตีไม่โดนว่ะ
The answer is no. He hits a few minions away, but that is a
9 วิทันนั้น
And there are 7 seconds on
โอ้ที่ว่ากลับมานำ 2-1 เชี่ยที่ว่ากลับมานำ 2-1 แล้วเกมพอยต์รีเพย์ด่วนครับอาจารย์เอ้ยโดรานครับผมโดรานจัดให้
against Hanwha Life Esports. Everyone thought they had the momentum. They didn't have the draft reads there. Fast forward to today, we're seeing tons of draft creativity. Makes you wonder if they were hiding it just in
ไหนใครหมิ่นโดรานไหนใครหมิ่นโดราน
They come in as underdogs and they're starting to perform. They are on match point.
What a difference one day can make.
Yeah.
And T1 feeling more prepared going into this position. It's not over yet. Gen.G have really challenged them in this series.
เฮ้ยเฟเกอร์ไปนั่งตรงนั้นได้ไงเฟเกอร์อย่าเพิ่งไปนั่งกับคนดู
reigning MSI champions returning would be absolutely massive. They still just need that one more game win to get over the finish line.
And there is just something about
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณ โอยาโคดนด้วยครับ19 เดือนครับ
I mean, Gen.G were winning the whole game.
เทสดาเมจ
It just doesn't matter.
โอ้โหดาเมจของแคนยอนเกือบ 60,000 อ่ะโอ้โห
Give me the Doran damage taken.
Yeah, I mean,
โดรานดาเมจอาจจะไม่ได้เยอะแต่ว่าช็อตเมื่อกี้คือแบกอะแล้วฆ่าดูโลได้ไงมันเลยรีเซ็ตเดดแดนกินกล้วยเลยครับเฟเกอร์ใช้น้ำตาลเยอะครับเฟเกอร์ต้องเล็งคิวอะเล่นไซออนอะเฮ้ยเคเลียขอกล้วยคำเหรอ จากใครสักคนแน่นอนในเคเลียเขียวตุ้ยเลยแต่ว่าไม่ได้ถือกล้วยหูกลับมานำได้ว่ะ2-1เชี่ยสัตว์ไม่อยากเกม5เลยอะขอโทษในคำหยาบเลยครับแต่ไม่อยากให้มีเกมทั้งหูเฟเกอร์ตรงนี้คือแบบของจริงโอ้โหโดรานอย่างแบกคุณผู้ชมตรงนี้เกือบชนะไฟเกือบจบเกมเลยแต่โชวี่ก็ลำเลียงกันติแบบทุกอย่างใส่เพสจนระเบิดไปเลยแล้วแกล่อมาสุดด้วยดูอีกรอบครับตรงนี้โดรานก็ดันเวฟธรรมดาเลยครับดันเวฟมาแล้วก็แบบปล่อยอะตรงนี้จะจีพลาดเพราะอยากจะเซตอัพให้คีนทีพีไงพลาดนะแล้วเพสทำดาเมจใส่ดูโร่แบบช่วยทำให้โดรานรีเซ็ตโอ้พลาดครับไม่ไปทำไอ้หวาดด้านขวากันโดรานนะเวฟดันด้วยเวฟดันแบบโดรานเดินเข้ามาชิวๆเลยมาแบบตรงๆเลยรีบไงรีบร้อนเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าแบบถ้าเซตอัพทันแล้วเปิดบาร์เปิดเอลเดอร์แล้วเดี๋ยวคินทีพีลงมายังไงโอเนอร์มาไม่ทันครับแล้วได้เอลเดอร์ไปฆ่าแน่นอนเป็นเกมคุณภาพอีกแล้วครับท่านคุณผู้ชมสงสัยพี่ว่า Gen.G อาจจะเป็นขออยู่ฝั่งบลูบ้างแล้วล่ะ
ที่1ทอมโดเนตมา20 บาทแผนซียงมิดของผมเป็นไงครับพี่กิฟชอบไหมครับ
เอาจริงอ่ะมันก็มีหลายครั้งที่พี่บอกเฮ้ยจริงไงเอาไซออนไปกลางแล้วดับแบบเอาตัวท็อปเลนเคาน์เตอร์ไปเลยแบบเจอพวกเลอบองหรือเจอพวกเมจที่มันแบบดาเมจมันจำกัดอะดาเมจไม่ได้เป็นสเกลลิ่งกับเลือดอะเป็นดาเมจเบิร์สอะแล้วเอาไซออนไปกลางอะแต่ก็ไม่คิดว่ามันจะมาในเกมแบบรอบชิงตั๋วใบสุดท้ายอะเกมนี้แล้วฮาร์ดเรทเท่าไหร่ครับพี่กิฟอุ้ยไม่ได้ใส่เลยอะมันเมื่อวานนอนไม่ได้ใส่บูทด้วยลืมความเครียดถ้าสมมุติว่าร่างกาย3คือสูงสุดนะ0คือน้อยสุดใช่ปะช่วงตั้งแต่บ่ายโมงเป็นต้นมาเนี่ยความเครียดอยู่ประมาณ2คือไฮแต่มีช่วงหนึ่งที่แบบความเครียดหายไปประมาณบ่าย2น่าจะเกมแรกจบหายเครียดส่วนความเครียดเนี่ยถ้าให้ดูกราฟเนี่ยจริงๆครับมันเป็นรถไฟจริงๆมันเป็นรถไฟเลยดูดิแบบกราฟมันนะกราฟมันขึ้นลงรถไฟเลยรถไฟเหาะพอชนะก็หายก็ดีใจขึ้นไม่เครียดแล้วแป๊บเดียวก็กลับมาเครียดใหม่
And then they have to lose the Drake.
I think you have to give some credit to Canyon as he had so many melee champions in front of him, right? You have that Sion, you have that Olaf, you have that Alistar, but somehow he was finding pace in these fights.
So I felt like T1 was struggling to find that.
กราฟเงินที่วันมาพี่รอแมนยูกลับมาแพ้อีก
I thought it was
อีกนานเลย
Yeah, and here we go, the final fight here. It starts off with the Elder, and it's a good look
for
T1, but they don't have enough damage to follow up, plus you lose your Wukong, and they still have their jungler to 1-for-1.
Well, there was a little bit of a small mistake from Doran as he gets Poppy ulted
นี่ดู
away.
เนี่ยโดรานอยากเห็นกันนะ
Even though this fight I think happened really one-sided towards T1 if Doran gets his ult up in time, but he fixes it in the next play, Huni.
But now the advantage of the Gen.G though, Gen.G has the TP, and I think it was really just only one window that Doran can look for.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I mean, from the draft, like, he didn't actually win the lane, but he farmed for this, like, this moment. The 45 minutes in the game, he was farming, he knew that, like, sure.
แกไปหลบด้านซ้ายนิดนึงแล้วแกคิวโดน2ตัวใช่เห็นป่ะเมื่อกี้
But against this type of team comp, you're playing as the
แกไม่รีบฆ่าแบบดูโลด้วยความแบบว่ากดดันด้วยแกแบบไปทางซ้ายแล้วโยนโดนเจดด้วยเชี่ยโคตรเถื่อนเจนจีรีบเซตอัพเกินไปครับช็อตจังหวะนี้ก็ถือว่ากึ่งแบบเซมิโยนเกมหน่อยเวฟไม่ทำขวาแล้วไปรีบเซตอัพ เพื่อให้คินทีพีลงมาคือเลดเกมอ่ะไม่มีใครอยากจะไปนั่งสู้เอลเดอร์ไฟรวมถึงแบบเลดเกมไฟด้วย
And there was awareness there by Doran as he didn't recall. He found that space on the bottom side.
เกมพอยต์สำหรับ T1 ครับก็อีกแค่เกมเดียวครับ T1 ก็จะได้ไป MSI ฮะ
The TP still coming in. Did they see me here? I know they're going to have blue buff warded, so it's go time once I turn that corner, and it was just enough damage to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy did interview released in this morning. The T1 comfort zone.
เครียดว่ะเครียดตรงกูต้องใส่เสื้อ Gen.G เชียร์เนี่ย
They were down sold, especially it was a mountain, and they found a comfort zone. It's crazy.
But I still trust
ตั้งแต่เปลี่ยนมาใส่เสื้อ Gen.G อ่ะ
even though they had the
เป็นไปได้ยังไงวะ
I think they still have some fundamentals that they can play through. So I feel like them having a first pick again in the first selection means that they still have the plan against T1.
There's so many stars on that Gen.G roster that have the ability to carry. How are they going to divvy up the draft? What is left
มาถึงจุดนี้แล้ว
of Chovy's
ผมบอก
sleeve?
เลยขลัง
It
จริ
is
ง
going to be such a fun task to try and figure
หัว
this
เขียว
one
ปะครับถ้า
out.
ชนะ
And again, what is at stake here? It is Gen.G, the back-to-back MSI champions, trying to find their way as the second seed, not the first seed, the second seed. Whereas T1, they've gone 4 times in a row, looking to make it 5 in a row, and win MSI, where some of these guys on this roster who've won world championships haven't had the opportunity to do that. Now, man, on your screen, the king of Gangwon-do, it was Beryl who called the 3-1 T1.
He did.
เอ้ยเดี๋ยวนะ
He had the opportunity to still do that, but Gen.G, they have been one of the most dominant teams across League of Legends
Gen.G ได้อยู่
over the last
Gen.G ฝั่ง
3 years. Will they
เลสเหมือนเดิม
continue
ครับ
it here
T1
with
Blue
one
Side
more
ครับ
life left to go? Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 4. Make it 5!
ได้บลูไซต์
Thank you so
4
much,
เกมเลยว่ะ
gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 3. And yes,
Gen.G ขอ First Pick ครับ
we are
น่าจะ
here
อยาก
for
เล่น
match
ไลฟ์แล้วล่ะ
point for T1 as they look
แต่
to
ถ้าเล่น
book
ไล
their
ฟ์
ticket to Daejeon. And one thing that Daejeon said really stood out to me, and that was
ไม่มีวาย
these
ทาริยา
teams
ไม่มี
going
วาย
in
อา
as
ลี
second
วายไม่มีแล้ว
seed.
มี J4 ครับ
And I'm just kind of terrified
มี
for
J4
everyone
แพ
that's
ทิ
in
ออน
like
ไม่ควรไป
the
เล่นสู้กับ
MSI
Gen.G
play-ins.
แพทิออนมันเจอ
Because this
สกาเนอร์เล่นลำบาก
this is
มาก
going to be a tough task. It feels like we're kind of sending another first seed.
พี่ว่า
because these
ตา
two
เนี้ย
have been to
J4
the last
หู
like
บาท
3
นี่ยังคง
MSIs together. You know?
Yeah, it certainly does feel that way. T1 end up on blue side again here.
Holy crap.
With this choice here of Gen.G of the first pick. So we'll see what they want to do with this in this draft as we get very, very deep into Fearless.
คือจะไม่แบนบาทต่อเมื่อ T1 อยู่ฝั่งเลสไซด์ครับ
But not Gen.G in this situation.
คือพอเป็น
So it makes you wonder what that first pick they're really gunning for is ultimately
Blue
going
side
to
ban
be.
เลย
Engage is starting to become a premium. That could be
แต่ว่า
something
จริงๆ
that
แล้วก็
they've
โดน
got
แบน
their eyes on.
Well,
Took
Barrett's
side
going to
ละ
be taken away second here. The Rise is the notable ban that has not
มี
been
ไลซ์
taken just yet.
มี J4
And Gen.G, will they be banning that
มี
away?
เฉา
Do they want to get themselves
เฉาเล่นได้นะเพราะว่าเฉา
Or do they
ไม่
take
มี
away the
ทันโด
karma
แล้วนะ
here and allow these engaged supports to sort of roam free
It's
at
just
this stage?
Interesting, some of the picks have been really high prio in the LCK regular season. Obviously, the patch has changed, but I was going to say Caitlyn and Jarvan are picks that have been largely overlooked throughout this weekend
Ban
and
J4
are
ครับ
coming in as these late bans. I was thinking maybe
แบบนี้ถ้า
those
เกิด
are
ไม่
the
แบน
sort of
เฉา
picks that Gen.G
ก็
would
เจอไล
love
ฟ์
to
แบน
prioritize
ไลฟ์สิว่ะ
coming
อาจจะเจอ
out
เฉา
of
อะเนี่ย
this draft, but not going to be the
แต่ว่า
case.
โอนน่าจะมีตัว
Left
ไปรับมืออยู่
available
ก็คือ
here
น็อกเทิร์นครับ
for
น็อกเทิร์น
Gen.G
มี
to
นะ
take if they want it.
มีน็อกเทิร์นอยู่
Ezreal up and available as well, and I think that it is somewhat dangerous to go for this. You can lock Karma and then get either Sivir or Ezreal, especially with the Jarvan
ไม่มี
banned
ซิกนะ
away. That makes a bit of
เอาไง
sense, and that's
Ezreal
what they're
ปะ
going to go for here. But it is dangerous. We've seen Karma's really run into some issues when there's a champion that wants to
ไม่
roam
มีซิกแล้วครับ
over
คุ
the
ณผู้ช
other
ม
side of the rift.
Now imagine if
ยัง
T1
ไง
were
ดีอะ
able to get Misfortune Nautilus and then on 3 get Jarvan or any
ไม่มีเจส
variation
ไม่มี
of
ซิกนะ
that. The Jarvan's banned. I think that's why
เลือก Ezreal ไหม
Gen.G predicted this was going to happen.
แต่หรือ
The
Seraphine
Wise Man
add ไปเลย
doesn't Karma, don't have to worry about the Jarvan.
แต่
But
Seraphine
we'll see
add ก็
what gets picked here for T1 because if you go for that Misfortune, it
เอา
creates a
นา
lot
ก่อน
of
นะ
holes in your draft. And instead, we're seeing the Gnar with the Vayne
Twitter Fate แน่นอนเล่นบนแล้ว
fearlessly
Nocturne ปะ
banned here, feeling like a great
Nocturne ปะ นากับ
blind
Nocturne
pick
ส
for
วยนะ
Doran. See what comes
ปล่อยให้
with
เขา
this.
Ezreal
Looks
คาม่า
like
ไป
T1 are opting not for the bottom lane, but instead for the top.
หรือว่าจะยังไม่น็อกเทิร์น
Something that was banned in the previous
Nafili
draft was Owner's Nocturne, which is
หรือ
potentially
จะยัง
on the
Ezreal
cards. Not sure if they want to prioritize it here and now, but
เฟกเกอร์บอก
potential option.
น็อกเทิร์นกันน็อกเทิร์นกัน
Go for that
เป็นการ
This was a difficulty a couple of days ago, but we know that
เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวมันจะเจอทวิตเตอร์เฟสโอเคนะครับตรงนี้ก็จะเป็น Ezreal ตามสเต็ปครับ Ezreal กับ เลเน็กอะไรอย่างเงี้ยปะ
They can go for the Karma Ezreal if they would like to, or they can focus on getting some counters out onto the map, as Karma can pair with a lot of different things that are still up and available. There's been a lot of weird stuff picked in the carry role. As Canyon thinking about the Xin Zhao. So Xin Zhao Karma, I think it's phenomenal combination.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Xin Ezreal. You could have considered a Sivir, but you really don't have to right here.
ไม่มีเคทลิน
How much power there's already packed into this bottom duo. The response here is an interesting one because if you go for your top side lock-in, it means that you can do something that's good with the Nocturne.
ต้องเลือกกลาง
But again, we've
ถ้า
already
เกิด
talked
เลือก
about
ล่างก็น่าจะไม่คอมโบอยู่แล้ว
don't expect him to play it.
Maybe the Lissandra is an option here.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a safer blind one maybe.
You have the bans afterwards, so you can kind of, and it's already so late and fearless that a lot of these mid laners have been trimmed away. So I think they can make sure that the solo laners have a good lane. We'll
แบนออโรรา
towards Faker or Dart in terms of these bans.
หรือแบนออโรราหรือ
Keen has had a lot of things that he's like to play into the Gnar. Kind of expecting that he probably wants to just play Renekton.
พี่ว่านะ
Kind of everyone.
ออโรรามันทำให้เล่นยากเกินเว้ย
could be used as a flex pick as well.
แบนออโรราแบนอาลี
Although they will be locking in both
อาลีไม่ต้อง
champions at the same
แบนทาริยา
time, so things
แบน
should be
ทาริ
a
ยา
little bit face up.
Nautilus, I think, has to be
แบนไซรัสถูกต้อง โชว์วิเล่นไซรัสมา2 ครั้ง
Oh, that's such a good read.
แล้วก็ออโรราอีกตัวหนึงอ่ะพวกเมดแบบเมดเข้าไปแบบจัดการอ่ะ
A little bit frustrated, but they were able to read that one. Nautilus feels so good with T1's draft.
I think Lulu as well is
ข้างบนไม่น่าทวิตเตอร์เฟสแล้วแหละ ถ้าทวิตเตอร์เฟสของคินก็หยาบเกินพี่ว่า
allows you to just chain the CC together, and ultimately they'll ban Sivir instead, which is quite interesting.
I think maybe scared of a Sivir Yumi.
อาเซียไม่ชอบเจอลิซันดาครับเป็นตัวเคาน์เตอร์พิกเลย
They end up taking that away.
ออโรราแบน
There is still the Ash Seraphine
แบนออโรรา
on the cards. So I wonder if Gen.G are at all concerned about that.
เชี่ยแบนทวิตเตอร์เฟสดิ
that we were talking about, and I'm actually assuming that is a keen ban. I think we've seen TF into Lissandra in the past.
T1 were like, oh, are they going to ban mid or ban top? And they're kind of hitting both bases.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of those picks could go in either lane.
Yep. Due to
เปิดไฟปิดไฟแบบแต่ว่าโอเคถือว่าแบบว่าเผื่อคีนไม่สนแล้วเดี๋ยวเลนนาลำบาก พี่คิดว่าน่าจะออโรรานะ
The Nico Nocturne combo is so threatening.
ออโรราแล้วก็เลนิก
Obviously, they're playing the Ezreal relatively safe AD carry, but playing into Lissandra
Nocturne
is just nightmare fuel, literally.
I mean, I think that Gen.G could still play Renekton. It's a little bit tricky here. There's obviously
มิลิโอแต่มิลิโอลูเซียนไม่คุมมันต้องนามีสวยมีฟอร์จูนสวยนะมีฟอร์จูนเร็วได้นะแต่ว่ามันจะไม่ค่อยชอบไอ้เฉาเท่าไหร่เฮเซนการ์ดมันจะแบบมีนาลูลูอ่ะเล่นอาจจะลำบากหน่อยแต่ว่า
Alright, well, Chovy has your Lulu. If they do want to pick it away, that's going to be where it has to go. I don't know whether that is going to be the case.
I don't think so.
คิดว่าออโรรา
Faker's
นะ
had a lot of experience with Lulu mid, as it's still one of his most played champions, even though it's fallen out of the meta a very long time ago. He did have to play it many times. That's the Aurora that you were talking about. But that's a Gangplank.
แก๊งแพงเคาน์เตอร์นาว่ะเชี่ยคีนโคตรโอ้ my god แบบนี้ตรงกลางต้องเป็นตัวจับหรือเปล่าอุ้ยแก๊งแพงว่ะเชี่ย
Just makes it so hard to sort of skate around the battlefield as a Yunara as well.
ตอนแรกนึกว่าจะเป็นนาซัต
But also gives a second very real threat to Gen.G. So regardless of what their mid pick is, there's so much single target focus from T1, and you're gonna have the Gangplank
แม่ออโรราเอาเป็นอาลีเพราะว่าต้องกึ่งมีตัวซีซีช่วย
They go for the Ahri, not a matchup that typically you would see into Lissandra, but we have seen it was specifically Lissandra Nocturne played into Zeka's Ahri earlier this weekend, and he managed to evade a lot of the threat quite effectively.
In this meta, I'm never a fan of Zilean. If you get
neither the flames nor the depths could claim me.
Every time, we've seen Zilean work well. I think in solo lanes and in other places with different drafts than this one. I wasn't really buying into that hover. I think it
was always going to be Lulu, and Carrier wanted to, give the fans a little bit of hope that he was going to play one of his weird things, but that's just not going to happen.
I mean, with Nocturne on your side, and the fact that this lane is
ดับ
incredibly
ค่อนข้างจะแบบ
it's just such a brain dead
สมดุลนะ
choice.
ทีวัน
Like,
อะ
anyone could make
ส่วน
this
ของ Gen.G
choice.
เป็นดับ
Everyone
แบบ
could make this
คือ
choice.
แก๊งแพงโดยเฉพาะแก๊งแพงเป็นดับ
Not
ที่
saying that Carrier is brain dead because he made that. I mean, anyone could make this choice. And Keen on
เป็นดับ
this
ที่
GP
ค่อนข้างแบบ
gives you a little bit of extra explosive power, but it
Skill
is
play
also a pick that can be vulnerable into this comp. And
หรือ
can
ว่า
be
มันไม่ต้อง
pushed
สกิล
on
เพย์เลยวะ
side lanes by
คือหมายถึงว่า
this
แบบว่า
Nocturne. I like
เอา
T1's
เอาแบบ
draft
อาร์เคน
more.
แล้วก็
I
แบบ
think
เดิน
they
เข้าไป
got
แล้ว
a lot of meta
ปุ้ม
picks
ใส่
here
หน้า
that work really well
คิว
together.
ใส่หน้า
And Gen.G kind of found some answers that aren't that
อะไรเงี้ย
convincing, but
ไม่
at
น่า
least they
มัน
found some
ตัวสกิล
answers
เพ
to
ย์
what
สูง
T1
น่าจะเอา
put
ลุน
together.
เขียว
But
มา
T1's draft is proven, and Gen.G's is not.
I think in terms of the cohesion in team fights, T1 definitely have it, but I'm a little bit concerned about you have a Nocturne into a Xin Zhao, gonna have more early pressure. You're playing into Ezreal Karma, you're playing into the GP, the Ahri. I feel like the early pressure is there for Gen.G. Can they snowball that into an advantage that will win them the game?
Yeah, I do think that there is a winning lane in top lane for T1, but outside of that, it should be a lot going in Gen.G's way. Unless Faker can get the better of Chovy, who kind of self-counterpicked himself in this one.
T1 fighting Gen.G
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for T1's match point. Gen.G, they can take us to silver scrapes with a victory here.
แชทก็คงอยากจะเห็นเกม 5 แต่ว่า
right now be
ไม่ไหว
our
ไม่ไหว
second
ไม่ไหว
seed, meaning that our first seed from regular season would be the first one going, and then our second from the regular season will also be going. There's
แรงเนาะ
something
ลู
nice
ลู
about
อ่ะ
that, I guess. But Gen.G not wanting to
Oh
go out
my
without a
God.
fight.
อุ้ยได้ครับผม
Walking up towards Owner here,
โอเค
steals
GG
away the Raptor camp, gets level
ครับผม
2, and sends Owner packing.
What did Ox just say? Early games in Zhao gonna feel pretty good into Nocturne.
Yeah, completely cuts Owner out of this portion of his jungle, and Owner's going to immediately make his way up to match, but he's already behind in tempo quite significantly. And my concern right now isn't really for Owner. It's for T1's bot lane, who might end up getting pushed on the tower. They're cut off from their jungler. Could we end up seeing a potential level 3 dive come in? We've seen it before plenty of times this LCK season.
It certainly could happen. And they
ข้าง
set it
ล่าง
up
นี่
for
คือ
level 1. They cleared the ward. They did
เลเวล
everything
1
right.
เท่า
They
นั้น
had
ครับ
full
แต่ว่า2 ละ
information
2 ละ
about what
ได
T1
ฟ์จะ
was
อาจจะ
starting
ยาก
here, so they knew they could find
ถ้าเลือดยัง
interact
โอ
with
เค
the
อยู่
Nocturne and set up for that potential dive here. Level 2 reached for Ruler and Duro on the bottom side as they continue to stack this massive wave up. Owner is going to, like you say, be able to cross map here and try to get something back, but he will not be here for any potential defense. It's still, early game, it's still, heal and barrier available for pays, so
แต่
looks
ลู
like
เลอ
not
ร์เล่น
an option for this
เอส
one.
เวลโคตรดีเลย
Dare to wonder.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some level 1s, some Ezreal
แกรวยมากเลยล่ะ
completely blow out the lane. And I think the fact that Pays and Carry doing okay in the 2v2, even though they are being pressured,
ไม่บาปนะ นาถือว่าเป็นแชมเปี้ยนตีไกลที่ไม่บาป
definitely a scary
ไม่รู้
situation
เพราะอะไร
to
เห
be
มือน
able to prospect there.
Yeah, you can see King getting pushed in towards his top side. It's not fun in the early levels, absolutely. But can certainly get better as the game goes on. It's more about the scaling for the gangplank rather than anything else. And the impact that your ultimate can have globally as this game goes on. As Carrier going to get poked down here by Gen.G. And this has been afforded to them by Canyon. That one play around the Raptors gives them full bot lane control.
Just trying to bide his time here in the early parts of this matchup. Start to get a few more points in his abilities as...
Nice job.
อุ้ยโอยโยโย
Electrocute goes off for Chovy. And Faker not dead just yet, but is certainly under a lot of pressure here. As Chovy's sidestepping so many of these Qs very, very nicely as well.
Canyon was ready to do
เคเลีย
something
มาช่วย
on
ว่ะ
that play, but instead he's just going to look to start these Raptors up.
เฟกเกอร์ไม่พร้อม
The jungle dominance.
ที่พีมาแล้ว
Has no smite.
Yeah, so Canyon should be able
Oh,
to
no,
take
it's
this one
Smite.
if you would like to. There it is. Smite does come on through as the heal comes down. Polymorph is in. Canyon is going to do the walk maneuver.
Greater heals there, the movement speed allowing Canyon to get away after stealing those Raptors. So
โอ้นั่นต้องรีบไปแรป
he's
เตอร์
feeling
ครับ
pretty good, and would you believe
เป็นการผลักดันให้ไซล่างนี่ เล่นสบายครับ
That'll do it.
เพราะว่าป่าอยู่บนตลอด
Keen is looking a little
คุย
worse.
เราไม่ได้ด้วยปะ คือมันไม่ทันเว้ยต้องไปว่ะเชี่ยเสียปูด้วยป่ะเนี่ยอ๋อโดน1 หลุมแล้วไม่ทันนะ
really extreme on the back of the parlay, but obviously has been nerfed a good amount since it was released and now doing magic damage, but Keen just opting for the grasp in this situation.
คือการทำแบบนี้มันทำให้น็อกเทิร์นดีเลย์อันติครับทำให้อันติแบบกว่าจะมาก็คือนานนะเพราะว่าหลุมมันไม่ครบอ่ะขอแค่หลุมเดียวอะ
Canyon's going to cover this top side and should be able to put Owner down here.
Yeah, Owner really wanted to stop the back. He did do that. But Keen is obviously able to teleport back in whenever he would like to. Meganar is going to be hit here by Doran. As that is a lot of damage on the base.
ฟาดลู่มาเว้ยลู่มาไงเลิกไม่เห็นลู่หรอว่าลู่เดินมาแล้ว
He arcane shifted forward, and the thing with this Ezreal Karma, you have
คิดว่าแบบว่าไม่ทันไงแบบลู่น่าจะยังไม่ถึงเดินมาพอดีครับพร้อมกับใส่บัฟให้แล้วก็โดนสโลด้วยทีนี้ก็ลำบากเลย
With your Q's not there, what can you do?
Yeah, when the Q is up for base,
ได้เฟิร์สบัตรไปก่อนครับที่วันนี้
auto damage isn't there for the Ezreal, where it is absolutely there for the Unara. You never win those, especially because the Lulu also has more consistent damage than the Karma when those abilities are on cooldown. And a massive misjudge there for Ruler and Duro. And Pace is trying to go up to those every time. If you're not sure, Pace absolutely is. He's got a call in his inventory. He gets first blood.
And this was also a point of power that Gen.G had to manufacture in this game. And for an unforced error to push that back in T1's favor without them needing to invest anything more.
แต่ว่าเห็นแบบมันน่าจะโผล่พอดีครับพี่คิดว่า
It's so rare to get a route onto a target like this, and I think Ruler was just like, I don't know.
คือมีหวาดพุ่มกลางแต่ว่ามันไม่ทันแล้วเมื่อกี้รูเลอร์เผลอใจไปหน่อย
Instantly just realized, I think, that he had made a huge mistake.
All the minions in the way as well, not only blocking the mystic shots, but also you just taking minion damage on top of it. Just not the best play from Ruler, and gonna put this lane in a pretty rough position because now tier 2 boots completed for Pays. Having early tier 2 boots into a skill shot heavy lane feels so good.
Not to mention you stack your Q so much faster with the Greaves.
จะ3 ทางเหรอ
Yeah, and if you look,
โดนลานเกมเมมมาก
which is a big factor getting those
คินต้องอันตีล้างเลยไม่งั้นแบบเสี่ยวครับผมไม่รู้ว่าโอเนอร์รู้โอเนอร์อยู่ไหนโอเนอร์อยู่เลดบัฟลุยบิซันด้าเฟเกอร์กำลังจะ6แล้วโอเนอร์เชียพยายามแล้วกดสมัยเลนแม่งเลยมาแล้ว6แล้วไปเชาได้เชาได้เมืองก่อน
This was so well played by T1. They know they can slow this down. Cannon barrage is used defensively on top, so they don't have it for the fight. Owner is calculating the team rotates over the exact same time he's finishing that buff to hit 6 to ult there. Now he's going to secure this dragon.
ไปฟาร์มอีกหลุมนึงก่อนครับเอา6ก่อนแล้วเอาพลานอยเข้ามาฆ่าครับอุ้ยเอาแล้วว่า
Every time it happened, Ona just slinked over to
โดนลาดเดี๋ยวไม่ใช่ชิบเป่งแล้วว่ะชิบหายแล้ว
Gen.G able to get a kill over to Ruler, which is also so important to bring him back into the game.
เดินเข้าไปโดนอาเกียนชิด
Now Trophy looking for an angle. Self ult from Faker will keep him alive. Get that health bar back up again, but ulti's now traded between the mid laners as well.
It's a nice
คือแกอีหลบถังมาได้ตลอดแล้วมันโดนเมื่อกี้พอดีครับอันลากี
I was gonna say the vibes gained back is certainly more important.
อุ้ยแล้วคาม่าอ้อมมาอยู่นะแบบนี้โอนเนอร์กำลังจะโดนครับทุกคน
wrapping around looking for Owner who still will get snared when it becomes lightning is going to be
ยังกลับมาได้1ครับ
Yeah, the backup not quite there for Gen.G. They forced
คือตะกี้มันถ้าพี่เดานะมันคือการที่แบบว่าเพื่อนร่วมทีมบอกว่าเอสเรียวันติไปข้างบนแล้วโดรานก็เลยแบบกำลังมองมาทางไหนแล้วแบบก็คิดว่าแบบไม่น่าคือเดาว่าน่าจะยิงถอยหลังมาปรากฏว่าแกยิงไปตรงแบบตรงเนี่ยนะครับดูนะตรงเนี้ยแกวางถังเนี่ยจะโดดหลบแล้วมันโดนเว้ยแล้วโดนพาสซีฟ1โดนถังพาสซีฟ2
Yeah, he hops in and then he wards the brush after Keen has switched brushes.
อย่างเงี้ยแบบคือเดาว่าน่าจะยิงมาด้านพุ่มหลังเข้าใจปะปรากฏว่ารูเลอร์ยิงไปพุ่มกลางครับยิงไปตั้งแต่ไฟตอนแรกแล้วไง
High value, you know, just fire it up
เดาผิด
middle of the map. If you hit, you hit.
ไม่มีอะไรอันนี้ก็ปกติคีนมีกินกล้วยอยู่แต่ว่ากล้วยไหวไหมกล้วยทันไหมเฟียร์หนึ่งเฟเกอร์ทีพีเฟเกอร์ทีพีทำไมนะเฟเกอร์ทีพีทำไมอ่ะอ๋อคือเขาคิดว่าอาริเมียนติเชี่ยนึกว่าอาริเมียนติเว้ยได้ข้างบนพลาดอีกแล้วคุณผู้ชม 2-0 แล้วครับโดราน 0-2 แล้ว
all of a sudden this is a
คือเข้าไปตอนที่เฟเกอร์แบบว่าเหมือนเมื่อกี้ได้ทั้งเฟียร์แล้วก็เฟเกอร์ตีเฟเกอร์ไม่มีอันตี
And all of the advantages for Team
One
outside of the dragon, of course, which is permanent, but a bit bizarre here is the turret ramp is what really starts to do them in.
Yeah, I mean the instant response from Keen with the ult, and then he has the oranges for the fear. There's no ult from Faker, so initially the Gnar goes down.
I think he just thought that
ชิป
was
เป่งแล้วคีนแม่งเงินนำไป500แล้วว่ะ
trying to flash there. That wouldn't make any sense.
I don't know. It feels to me like if he just keeps walking.
The walk strategy seemed promising there.
Yeah. I think it must have been an unforced error, unfortunately, there for Faker.
I mean, you can't cancel TP.
นี่มันรวยกว่า
for a long
Twitter
time,
fake นะเว้ย
so once it's pressed, you're
แกงแพง
just
ละ
a sitting duck.
Yep. So Gen.G now with a slight gold advantage, but I feel like both teams, there's been some mistakes. I feel like the pressure of this series ใช่ครับทั้งสองทีมมีจุดผิดพลาดอยู่ครับเพราะว่ามันค่อนข้างตึงเครียดครับเข้าใจได้แต่กี้ที่ผิดพลาดคือไปคอมมิตได้โดยที่อันติไม่มีเฟเกอร์ and Yunara being 700 gold up is a scary prospect as Chovy going to look for Faker here but doesn't find the orb exception
กดดันครับคุณผู้ชม
in 13 minutes time have a Cole's worth of gold
แล้วตอนนี้อันเดอร์อยู่ครับเลนบนกับเลนกลางโดยเฉพาะเลนบนตอนนี้โดนกดดันเพราะว่าอันเนี้ยคือถ้าเข้าไปปุ๊บว่าโดนยิงด้วยท่าคิวก็คือสู้ไม่ได้แล้วเนี่ย มันเดินยิงคิวได้เรื่อยๆอ่ะต้องปล่อยให้เวฟเสียอย่างเงี้ยแล้วใช้คิวลัดมินเนี่ยเอา
You can just walk up to him and spam Q, and there's not much Doran can do about it.
Yep, this is where the matchup sort of turns, and
แต่กี้อย่างน้อยๆควรจะให้โดรานมีเมกานาหรือเฟเกอร์มีอันตีถึงจะดีสุดเฟเกอร์ตายไปแล้ว
And does have now a lot of his health bar missing.
Yeah, you are Lissandra, so you're inherently somewhat safe with your ult and your claw, but he doesn't have TP, so having to back here is really going to hurt, especially with this dragon spawning right now. It looks like we're going to have maybe one dragon apiece here. See the back of Bees right now as Canyon starts this dragon up, and Gen.G getting a huge win here as Faker was concerned about Cryo on the dragon, and he found out he didn't have it.
Oh dear. This is not where you want to be backing, as owner is on a ward and is therefore going to be interrupted. That is going to guarantee that this dragon goes over to Gen.G.
ใครเลทกว่าเกมนี้คิดว่าแก๊งแพงแบกครับคิดว่านะ
And it is going to be a Ocean Soul. I kind of felt like that was what was going to happen. I believe the first two Drakes, yeah, Infernal and Hextech. So they're very cool ones.
Hey, look at all the items that just came through that would have been nice to have.
Yeah.
For that dragon is the Hex Plate, the Kraken Slayer, and the Ardent Sensor.
คือนามันจะเก่งกับแก๊งแพงก่อนแบบก่อนที่แก๊งแพงจะมีเอเซนพอมีเอเซนปุ๊บว่าแก๊งแพงมันจะเดินยิงแบบสบายเลยนาสู้ไม่ได้เลย
They really wanted to make anything happen. Level 11 here for Doran, as Faker is able to get himself away from this outer turret in the bottom lane. And a bit of a park in mid lane. Ruler obviously wanting to hit that Manamune spike as soon as possible. And there will be a moment, even though the Ezreal is 1,000 gold behind,
คือ
where he
ปัญ
will be
หาของ
stronger
ที
than
วัน
Faker.
อะคือ Gen.G มันตัวจับไม่เยอะใช่ป่ะให้แก๊งแพง ถ้าโชวี่จนอ่ะมันก็จะไม่มีปัญหาแต่ตอนนี้ปัญหาคือโชวี่รวยด้วย
yes if he then kills all of Gen.G and buys an Infinity Edge I would say that Pays would be then ahead
แม้แต่ว่าช็อตที่เฟเกอร์ทีพีแล้วอารีแฟตชามนั้นก็เข้าใจเฟเกอร์ว่าแบบคือไม่รู้ว่าโชวี่เมียนตีหรือเปล่า
It's not the items you have, it's how you use them, Wolf. Is that what you're saying?
How your teammate sets you up to use them when you're the AD carry, because sometimes you don't get to do anything
Nocturne
on your own.
Pro
You have to be given some help, as that was a great charm. Chovy's been popping off on this pick into a counter
อุ๊ย
pick.
คาม่าตาย
That is probably a
คอมโบ
Yeah, I would say so.
น็อกเทิร์นกับลูลู
So just in case Duro wanted a flash, he probably would have died anyway. But just in case he wanted to, he didn't get a chance.
No.
Flash polymorph from Carrier.
น้อง
They're like,
จะแบ
we
ก
are
แล้วน้อง
killing this guy no matter what, and definitely ensured that one.
Absolutely did. That is going to be
แรง
23
ลูเลอร์
seconds
เจ็บ
time that T1 will have control around this Herald. I do feel like it was perhaps a little bit of
เฟเกอร์เสียอันติ
an overinvestment as Keen is going to get ulted and then presses orange.
Yeah, that was pretty bizarre as well there.
He is not the target that you want to hit with a frozen tomb. Let's just say that.
Yeah, a lot of resources expended from T1, and now we have the Herald up and available.
1,600 ครับ เพสเงินนำลูเลอร์
Four ultimates, and they're the big
ได้
ones.
รองเท้าแล้วก็
Even though
คาเคน
Gnarl
ส
is
เลเยอ
big,
ร์
it has
พร้อม
like
กับ
a
ดาบ
tiny
คู่
cooldown.
ซิล
You can kind of spam it, so I think T1 not going to be able to contest this Herald at all with how many they've expended.
And not to mention the barrage means that Keen can use it without even joining the fight. And because he has TP, he can join the fight, but he can make an impact without that.
Yeah, Gen.G should be confident here.
ตึงมากๆครับตรงนี้โอเนอร์ยังไม่มีอันติ เจนจีใช้ช่วงทัมมิ่งเนี้ยครับเปิดเฮอร์โร่ครับยูนาร่าดันกลางอยู่
I like this choice.
ทำให้ลูเลอร์ต้องกลับมาไม่งั้นเสียป้อมกลาง ปล่อยลิฟต์แล้วก็ดันกลางมี2กราฟอยู่
I think a big factor is T1 posturing just to make sure Gen.G did group
ที่วัน
up.
ไม่ค่อยอยากสู้ครับเพราะว่าเฟเกอร์แบบ
If you
ไม่ได้
just
พร้อม
don't send anyone a Herald,
ไม่มีอัน
they'll
ติ
just have people in mid defending as they do now.
Oh, Canyon.
The ult back up by the
อุ๊ย
way.
แต่ว่าถ้าเกิดไม่
As the ulti plays a little bit of nocturne tennis
สวย
as he
โอ้
does
โหชิปเป่งแล้วว่ะ
flash his
ต้องออก
way
ว่ะ
over the wall, but the eye is gonna get
ชิปเป่ง
taken
แล้ว
here
2 คน
by
นี้กลายเป็นแย่
Keen.
แทนว่ะ
He's fighting against Pays, but
เฮ้ยตี
Carrier's
สวย
there to back him up. I have a feeling that this
สวยมาก
game plan is
Faker
not going to live, and he is gonna go down.
แต่ว่ายังไงเฟเกอร์แฟนออกได้ไหม เฟเกอร์แฟนมาแล้วยูนาร่าเพสโดนชาพอดีไอ้เชี่ยได้เพสโอ้ my god เพสแบกโอ้โหไอ้มือคักไม่มาตีหยุดวาร์ป70ครับผมน้องเพส
7-0-0 now on the Yunara and Gen.G in shambles after that fight. T1 didn't contest the Herald because they didn't have the ults, but the aftermath, as they came up, they saw a window.
เฟเกอร์แฟตแล้วแต่ว่าแบบเคลียร์บอก no แบบเฟเกอร์แฟตมาแล้วแบบเคลียร์ไม่ต้องบัฟนะเคลียร์บอกไม่เป็นไรผมไม่บัฟอยู่แล้วแล้วก็กดบัฟใส่ยูนาร่าครับผมใส่เกาะยูนาร่าอย่างเดียวดูคีนะผมเจอ1-1กับเพส1-1กับเฮียแล้วเคลียร์ข้างหลังตั้งตีด้วยเฮียแต่เฟเกอร์มาปุ๊บคือแบบบ้าแล้วว่าโล่อีกที่ยูนาร่าเลยโอ้โหแล้วเคลียร์ผมเอาตัวไปวนๆบังๆถ้าไม่ได้โล่เคลียร์เมื่อกี้พี่ว่าตายถ้าสมมติว่าเมื่อกี้เฟเกอร์ได้โล่จากเคลียร์คือยูนาร่าน่าจะไม่ได้แบกแกเปิดหน้าจอสว่างมากใช่ครับเพสจะเป็นปัญหาหรือเปล่าครับตรงนี้เจนจีเพสรวยฮะแต่ว่ายังบางเจี๊ยบนะเพราะว่ากำลังจะขึ้นชิวโบแล้วยังไม่ได้ครับแล้วคนที่รวยมากคือคีนครับเฮ้ยแต่คีนไม่ได้ซื้อคีนยังไม่ได้ซื้อสกิลนะมี500อ่ะ
His boomerang also running away. Pays taking a
lot
of damage here as the Rift Herald. They catch him! And they catch him! Carrier in trouble as well as he will be taken out by Canyon. And he has the Crescent Guard there as well. They take out the turret. Faker with the self-ult, but he'll just be taken out as look at all this essence that Chovy's built up from all of these kills. And T1 throw it all the way back to Gen.G.
We've had caster curses, but I feel like this was a player curse.
Yeah.
I did not. Up so well. I did not take responsibility for this one.
จะตีถังแล้วโดนถังแบบซังงั้น
Maybe we should just say commentary noises, so we can't be blamed for anything.
He was the one who got the kills. He was the one who looked infallible. He was the one who had the great judgment. They had the angle though.
ไม่พอรับได้เมื่อกี้เฟเกอร์ยังไม่ถึง
And he just completely gets.
Wait, oh no.
Oh, not able to get there, but that is Ruler that locks it down. Canyon was walking to the top lane.
If he'd stolen that, would have been pretty insane.
เฟเกอร์รอกันให้อยู่
The thing is, he ults, but he got slowed going into it. So even with the dash, you can't get out. And then he was just already dead, basically before Chovy touched it, but he just finishes him off.
The Essence Flux was on him when he got hit by the True Shot Barrage as well. Just everything was lining up.
You know, when you get 7 kills on a Yunara this early in the game,
มีอาเดนอย่างเดียวนะยังไม่มี
but there is a lot of responsibility
มิคาเอล
on your shoulders.
เหลือแค่มิคาเอลครับ
I feel like
ดู
Paige maybe needed someone to say the Uncle Ben line to him.
Yeah, with great power. Yeah.
Comes a target on your back and they got a lot of CC.
ชูวีจะแบกเหมือนกันครับ
And burst damage as we saw there from
บางเจ็บอย่างที่บอกเพราะว่ายังไม่มีชิวโบตะกี้มีชิวโบน่าจะไม่รอด
He's still massively far
Chovy
ahead,
get
but he's the only one on his team with an advantage. And once again, it's Chovy is massively far ahead, and so is Paze. It's happened in the last 2 games at this stage. Last time around, though, it was T1 that were able to get the better of Gen.G. We'll see whether Gen.G can play it better this time to bring us to Silver Scrapes.
Now they have that 3rd item for Paze because until he purchased it, it was like I have a massive gold.
เดี๋ยวนะว่ะเพสไม่ได้ขึ้นเป็นชิวโบขึ้นเป็น
Exactly what you were talking about has occurred. Ops as well.
ขึ้นเป็น
2 items, which normally feels great, but Paze is on 3 because he got
เพิ่มดาเมจมาเยอะนะ
in that India fight, so
yeah,
not very fair.
So I will cancel talking about the 2 item spike. For the Ezreal this time around. It's one of my favorite things to talk about as well. I'm very sad. That's okay. King going to be able to take down this outer turret in the bottom lane. Faker going to return the favor on the top side of the map.
T1, a lot of Baron control right now. A lot of vision control on the entrance to the river. Quite tempting to start this one up with this 3 item Yunara, but instead they're going to set a trap. And Gen.G, like, don't take the bait at all.
You say that.
เคเลียโดนเฮ้ยเคเลียแฟดอันตี what the fuck
That is illegal. You're not allowed to do that as Keen turns up.
มันไม่ใช่เรื่องจริงอ่ะอันเนี้ยคุณเป็นซัพพอร์ตนะอุ้ยเฟเกอร์พยายามจับไปแล้วมันไม่ได้ว่ะมันไม่ถึงอ่ะอุ้ยเพชรเชียร์คีนแบกไอ้เชียคีนแบกสัตว์เลยอ่ะเฟเกอร์จับไม่ได้แม่งเครเซนการ์ดตัวหนึ่งแล้วคีนอยู่ข้างหลังโอ้ยเชี่ยโอ้นี่คือท่าแบบท่ายากกันนะเว้ย
Always thinking about the wild growth on the Nocturne, but here he turns it and flash self ults
and then polymorphs Chovy after, so he can't ult away.
Exactly, and Owner's there to follow, but then they
chase
a bit deep with
Alessandro
looking for the triple root here. Everybody's dashing through this.
ต้องฆ่าดูโลก่อนเมื่อกี้เพส
So much damage comes down. And then Paze again steps
forward,
gets caught here by the barrel, and Canyon collapses through, and there's just too much damage.
เกมมันอินเทนจริงคือแบบว่าเกมมันแบบมันเป็นกดดันมากอะมันก็เลยแบบ
winning trade and a Baron.
My lord, this series is, and I kind of want to talk about something that you mentioned. I don't know whether you wanted to mention it on broadcast, Wolf, but you were like, this is the first phenomenal series
ถ้าจะเอาดีสุดต้องเอาดูโลกันแหละเพราะดูโลสุดท้ายแม่งมาฆ่าเฟเกอร์เว้ยเพราะว่ามันไปดึงเฟเกอร์เฟเกอร์ยังหาจังหวะจับดีๆไม่ได้เลยครับมันจับไม่ได้เป็น1ตัวแล้วคือแกงแพงอะมันดูโลไม่มีแฟดเนี่ยดูโลโอ้ my god ดูโลแต่ว่าได้น็อกเทิร์นนันติไม่แย่Gen.G ครับ
not exactly powerful.
So even though they will
ไม่แย่มากเท่าไหร่เพราะว่าเกิดทันมังกรด้วย
He needs to be there setting a vision, so it does mean T1 can just push in and contest any of this vision in the dragon area.
All right, 34 seconds.
80 carries with massive advantages that they shouldn't ordinarily have. Like I mean, not obviously advantage is pays over
เชื่อมันตึงมากแบบมากโคตรแบบบ้าคลั่งตึงอ่ะโอ้โห
he has endless hunger at 23 minutes which is
โดน
not
ทุกช็อตประหลาด
actually natural
especially not when his opponent is 9-2
yes
you'd think
โซพอยต์ว่ะเหมือนจะเข้าไปยากว่าแก๊งมันเป็นมังกรน้ำให้เจนจีกับเจนจีได้มังกรน้ำเพราะว่าจะหาตำแหน่งวางถังได้ดีครับคือมันทั้งอารีทั้งถังด้วยอันนี้ต้องปล่อยอะโซพอยต์
as a result of that and probably pride that they have to want to try to defend their legacy against each other. It's very epic to see how this game has turned out as this dragon will ultimately go over to Gen.G. It's soul point for Ocean Soul, which isn't the most exciting, but it is certainly something.
Yeah, even with the pick on Aduro, T1 just don't opt to prioritize it. Keep Baker up the top lane. He didn't have TP when the dragon got started. It is up now though. And Doran was down in the bot lane, although obviously pretty close to the dragon. So they'll just continue to buy time. The Red Bull Baron power play
is 0.
It's actually plus 52.
Sorry,
เฟกเกอร์เพสต้องได้ IE ก่อนเฟกเกอร์ต้องมีนาฬิกา
is all that important. Canyon took a red buff. That's going to move it to 150. True Shot Barrage is going to stop Kerry from going home, and Kerry doesn't really care about that one. So not a whole lot to come from this very early Baron. As you would expect from one taken this early in the game, in this current iteration of League of Legends.
ที่วันควรได้จริงๆเว้ยควรชนะไฟแล้วไม่ได้บาลอนเว้ยเพราะว่าโชวีตายไปแล้วเคเลียก็เทรดอันตีแบบไม่ได้แย่แล้วอะเสียดายที่แบบไม่ได้ต่อแล้วแกงแพงมันถอยไปในป้อมได้แล้วมันก็วางถังแล้วตึง
threats for T1 which is why I trust their scaling more. I think they have more ways and more consistent options to kill Ruler, to kill Keen, to kill Chovy, and the Karma being kind of a big shield bot isn't necessarily going to make Pays too scared. It's more about Chovy and he's the real one who has the extra damage, or Canyon who could potentially get on top of Pays if he's overextending. I think right now, even 1,000 gold behind here, this is
แล้วมันมีมิคาเอลแล้วครับลิซาน่าตอนนี้จืดแล้ว
as a result of this, but we will see how this all pans out. Arm guards here for Chovy.
มารับ IE ครับคราวที่แล้วที่เพสได้ IE
Yeah, I think one thing
ทำให้ชนะฮาวาไลเลย
T1 have a lot of ways of getting on top of the carries. Gen.G do have a GP
ไม่รู้จะทำยังไงให้หลอดเลือดมันได้เนาะแกแพงมีเซอร์เพนแฟงด้วย
If you're getting the resets. If Pays dies, I think T1 just lose so much pressure. These last couple of fights have gone badly for them have been because Pays died. So all the
คือถ้าเกิดเพสตายที่วันแทบจะไม่เหลืออะไรแล้ว
Whereas Gen.G has a bit more insurance in case
ไม่ต้องพูดถึง
things go
เรื่องแบบ
awry. It's really going to come down to that 80 carry.
กดดันอะไรคือจบแล้วคือเพสตายทีจบ
Get the damage down, but not step too far.
Yeah, this is the thing. He can feel that he has all of that responsibility, but he cannot let that force him into precarious positions like it did the last time around. True Shot Barrage landed on area. Didn't like that. That's a lot of damage.
Shielded Pays though. That's
นี่ขนาดว่าไม่ได้มีตัวโชจินนั้นนะแรงมาก
moment here, but a bit of a calm before the storm of this spawning Baron, this spawning Dragon, which would be sold for Gen.G. So the IE is completed, and you can see that's a number, or rather an item above what Ruler has, but there's nothing to fight for, so it feels probably pretty frustrating for Pays. The solo gold lead here for T1 that isn't able to utilize that advantage right now. Gen.G aren't going to give him that chance. We'll see if Ruler can't form up that fourth item.
มังกรน้ำนี่แบบทำให้เล่นยากมากครับ T1
He's 1,400 gold behind, but probably getting close to picking up that Shojin.
Yeah. Could be relatively soon, and that one is going to be ready. It is going to be Serpent's Fang done for Keen before he builds an Infinity Edge or anything like that, if the Gangplank would like. And
he's the reducer. He's got the healing reduction, the shield reduction.
Yeah.
If he hits a barrel on Pays, he's got the health reduction.
Okay. Omen.
We certainly have had a few. If Pays gets hit by large damage numbers.
ไม่มีเลือดลำบากจริง
Prominent focus point in this game.
แกงแพงตายพอมีรุนไหมตอนนี้แกงแพงคือทั้งแกงแพงคือมัน3ตัวที่วันต้องจัดการอะปัญหามันคือมีเพสคนเดียวโอเนอร์แค่เข้าไปเฟียร์แล้วก็ปิดไฟตอนนี้ณจุดนี้นะพี่รู้สึกว่าให้แม่งเป็นทวิตเตอร์เฟสยังดีกว่าเลย
Oftentimes in these moments are very good at just building a gold lead. right now, this 800 gold, this minuscule advantage that they've had, has been held for such a long time. And you guys were talking about scaling. I think that by the looks of things, T1 are just very happy to let this game go late and be better in team fights because that's how they've won quite a few of their more recent games.
มีแล้วโอเมนโดรานแต่ว่าไม่มีการเวทสักชิ้นเลยอาจจะโดนโชวี่นะมาแล้วครับทีพีมาแล้วโชวี่แล้วก็เล่นพุ่มไหนก็ได้ครับสักพุ่มหนึ่งขอแค่เพสโดนถังสักถังเดียวอะรู้เรื่องถังนี้อย่างไร
Honestly, one barrel can be the end as Hayes goes in. There's a paranoia as well. Cannon barrage goes down, but not a lot of value coming from
คินตาย
Still able to get a lot of damage from the grave, but he will go down.
แล้วทีวันทำอีกนะมีมิคาเอลสวยมากครับเคเลีย
And Gen.G, I think they're gonna have to give this one
มีเมกานาแล้วก็มีแฟดโดรามีแฟดเพสบอกขอเลนก่อนได้ปะเพสบอกขอเลนแป๊บนึงเพสลูกเฟเกอร์เอ้ยเข้าไปอย่างนี้ไม่ค่อยสวยเท่าไหร่เชียร์แล้วโดรานเพสไม่พร้อมเราจะเล่นดูเพสก่อนเนาะ
And Faker turns up alongside Pays, but T1 have 2 dead. That's going to be the soul.
That's not what I meant, Doran. That you get a lot of the Mega. It didn't mean you had to try to get something out of the Mega.
Despite the fact T1 get the numbers advantage, it felt like,
oh dear, they're looking for another angle. Great spell shield there from Ono. He's able to block the charm from Chovy. As Faker not quite able to find the slow from the Q. Gen.G slinking back towards the Baron. Teleport in from the gangplank. Chovy looks for it again.
บอลแล้วว่าเยอะกว่าแล้วหัวละคีนมาแบบนี้
though if he really wants to go for it.
It's vision though.
Does he have health bar? That's the problem. As Kane, these barrels just do so much damage. 4 seconds until he does have the cannon barrage back up. And that is second Baron over to Gen.G.
มันกดดันจริงๆอ่ะตรงเนี้ย
I want to talk about this real quickly is.
You can take your time, I think.
Yeah, because we're going really early into this one. The wild growth usage here is great again. But when we get to the part where Doran goes in, it's not that his choice to go in itself is wrong. It's just that Pace is follow-up damage. They don't have their combos and tools, so he goes in and then
เข้าไปแบบไม่เห็นเลยว่าเพชรไม่อยู่เว้ย
Well, Yunara without ult
โดรานพลาดตอนนี้
just doesn't really do as much.
ใช่คือ
If everybody was together there and the targets were a little bit lower, sure. But it just felt super forced there, and Gen.G were already going to get the dragon if he doesn't do it, but then they get an extra kill, they turn it into a Baron, and this Baron looks like it's about to be way more relevant than the last.
Well, they're looking for an angle here, as Canyon just presses Crescent Guard, so that is going to be ultis traded for the junglers, but also Hayes, he pressed his R button, he's not going to have that for the next little while. And Gen.G, they take down the inner turret here on the top side in this Rebel Baron power play. This time around, it is looking like it's pretty charged up. As Faker able to take the claw to get himself to safety. They kind of wish that their inhibitor turret could have also taken the claw to get to safety because it's not looking very safe at all. Still doing a lot of damage as Canyon in trouble. Faker is just dead.
เดี๋ยวเฟเกอร์โดนชามครับผมไม่ได้อันติ
Chovy means he can't ult. He just goes down before he gets a chance.
Oh my goodness, and this cannon barrage means that there's no ability to try and follow up on anything at all. The poke damage from Gen.G just kind of ridiculous.
This game right now with the whittling down of these turrets, 3 cannon minions charged up. They just can't clear them.
Yeah, and the flash from Chovy not going to quite connect as they look for pace. He still almost dies. The ruler is keen, wanting to get the barrels down. Doran charges up that Meganar. He throws the house around, but the base is now exposed. The Nexus will just be focused here by Gen.G. And cue the silver scrapes. We're going to 5.
Such a tense game coming down those final moments. Faker tries to make the big play, tries to go in, and a charm shuts him down.
จุ๊บเอาบุหรี่มา2 ซองนะเดี๋ยวไปเซเว่นซื้อบุหรี่2 ซองนาฬิกาบอกว่าเครียดเกินแล้วตอนนี้ต้องชื่อเกมนี้น่าชนะสัตว์เลยอ่ะโดยเฉพาะเกมที่และตรงมันมี2 ช็อตอ่ะตรงโชวี่อ่ะตรงโชวี่ที่แบบที่จับได้แล้วอ่ะ
is put
เนี่
them
ยตรงนี้
together
เดี๋ยว
in
ขอดู
one
รีเพลย์อีก
team
รอบ
fight. They
ตรง
see
เนี้ย
that Faker tries to go
ดู
for
ราย
a
ละเอียด
big
ดีเทลอีกรอบ
play,
นึง
and Gen.G
ปั๊บ
and Chovy snap the neck of T1
Faker เข้ามา
And you put it
Faker
best
แฟด
earlier versus Chovy. This game felt a
Faker
little
ติด
bit
ใส่
more like Pays versus
อ๋อ
Roar in the
Faker ติด
kills,
ใส่แก๊ง
but
แพง
the
คุณผู้ช
high
ม
impact plays of both of these so high right now. Feels like whoever wins this
แล้ว
fifth
ตรง
game,
นี้
it's
ดูโล
gonna be
มัน
one
ไม่
of
มี
the
ใคร
two
ส
of
นใจ
them
เลยอ่ะ
that picks up
โคตรเสียดายอะไรเงี้ยดูโลเนี่ยดูโลแข่งนั้นเนี่ย
And honestly, like I
ถ้าเพชร
don't remember the last time I saw Yunara get
Dulo
this
ตายอะ
dead and not just win the game. But I think Yunara has found a little bit less success as this season has gone on, and we were waiting for one of these older gentlemen to set up, to step up.
เพลงของทีวันนะผมเพล
It
งนี้
wasn't taken this time. It was with
2-2 ว่ะคุณผู้ชม
Cue the silver side HLE.
ชิปหายแล้ววู้ฮู้
So,
And you know, Faker had no ult in this moment.
yeah, I mean, for me, T1 is cooking. They're never happy with the small victories. That's the issue that they're having right now in Wonju overall.
อันนอเตอร์
I've
ความ
seen
ผิด
so
พลาด
many times T1 could have just small victory
เราก็ลงโทษทีวันครับผม จริงๆเลนล่างชนะแล้วอะเราไม่จำเป็นต้องแบบไปทำอะไรข้างบนก็ได้
over and over again, and I think that put T1 in a really hard position to like have a natural game.
Now, across series, usually you have storylines, and in each game, there's a storyline, and this is a two-parter. This is a 7-0 in 0.
เครียดจัดเล่นมุกหน่อยพี่
You have the 0-0-7.
คนดูเท่าไหร่วะเนี่ย
So you're thinking, okay, things are going to go
120,000 ใน
great.
YouTube ได้
And it gets
200,000
turned around
300,000
here by Carrier.
I mean, that was just beautiful, right? Keria finds the flash and knockout, instantly polymorphed onto Chovy. So Chovy got baited, and then Faker goes in with the flank, and that looks like a great fight for T1. But then I feel like Faker focused the wrong person.
ใช่ใช่เฟเกอร์โฟกัสผิด
You mean
ตัว
the
นี้
Chovy got baited or Pays got baited? Because he got so excited and like he's going for more. There's a barrel nearly.
ดูดิบาร์เรลของคีน
And he lost the barrel fight. No one was actually be able to hit the barrel for him.
Yeah, at level 13, that Gangplank barrel comes out so fast, and Pays overheated, and they get punished, and not necessarily lose control of it.
Oh
but
my
the
God.
dominating control that they had goes away.
Yeah, I mean, again, they were chasing too much into the Gen.G's
เทพธิดาชัยชนะแห่ง LCK เห็นนะว่าคุณยิ้ม และคิดในใจว่าไม่ต้องบนหรอก ยังไงทีหนึ่งก็ชนะ แต่มันไม่ง่ายขนาดนั้นนะจ้าโดเนตมา 10 บาท โอกาสสุดท้ายที่ทีหนึ่งจะได้ไป MSI คุณจะเลือกอะไรระหว่างไม่ต้องเครียดดูทีหนึ่งที่ MSI กับหัวจราจร
Put resources on the top lane and lose the top
เยี่ยม
lane.
มาก
Those guys that are carrying, and then in highlight
หัว
number
แดง
3,
คราวที่แล้วมันก็บอกไม่พอ พอหัวเขียวบอกไม่พอต้องหัวแบบจราจรเท่านั้น
You get the early pick.
ดูมันดี
And then T1 just lose their minds and go out of control, out of the order.
That's why we love T1 Circus, because they are very unpredictable and they do make the games entertaining. One thing I can say about this fight and this whole game is that please put some trust into Pays. I feel like he was performing very well. Maybe in the previous fight he was over-eagle a little bit, but you can argue that the fight club went even better for T1 beforehand. Now this fight, Pays is not with you. He's doing red buff. Just relax, Doran. Don't go in.
But the thing is, like him getting charmed by Ari was also crucial because it was already 4v5. All you need to do is just wait for Lissandra.
Yeah, I mean, Carrier, he just played too good. He played too good that it was. They thought it
สวัสดี
was
โด
a
นัน
sweet
พลาด
spot for T1. They could wait for Lissandra, wait for Pays, and even Dar become 1 HP. He can just hit me back and play for 4v5, and then just be natural, just play the game. But they didn't.
And this time, after losing Soul, they do get punished. It was the Baron take then by Gen.G. They pushed down the top side of the map, and it was the charm by Chovy after
ถ้าทีหนึ่ง
Lissandra
แพ้
portaled
พี่ก็
in,
เท่าทุน
doesn't
แต่
have
ถ้า
the
ชนะ
chance
แส
to
ดงว่า
Frozen
พี่ศัก
Tomb
ดิ์สิทธิ์ที
and
หนึ่ง
gets
ชนะ
punished here
เพราะ
with
พี่
it.
เลยนะ
feels
XDD
this series kind of felt like Gen.G just driving normally, and like T1 is trying to annoy Gen.G, you know? And like, if you're not getting bordered by T1, then you're just driving to Daejeon. But if T1 can annoy enough the driver, then I think T1 has a chance.
For
เกมสุดท้ายครับ
I think it's again focus
แถมอะไรรู้ป่ะ
I feel like Pays overall had a great games. I feel like there's so many mistakes from both teams that every game goes late game, and even this late game could have been good for T1, but they were just over eager and they just threw the game too hard. Relax, trust Keria, trust Pays. You can play through them. They are your Wincon.
Yeah, I mean, just playing through Wincon, I think
Chia.
that's the main key, right? And as you said, I think it has to be way more delicate, way more concentrated, which is like you can't actually make this type of the mistake. You will get insta punished because, as we call, Gen.G is a good team. Like as a team, they know how to punish when you actually mistake, I mean, those are gonna be actually hard at, especially game 5.
Now it's all down to game 5. Fearless draft. T1 choose the first pick for the in the
จะ
first
R9 ไหม
selection.
แย่
And now
R9 หรือเปล่าจะ R9 ไหม R9 หรือเปล่าเครื่องหมายตัวหนอนเครื่องหมายตัวหนอนไวไทม์
the first pick, and now they just got to pick their first pick. So I'm actually wonder what they're prioritizing in the pick because, like, there must be it, right? I think it should be like around the mid jungle.
I think for me, actually, I would love to see maybe something like Ash setup. We haven't seen Ash setup in yet. We haven't seen Lucian Miller. We haven't seen Caitlyn. We haven't seen Cassandra. So when you're blue side and you don't get the canopy, what if you again put your eggs into the pace?
ว้าวสปอนเซอร์คือโอ้ยทำไมแล้วออดไม่เอาถามซีให้เกาหลีหน่อยวะ
All 5 games, records on the line that will be broken. Hearts as well as Wonju.
เริ่มเครียดตอนแรกนำ 2-1 แบบคุยทันนะน่าจะได้นะตอนนี้แม่งแบบเครียดจัดเลยอ่ะ
Let's send it back on over to the casters for the call. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 4. And as Silver Scrapes rips through Wonju here, we are just absolutely blessed with this series going the distance. Not only do we get all 5 games, but every single game has just been such a joy to watch. No idea who is going to win until a Nexus explodes. And I mean, apart from game 1. And after game 1, I was like, oh no. But then all of it has been redeemed. All of it has been saved. And it's brought us to this moment as we prepare for the draft. Right at first selection does go to T1. They have a slight advantage moving into this 5th game. But I don't know whether it's going to necessarily do anything because I feel like they've been choosing the opposite thing and getting what they want every time anyway.
Expectations have just been subverted over and over and over again in this series. Like there were a few people, Yankos, who said T1 3-2. They expected maybe this situation if T1 could close out the 5th and final game. But a lot of people said Gen.G. A lot of people didn't trust after that Friday matchup for T1. But as soon as T1 got control of this series, it also slipped away. And yes, they have that advantage in terms of the draft, but they don't have the momentum advantage. We're going into Game 5 of Fearless. So much has already been shown. They've already pulled out a lot of strategy here. And I'm wondering what's left in the tank.
Yeah, and a lot of it is about the answers to a lot of things that have been left up, right? And there's only 6 bans to start us off. I think the Orianna, obviously still going to be banned. The Varus, the Rise. I think all 3 of those need to stay on this ban list. The Nocturne snuck through in that last game. Didn't manage to get T1 over the line. There are quite a few things that have been basically permaban status. I guess the Bard as well does need to be removed. But I think there's 2 slots that are still now up for grabs. And we'll see what they're going to do.
คนนี้คือนั่นนี่หว่าใช่ปะคนเมื่อกี้คือที่เชียร์ทีวันหัวเฮ้ยเขาคือใครนะที่แบบทำคลิป TikTok
It's been top side of the map, but we've seen a bit more bot lane prioritization here. Now you got to think, whatever you don't pick in your first 3, champion pool's already been threatened because of Fearless giving them 2 more bans, especially when you look at pools like AD Carry, they get really thin.
สตาร์ทด้วยคาร์ดเลท 96
This will be the series where we start, or this game will be the game where we start with AD carries. I think something like an Ashe first pick, for example, is even incredibly strong depending on what the picks are going to be. That Nautilus pick and the Misfortune lane that was considered also could be a very, very big one here in this last game. But there are also the niche AD carry
โอ้ใบสุดท้ายมึงยากจริงๆมาแล้วครับผมดับคุณผู้ชมครับนี่คือเกมสุดท้ายของวันนี้แล้วเดี๋ยวจะมีแข่งอารีนาต่อนะไงก็ฝากรับชมอารีนากันต่อเลยครับ
Yone is the first ban though here from T1.
แบนอยู่นี้เลยวะจะเอาอาเซียไม่มีอาการีแล้วไงจะอาเซียเลย
Yeah, I think so.
อ่ะคุณแบนบาทไปละ
Gen.G just susses it out, bans that one away. But first,
แบลเรน่าไหม
obviously first,
แบนวาลัส
get rid of the Bard. The Orianna needs to be taken away. There's a lot of homework that when you are second pick, you need to do. And T1 might just throw that out the window and force you to only ban 3 champions and leave some of the other crazy ones. We already listed that
พระ
There
เจ้า
are 4 that have to be taken away,
ต้องแบนวาลัส
and
นะ
T1 just may not agree to take any of them.
Yeah, I think you have to take away some at least because I know there was the big fall,
เชื่อ
but
ในลูเซียนวะ
there's also the fact that like there's Jarvan as well. Ideally, you get one of those big picks, and then they have to ban the rest.
I mean, something's getting through.
ทีห
It
นึ่ง
already
ดีว่า
is.
เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมท้ายโอเนอร์
The
เราไปด้วยครับ
Azir is a consideration for sure. But I don't know if
Orianna
you-
needs to be banned, right?
there are still some. I think he will probably ban
Liu.
Orianna in this spot. I think there are some picks that Chovy can play into the Azir and feel very comfortable, including the
Ban
Silas.
Caitlyn.
Oh my lord.
He didn't do it. They want to trade,
โอ้
and
ไม่
I think that's probably
เชื่อ
if Faker wants to go.
คือถ้าเกิดไม่แบนวาลัส
Azir,
ที่วัน
you
เลือก
get
วาลัส
Orianna
แน่
plus
แบน
one.
วาลั
You
ส
get Orianna Jarvan, by the way.
Yeah.
ตรงนี้มี
And I think
Orianna กับ
that's-
เขาจะเอา
I think
Orianna
that's
ไป
something
เจอ
you're
กับ
very happy to take it
กับ
for
อา
Gen.G
เซีย
right
เว้ย
now.
I think the Varus ban is good because then there's potential to trade those mids with the Orianna and the Rise. But
คือตรงเนี้ย
now it's up to
เขา
Gen.G
เจนจี
because
เทร
they
ด
will
ละ
get
เทรดอาเซียกับ
a
โอเร
double.
นา
Yeah, I think you just ban right now. You ban Rise, and you say if you want the Azir, we'll play Orianna Jarvan. If you pick the Orianna, you don't get the Jarvan. Okay, they ban the Orianna instead.
โอเคอาเซีย
Gonna
ปะ
be taken away. I think this is a bridge too far. I think that Faker has been so good on Orianna for the last 10 years. So I don't think that that is
Faker
a risk worth taking. We've seen
คือ
some
มันต้อง
teams
Legend
try
Never
this
Dieละ
season. It
Rise
hasn't
Rise
worked well, but then the Rise gets through.
Is it a Talia?
ตัวเคาน์เตอร์ไปหมดแล้ว
for Chovy,
เตอ
I
ร์เคาน์เตอร์ไปหมด
wonder?
แล้ว
But this is
มี
game
ทวิตเตอร์
like
เฟ
this.
ดมี
He
ทวิตเตอร์เฟด
willingly
ตรงกลาง
gives this
ของ
Rise
โชวี่อยู่
up. Instead of banning it to try to get
เชื่อ
Jarvan plus the answering pick. What
เชี่
is the
ย
answering
ตัวสุด
pick
ท้าย
out of
แบ
the
บ
Rise?
ของสุด
The
ท้าย
other
ที่ไอ้โลน
choice
ซ่า
they
หัว
made.
ฟ้าแล้ว
Talia Pantheon, you know?
Victor and Talia are probably the big ones in my mind that we kind of have seen playing into Rise and at least having a successful, the Victor in particular,
เอางี้นะ
successful early game.
Wait.
ถ้าทีวันชนะเกมนี้
Wait.
พี่คอสเพย์เป็นไลฟ์ตัวฟ้า
Okay, so this is a
1 วัน
flex,
Yep.
right? And
พี่ cosplay
we don't
เป็น live
know
ตัว
whether
ฟ้า
it's
1
gonna be
วัน
Keen, whether it's going to be Canyon. We know
พี่ว่า
that
เทพเจ้า
Canyon
เขาให้อภัยได้อ
is
ยู่
the best Nidalee player in the world, probably, or at least the most famous.
If the Renekton is locked here, then we'll know.
ผม
But I
don't know if they locked it.
หัวโลนด้วย
There's not a lot
แต่หัวโลนนี่
left available, I feel like,
เป็น
to-
เทคนิค
to
นะ
pick into the
ไม่ได้โกน
Renekton
นะ
other than just taking a tank. So they slam it. It makes a lot of sense. I think
ตัวฟ้าหัวโลน
but here for Doran, you're probably just taking a tanking into this. There is Cassante and Ornn. Those would be the safe options.
คือพวกมึงคือเทพเจ้าแห่ง LCK กอดว่างั้น คือเสนออะไรไปก็คือจะปรับเปลี่ยนเหมือนเลือกได้เลยน้อง
Yeah. I think
Ooh,
Neferi,
dogs and cats? Dogs and cats in the jungle?
Neferi is not only that kind of remaining pick, but also into the Nidalee. You have point and click on your ultimate that
เชี่ย
can
แล้วมันเอา
actually
นิ
reach
ดาลี
it.
อ่ะ
The dogs
มันเอา
block
นิดาลี
spears, you don't have to dodge them.
ใครจะนิดาลี
I think T1 pretty happy with what they got so far. and
เลเน็ก
probably
เลเน็ก
just
กับ
gonna
นิ
pick
ดา
up
ลี
the
ครับ
top lane of
สูตร
Doran here. I think something safe, something that can just survive as best as possible. It's never easy to survive against Renekton Nidalee, but to me, Cassante Ornn are the picks I would be leaning.
I vote
Cassante เหรอ
Cassante. I think it's the safest pick
แต่ Cassante
here.
เล่นกับไลฟ์
Ornn
ไม่ค่อยแจ่ม
offers
เท่า
you
ไห
a
ร่
lot of CC, but
ออนดีกว่า
doesn't
ออนดีกว่า
necessarily pair with his draft that well.
อุ้ยกาการ์ด
The Doran
โด
special!
ราคลาสสิกกาการ์ด
Oh my lord! Now Chovy
แจ็คก็
lost
แจ็คไปไหน
Yasuo.
วะเนี่ย
We're
ไม่
gonna
มี
have
แจ็ค
the
เลย
best
อ่ะ
game ever because he's playing Renekton mid and there's Yasuo into Gragas top lane. No, it's probably not going to happen, but that would be very funny. Chovy, now we'll see what he is going to pick up here as Twisted Fate.
I'm not actually a huge fan
I
of
don't
this.
like
I
this.
understand the thought
Twisted
process. You
Fate
want
กับ
set up for
โยน
spears,
หอก
you want roaming pressure to play through sides, but we have seen Twisted Fate struggle so much in an Neferi.
And
Yeah.
there's not
แต่
a
Twisted Fate
consistent
โดนเคาน์เตอร์
damage threat in the mid
จาก
lane
นา
the
ฟิ
same
ลี่
way there is a rise
แต่ว่าเขา
there
กะว่าจะ
on the
ไม่สน
other
ปาไพ่ใส่
side.
ซัพพอร์ตกับ
So
ใครสักคนหนึ่งแล้วก็
You can
ให้นิดาลี
definitely
โย
lock
น
him down. You
โป๊ะ
can get him in position to die to Canyon, and this is not a composition built for longevity.
Team Dog or
I know
Team
that.
Cat?
I lost my hair because of it. This exact combo was Showmaker and Canyon that were playing together when the Renekton Nidalee was locked in that series.
So now the second rotation of bans with no bot lane is picked. The pool's really going to get thinned. Ash, Seraphine going to be taken away as a combo. Lucian was already taken away. Some of the remaining 80 carries I think are standouts. MF, Caitlyn. Caitlyn already banned. MF and Sivir I think are the two that stand out to me.
I mean, you could just ban Nautilus because that's really scary as a setup for either of these compositions, but especially Gen.G's.
Yeah, I think they need a lot of setup CC in the bottom lane, especially for Gen.G, with Canyon the one that needs to be facilitated. So I would agree with you.
The Blitzcrank ban signifies potentially a thresh lane here for Keria and Pays. I would not mind a thresh ban here, but it does leave a lot open for carries.
You know, with Gen.G's composition,
เป็นไงครับใช้เขาเปิดนี่ก่อน
I wouldn't try to pass them to go
เพื่อเขาชวนละ
even like a
เพราะ6 โมงเรามี
กสิกรติ้ง 3,000
Match
My
thresh, like I
God.
was saying.
พี่กี้ไปวิ่งมาหรอครับ
Like,
หัว
they
ใจ
could just pick
100 ตลอดเว
Morlus
ลา
on
เล
4
ย
here, and then you can go either MF or Kais. Kais is a rough lane in the MF if they deny it though. It's a tricky one.
I think you probably want Nautilus, and then you hope to try and pick an AD carry that can weather whatever they pick up. That's probably what you're looking at.
I mean, Keria can play Kench here still with a lot of different AD carries. Aphelios for Pays, Jinx. There's the knowledge band we expected. This feels really strong right now, position-wise for T1.
And so what is now
โอ
the
เค
list of
เรา
champions
มี
that
เขา
are
ทางไลออด
available?
เขาบอกว่า
I mean,
เดี๋ยวจัดให้เดี๋ยวจัดให้
Stand out.
Yeah,
That was
Nico's
banned
a big
last
one.
time.
เดี๋ยวเขาช่วยเดี๋ยวเขาช่วยครับ
As an engaged support.
Leona, technically speaking.
Yeah, something for
popular.
setup for the Nidalee is what they're probably looking for here.
ไรฟ์ตัดทรง
Even
R9 เทคนิค
Milio as
เพิ่ม
well
ความขลัง
though.
ได้
When
ไห
you
ม
have a
พี่
TF, you could have gone like a longer range Milio comp, and the Milio buffs the TF range. But they will just go for the MF. Not going to be able to get the MF Nautilus. But that kind of feels like one of the strongest laning picks left in the bot lane. And now for T1, how do you respond
Okay.
to this?
Do you just go for the scaling pick?
ขออภัยสำหรับเสียงนิดนึงฮะ
Silver's still up.
I think
Silver
you
is
just
so
go Sivir.
good,
You
Silver
could
is so
L
good.
shield the double up.
And you can play Siva Yumi if you want
And
to
just
as well.
Yeah.
ซิว่ายูมีได้ปะ
Siva Nico also feels pretty powerful as T1 round out this composition.
Let's go, Keria.
Is
Let's
like,
go.
yep, they let me play
Let's
it,
go, let's
and it will be the
go.
realm
Let's
misfortune
go.
for Gen.G. This composition did come together better than I was expecting after the TF, I'm not going to lie, on the Gen.G side. But I'm looking at T1's draft, and I'm feeling like this looks more like Game 2 than Game 5.
I think it's a big edge for T1. The Neferi and the Sivir have tools of dealing with the TF threat, and the TF is going to be struggling to survive. You have an immobile backline, the TF misfortune, and then a lot of threats onto them.
This
Go to
feels,
team fights, it feels tough, but even the early pressure, I think T1 can match a good amount.
this feels like game 1, where T1 have the multi-threat scaling draft, and Gen.G were like, they've got to get ahead early. They're going to have to hold on early. And they did. They were able to snowball that game. They were able to just destroy them and hold on to that lead and kind of maul them. And I still yet think that T1 have the better draft. I think they can weather the storm here. I think that as these games go later, they have the better win conditions. They have the
เท
easier
พเจ้า
draft
เฟ
to
เกอร์
play.
ไลฟ์
But we're
ขอ
looking
ร้อง
at
ช่วยแบกด้วยครับ
Nidalee, Renekton Nidalee here for Keen and Canyon, a classic pairing that isn't necessarily one to be associated with these two players together, but with these two players separately, they have had so many great games on these champs. The TF has always linked well with it. Gen.G are on a timer. They've got to win this game early, or T1 just are too big to fail.
Yep, and it was Renekton Nidalee by
เวลาอยู่ข้าง T1 ครับดับนี้ เวลาอยู่ข้าง T1 ครับ ขอแค่ค่อยๆเลทไปเรื่อยๆครับประคองจนเลทเรื่อยๆทำได้ครับเฟเกอร์ไม่ได้ไปปักหวาดอีกแล้ววะถ้าโดนหวาดอีกแล้วนี่จะรีจะเวทก่อนเลยฮะ
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Desperately, our MSI defending champions are trying to get themselves a ticket, while our world's defending champions are looking to deny it from them. It's an absolute treat that we get in game number 5, but it is still going to be such a shame that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams. I mentioned it earlier on in the day. I want to reiterate it. It's going to feel weird not going to an MSI with both T1 and Gen.G there, but that is just the reality that we are in with the power shown by Harmon Life Esports.
We have had a grueling series here, and I think it has led to a lot of errors. Like we saw in Game 4, both teams making mistakes, but still some clutch plays from Gen.G brought us to this 5th game. That fan sign we saw during that final cheer from a T1 fan said, "I canceled my bus. Please just win. I'll find my way home somehow."
That is so good. Wait, if they lose, are they not going to be able to find their way home?
I hope they can find their way home no matter what. There's a lot of great public transportation here in Korea, so
yes.
I think they'll be all right.
They do have some options, but that is a brilliant fan sign. As it is certainly a day that could have gone a lot earlier and has certainly gone the distance. I feel so blessed that we get the full value.
Oh, it's nearly gank.
Okay, looking for the angle here as Faker
What?
ghosting away, and there's the flash. Gold card come through the
อุ้ย
spear.
เฟเกอร์โดน
Will
อ๋อ
connect,
ชิเฟเกอร์
but
โดนจากแคนยอน
not able to get the empowered pounce, but still Faker is running for such a long time. And it means that Chovy is able to have so much free time with this lane. Faker is running the wrong direction, remember?
He's going to get the execute.
Will not actually get the execute. Look for the... actually, no, does decide to do that. He probably could have just gone for a recall. We know, obviously, that Canyon is on his Krugs.
The thing is that I think the execute is safer, and you're only losing like 4 seconds.
Yeah,
on the
and if you do try and channel it back, you're definitely getting speared.
Yeah, so I think he took the safer option there, able to get away, and didn't even burn his flash. Is the big thing. Held his flash throughout that, and it ends up paying off. Yeah, massive move there from Faker.
Now, is Canyon pretty good at Italy?
Don't get me wrong, this is all great that Faker didn't have to flash, he gets away, but he's still losing a lot of power in this lane. Lost a lot of experience. Chovy is a full level up
แต่ว่านิดลีไม่ได้ค่าถือว่าไม่แย่
experience or a wave of extra CS. So still a huge win for Gen.G at the end of the day. Chovy expended his flash, but I think well worth it for what he got in exchange because he has teleport. He could take this quick back here and try to further the lead.
Yep. Keen trying to deal with Doran. We know that Doran's Gragas has been such an incredible clutch tool in the past. In fact, it was the reason why T1 lost to Gen.G a couple of years back on this very journey.
Yeah, and Baze got the MVP instead, and Ox and I argued about it.
I'm still mad about it, and I think Chronicler still thinks that Paze should have got it. And I still like, I just one day he realized.
Guys, let's not bring it up.
Well, I mean,
คุณพระคุณเจ้า
Yeah. And honestly, Paze had a really good series, so he might be able to get it. And Doran and Paze are back on the same team again, so that conversation is relevant. Okay, Ox, it is somewhat. All right, we're taking a lot of damage here. We'll get snared by Carrier. Make it rain to stop Paze from making an entrance. This is T1 with a lot of control here of this lane.
จะร้องไห้แล้ว
Kind of crazy. 2 waves, something like that.
Plus Cole, and I think it's the power of the melee support here for Duro, just kind of getting poked out by the Carrier Nico here with the Sivir clearing those waves.
Oh, Gold Card just going to be snap locked here by Chovy. Faker getting ran down momentarily, but not able to do enough damage there to really threaten. Flash still in hand for the Rise. As even some popcorn chickens denied.
And even Canyon got the shot on the doggy.
Yeah, he is just hitting doggies with the spears.
อ๋อนิดลีมาอยู่ตรงกลางโยนใส่รถให้ด้วยโอ้โหแม่งโยนใส่รถแม่นมากอ่ะ
Shove this wave in as Faker does go back to base, but he is going to miss a fair bit of this wave. It is a cannon, so they're not going to miss all of it or anything like
ชุย
that.
รวยสัตว์แน่นอน
But some plate money going over to Chovy and a slight lead here for Gen.G, despite how
ชุยแบบ
terribly things are going in
ได้
the
เพจ
lane.
เงินนำไป700ละ
We're a 700 gold lead for Chovy now. Before we're starting to really talk about the extra passive money that's going to be coming in. It's come in already, but it will continue to come in over the course of this game. It will get larger and larger.
Yeah.
Pretty good situation here if you're a Gen.G fan.
I would agree.
Think important that this is the manner they played it out because I feel like the 2v2 mid jungle is actually tricky. If they go for a fight after level 6, I think Owner and Faker would be in a very good spot to take it, but they haven't done that. They've gone for that early gank that set Faker behind. Chovy able to find success there with Canyon backing him up, just keeping the Rise down because when you have double roaming ultimates on these mid laners, whoever's in a position to move is going to feel much better on their team, reap the benefits.
Well, we can see a lot of the reason why the Nidalee is picked is so that you can just really get through your jungle as quickly as possible. Owner has been very good at keeping up so far. Canyon does hit that level 6 though, as he does claim the top scuttle, and will now look for a little bit of a reset. Will obviously be able to get around the jungle and hoover things up very, very quickly. But T1 not wasting any time. They are now on this dragon towards the bottom side of the map. And Canyon went for a reset and is now just looking to head towards his blue. So another very early dragon, although not as early as that one previously, will be claimed by T1 to get a little bit back against the flow of play.
เชคเกอร์อันเดอร์ครับแต่ว่าก็โอเคนะเพราะว่า
Not in a
โดน
farm lead
ป่าหลายรอบ
like that, but does have the scuttle top side here to try to play through with this Renekton. In 70 seconds, those growth get a little bit of power there. Pretty quiet early game.
ระวังอีเข้ามา
And I feel like this bodes well for T1. I see Renekton Nidalee, and I'm like, you want to get things done in the earlier stages. But mid-game is probably where this game is going to really take a turn. We haven't seen a Destiny Gate yet from Chovy either, so if things get a little bit weird.
เฮ้ยอันตีเลยว่ะ
Ulti comes through
เรียม
from
ออกมา
Ona. There's a realm warp as well. The gate, the destiny has come on through, but Canyon didn't have a pounce to get over that
ตรงนี้
wall.
เคเลีย
And now
อยู่กับโช
Carrier
วี่
is
แท
the
นว่ะ
target for Chovy, and Canyon just looking to pounce his way out of there.
ล็
The
อกขา
dagger is going to miss. And I think that Canyon is able to get the primal surge.
ว้าวเฟกเกอร์ได้เฟิร์สบัตครับผมคุณผู้ชม แล้วโชวี่เลือกที่จะไปหาเคเลียครับและเคเลียรอดมาได้ฮะ เฟิร์สบัตทีวันอีกแล้วเฟกเกอร์ขอร้องแล้วไม่ใช่เพื่อนปู่ขอร้องปู่เรียกเขาปู่เลยนะปู่เฟกเกอร์
but he remains potentially safe from a future gang with that flash in his pocket.
He's cut the gold lead in half off of that play on this rise as the one who picks up the kill.
โดรังก็เลนแบบ
So this is a big
ไปได้
wrench to the gears of Gen.G's early machine, and we saw Chovy try to match the ultimate there, but he couldn't alter that play. Saw with his destiny that Carrier was flanking there and tried to get him, but was unsuccessful. Potential all in here for Keen.
Yeah, here's the Dominus as Doran holds onto the cask. Canyon looking to take down these grubs. One of them was taken by Ona.
ยังไม่เสียไข่จะตีไข่จังเกิล
Canyon is able to secure 2 of them. And Dominus here getting the health bar back for Canyon quite nicely. For Keen, sorry, quite nicely. As Pay's taking a lot of damage here. Double up thrown at him as well. Ruler claiming a little bit more control now that it's a 1v1 there towards the bottom side.
เฟกเกอร์ไปรับล่างให้ว่ะเฟกเกอร์จะไปแกงล่างเฟกเกอร์จะไปแกงโดยไม่มีเลียมวอล์กนะ
Hayes got the scout
oh no, not the
อ๋อมา cover ให้เฉย cover ให้น้อง
So when it's just a 1v1 situation, it's gonna feel really good having that extra sustain.
ขนาดเฟกเกอร์ได้ไป400ป่ะยังเงินตามอยู่เลยฮะ
really hard to contest MF in terms of cryo.
MF's base damage is so good too. The double up damage is great. So doesn't end up getting a lot of power. Eats a turret shot, and that's the end of the aggression. But we did see Duro was rotating over, and there was a potential angle there to try to look.
เฟกเกอร์เดินเล่นนะเพราะว่าไม่เคลียร์เวฟเสร็จแล้ว
Purchased here for Chovy. Starts that timer here at 9 minutes, and we're looking for a pretty strong soul here, very likely.
ได้แล้ว
in this game with Ocean
Chovy
off the cards
Lord of
here,
Age
picked up could be something very explosive in this one. So the second dragon could be quite valuable to take, especially if you are T1 to get double dragon.
Or it could just be tempting.
I said could, likely. I said likely. This is game 5. We're going to need you to lock in, okay?
I'll do my best.
Just channel what would Valdez do?
Lock in, that's what he'd do.
He would lock in.
After you told him to, of course.
Yes, exactly. As Chovy throws out a gold card, finds fake. That one's some wild cards there as well, doing some work. But Gen.G slowing this game down. And it's so weird because it feels like this gold lead is entirely fake. As Gen.G, you know, kind of
Gen.G เลนดันเข้าทุกเลนเลยครับเป็นตามสเต็ป Gen.G จริง
to get that bit of extra money. So I'm going to say that this one is entirely even. Grubs over to Gen.G, Mountain Drake over to T1. And in 1 minute's time, looking for a bit of an angle towards this ocean and some daggers flying out from Ona. Canyon will be able to soften him up here momentarily, just killing all the doggos.
Yeah, good move from Ona using the dogs to block.
เดี๋ยวตายก่อน
And I think Canyon is just struggling to find really the headway he wants to right now. You'd love to be invading, stealing away camps constantly, finding opportunities on your lanes to have setup, which is all 3 of them.
Yeah.
But so far hasn't been able to do so.
But Doran has ult, right? He has his body slam. It's quite difficult to kill him very quickly, even if you do get that commit.
ออกมาเป็น
Doran is
ซันไฟร์
spacing well.
He's also just building pure tank.
Exactly. It's hard to kill him for so many reasons, so that's not a lane you necessarily want to play through. Mid lane, Faker's got so much wave cleared. He's been doing a good job of pushing Chovy back here. So
คือคงคุยแล้วเพราะว่าโดรานออก Lord of Age ไม่ได้เพราะว่าไม่งั้นเดี๋ยว
get the kill outside of what happened to Faker in the very early game. Even though Faker got the execute, it was successful there. But that's
ไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวจะเลทเกิน
spears stop.
I mean, that's the thing is Faker now has Merc Treads and was able to maintain his flash this entire time. So just not an easy target at all. Spell Shield and the Nico Clone in the bot lane. It's a composition from T1 that gives its challenges to a Nidalee.
น่าจะออกยูนทาวนะ
available now and Canyon just
ซิลเวอร์มังกรน้ำตัวที่2ครับ
T1 will be starting this up.
Yeah, I feel like
T1 ครับเคมเหมือนจะปล่อยมังกรหมดเลยครับแล้วก็ไปรอมังกรเหมือนเกมตะกี้ครับ
As Duro just scouting around here, does not get tagged by the
และถ้าเป็นมังกรไฟอะ
Chovy just doing his very best to keep things
มังกรลม
in.
ครับ
That's going to be a Cloud Soul once again bookended this series by Cloud Souls.
มังกรลมดีกับทีวันครับถ้าเป็นมังกรไฟอ่ะพี่ว่าหยาบเพราะว่าถ้านินเดอรีมันถ้าสมมติเจนจีชนะแล้วมันได้มังกรไฟรัวๆนินเดอรีมันจะแรงมาก
But Doran, with the Balmy Cinder and the Bramble Vest, it's just really hard to do damage to.
Yeah, Gragas
ดีกับซิลเวอร์มังกรลมไลซ์ด้วยหมาด้วยหลังบ้านและออดน่าจะคำนวณแล้วว่ามังกรอะไรดีสุดกับทีวันครับเฮ้ยโอ้โหถอยเลยได้ปะ
As the Destiny Gate combo comes down, as soon as he makes one mistake, it's Doran going to hit the deck, and that is going to be the first kill of Gen.G.
He's just like,
all right,
well,
you
used your peel tool, and we're going to kill you.
Instantly, the Destiny Gate comes down. As all right, that's a cute little flash away, but I don't think it's going to really help Duro here. As now Carrier is a little bit by himself. Wants to try and flash, but he's unable to do so. A little bit of a mistake there by the Nico, and that is going to be another one over to Gen.G. But a cute play from Duro to go over the wall, then back again.
บาดแผลมาแล้วโดรานคิดว่าไม่ต้องแฟดก็ได้ตอนแรกแต่ต้องอย่าลืมว่าเวลาโดนซีซีเกมเนี้ยมันเท่ากับโดน
I like how there's a voice of reason that echoes after everything is said and done. Orcs is like, wait a minute, why?
Doran was completely fine in the top lane, playing a defensive lane, then tries to look for this window, but Keen has dominance. You're not killing him solo, there's no one in range. It was just a pressure cask, and that opens him up to this gang. And then they're backing away, and the rest of T1 try and make a play onto Duro, but it's a rel with Flash, so hard to pin down in this situation. And the end result, because they both go over in the Herald pit, Carrier ends up isolated and alone, and then he unfortunately fails to flash as well.
Failing the flash is the worst of it, but just wanted to ult to try to buy some space.
And could have set something up potentially, but without Doran, like, just don't really think you need to.
I think they wanted to, they saw the pressure was coming, they wanted to turn it around, but it all just got disjointed. They kind of came in one by one piecemeal, and Gen.G got the punish there. Great escape / engage from Duro to set up the second part of it. And now it's a pretty big gold lead here on the top side of the map. This Renekton very, very ahead.
Yeah, and now Doran under fire one more time. Chovy just trying to get some damage down onto this outer turret. And Doran, like you mentioned, not a lot of points into the queue, so that is not a very scary ability. But leaving Ruler parked in the mid lane is something that they can absolutely do now. He's got that Bloodthirster completed, a big old shield going to be there to keep him safe. And the double up helps out there too.
Hayes going the Yuntal first, not going the Essence Reaver, so you don't have just infinite mana on the back of that, and you don't have the ability to haste as well. Does mean that a bit of an even tougher time into Ruler. You can't just queue in a W every single wave.
โอเคก็เดี๋ยวผมบีบเร็วๆเนาะก็สำหรับงานวันนี้ครับตัวงานมันจะแบ่งออกเป็น2
this opens up the rail to be
ช่วง
everywhere
แล้วกัน
else because
ซึ่ง
Ruler
ช่ว
needs
งแร
no
กมัน
resources
จะ
here
เป็น
to just control
โฟ
this
แมป
lane.
เนาะ
So Duro goes
ก็
where he pleases.
แต่ละคนอ่ะก็จะมีแต่ละคนนะครับแล้วก็ในทีมจะประกอบไปด้วยอินฟลูเอนเซอร์2 คนนะครับแล้วก็ผู้โชคดี
เสียปะเนี่ยโฮโร่
That is going to ultimately be the target.
คาดว่า
มันจะเสียเหรอโดรานมาแล้ว
Bit of cross map pressure down towards his top outer turret.
จะสู้กับทีวัน
Not too worried about it. As Ona comes on in, there's a hex splash from Carrier looking for a bit of an angle. He's a little dog.
เคสตำแหน่งที่แบบได้อยู่นะแต่ระวังโดนเปิดคีนเฮ้ยดูโล
Fantastic though, and Gen.G
ดูโลตายเคสอุ้ยเรียบอลมาได้โอ้ my god เรียบอลมาได้โอ้ my god ตัดคนมาเรียบอลออกมาได้แต่ว่าไปต่อครับผมโมเนอร์
gets cleaned up by the crocodile. But I have to say that was one of the coolest little plays I've ever seen.
That realm warp escape was insane, but it's still
No, T1 win the fight. I know. 3-2. Riffel goes to Gen.G. That was the closest play.
It could have been
so far.
4-2 if he did not actually make that play.
There you go. Beautiful.
And this is a great engage here with the knockup, but the bullet time is so impactful throughout it. Doran gets chunked down. He has to try to run away. He and FaZe are isolated on the other side. He blasts into the Rumwalk, which is placed at max range for Faker, by the way. I thought Faker was going to use the Rumwalk to try to reposition before the fight even broke out, but he used uses it
และ
here
ถ้า
at the end
นั้นน่ะได้
to
ที่
help
หนึ่ง
Pays get out, and we have
ก็
Pays
จะ
pause.
So the thing is,
What
Keen was right there, so the timing was slightly off.
Oh, it's like
ไม่น่า
it's
เต็ม
so
6 เกมอะครับ
it was so
เกมละประมาณ
hopeful.
15
Yeah,
นา
but
ที
everything went
ซึ่ง
right.
ทีมนักเตะห
I'm
ลักๆอยู่ที่
actually
ที่
hoping
จะได้
that
ไป
this pause
ดู MSI
is a
2026
request
ที่
for
ประ
replay.
เทศเกาหลีใต้นะ
Like
แบบติดขอบ
that
ส
was
นา
a
ม
really, really cool
นะครับ
realm walk.
ก็
Can I just see it again?
ใคร
And
สงสั
I
ย
think
อะไร
that
ตรงไหน
they
ครับ
should honor the request.
I wouldn't keep your hopes up on that one. I think it might be for something else.
All right. Well, we'll keep you updated as to what it actually is. We
Normally-
did see for a moment
ก็คือไอ้ท็อป
that
6 นั่นใช่ไหม
Ona,
จะมีทีมหนึ่งที่ได้ไป
leave the chat.
โอเค
But I don't know whether it's necessarily him or everyone.
I was gonna say normally we can look back, but it's pretty far away here, this arena, to look back and see what's going on.
Yeah, we are on the sort of T1 side.
ไม่
So having a look now.
ไอ้แจกนี่ก็คือเราทำ in between หรือว่าหลังจากทุกอย่างเสร็จพี่
Looks like there might be a door
อ่า
inside
ได้
of
หมดครับ
the
ก็
I did see
เราอาจ
Ona
จะเก็บ
disconnect before we went to
ราย
break.
ชื่อเขาไว้แล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยส่งโค้ดไปให้อะไร
That's
เงี้ย
my
ครับ
guess.
หรือแบบตอนที่กำลังดูอยู่ผมก็มีฟิลอยากแจกผมก็แจกได้เลยนะตอนนั้น
ใช่แจก
And
ได้
they're
เล
all
ย
golf clapping, and now we're going to be resuming.
Yeah, you can just rewind and watch on your stream many times.
Yeah,
if you're watching
exactly.
at home. So,
All right, here it is. We're just going to hop back in.
ก็
We saw
เรา
game
ทาง
2 of
ทาง
the
ผม
series
ทีมงาน
with
ผมให้
Gen.G
ให้
had
โค้ด
like
ไป
the
แล้ว
scaling
ก็
elements
อยาก
of
แจก
composition,
แบบ
and
ยัง
they
ไง
really
ก็ได้อะ
slowed the pace of the game down,
ในช่วง
opted out of
watch
these
party อะครับ
fights. A lot of cross mapping initially in that
โอเคครับ
one, and even though it
โค้ด
didn't find
โค้ดแจกมาแล้ว
favor,
นี่
they
คือ
did
ของผมอยู่ที่
eventually
พี่เพียว
get
พี่
beat in the late
อ้าวเหรอ
game.
อยู่กับ
It feels like
ไอ้
T1
เหี้ย
หรือเปล่า
นำว่ะ
going a bit more head first
เพราะผมยังไม่
in
เห็น
their
โค้ดเดี๋ยว
approach,
เดี๋ยวผม
despite
ทำพี่เพียวไม่เป็นไร
เล่นฆ่าเลย
เพราะพี่เพียว
เขาจูนติดสวยเลย
KF combo.
เนี่ยมาอีกแล้ว
Feel really
แม่ง
needs
เอา
to
มัง
get
กร
the
ครบ
ball
เลย
เดี๋ยว
moving.
ผมแปะให้
They are just fighting them
อีกทีใน
pound to
Discord
ไม่มี
pound.
ดาเมจอะ
In this situation,
Dolan.
this dragon though will go down. They
โอ
will
เค
เฟเกอร์
ได้มาทุกคนมา
already
พี่กิฟคิดว่า
full
ทันไหมครับ
deficit.
There is full vision.
น่าจะ
This ward has not been
ไม่ทันว่ะ
and Ona is
แต่ไม่
just
เป็นไร
coming over. It is
เดี๋ยว
not gonna
เดี๋ยว
be
เข้าไป
the skill of a Canyon.
เข้าห้องไป
Now in a lot of trouble. He blast go.
เพราะว่าอีกน่าสักประมาณ 20 นาทีครับ
to try and get himself out of there as Ona gets the reset. Now Chobi's the one that's in trouble. This is a bit of a disaster. Yes, they secure the Drake, but the flash has to be
ไม่ได้ช่วย
avoided.
สัตว์
That's their last one that they had
ได้
available.
ครับได้ครับ
Chobi gets
จะ
out
พยายามครับผม
after a
อยากแน่เลยพี่
I mean,
เก่งจังวะ
yeah, that is a lot invested to get that Drake.
earlier you mentioned
ก็อาจจะแบบ
that the gold lead was much smaller, mind you. That the gold lead felt kind of fake. And
ทุก
a
คน
lot of that I think
มี
was
ผู้
based
โช
on
ค
the fact
ดี
that
ที่จะ
TF
เอามาเล่นด้วย
hold
แล้ว
up Faker.
Yeah, Dominance is going to come on out here as the flash
Faker,
is
Faker,
out
Faker,
there.
Faker
ผมจะแบบทีที่ผมหยิบไปแทนมานี่ก็คือมันเป็น
เชี่ยโดนสโลว์คิวคีเป็นสโลว์คิวอีก
Faker takes him out. That's the solo
คิ
kill
ด
for
ว่า
the
หา
Renekton.
คนไม่ได้จริง
Keen's super strong right now in this Renekton. Has the Black Cleaver, has the Merc Treads. Compared to the Rise, was
เชี่ย
a barely stacked Rod of
แยก
Ages.
ย้ายกันที่ห้อง
Not
นะ
much
ครับ
competition here. Doran with a great engage, and Ona, the power of the Neferi into the Nidalee, just that point and click, targeted damage so hard to avoid, and Chovy able to get away on this one, only just.
The main part of this for me is the banana brush control because Keria made it so they couldn't actually follow and look for the fight.
เดี๋ยวเราเข้าห้องกันเลยเราเปิดหัว
cut off, can't actually join, can't do anything with this MF pick. Here it's just Keen running Faker down. Wants to use the empowered W, it's letting it charge up. Doesn't have it, just decides, okay, I'm just going to Q. It's got the extra range, I can't get into melee range. Faker just ends up getting
เสียงมัง
burned
กรอี
down.
กแล้ว
But
ว่าที่วันทำไง
I
ดี
was
วะ
going to say right before this is,
โชวีโคต
I
รร
think
วย
this
เลย
game is still incredibly
ทำไง
close,
ดีอ่ะ
right? We're looking at a game where Pays has a gold
King
lead.
of Showy
Surprise,
right now.
surprise again. T1 have the scaling advantage, and Gen.G have a 3.3 thousand gold lead, but it's on a Renekton and a TF, who has a lot of that gold lead in his CS that he has. By the way, look at the CS numbers here for Chovy. He is way up on Faker, like 35. So
there's a Renekton.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a horse and a crocodile that Faker is going to have to deal with. Oh, he manages
Faker!
to get in.
Oh my god
Both of those champions
Holy
had BC to deny that, and they were
ขอร้อง
unable
โลนซ่า
to catch the goat.
You saw
โล
the
นซ่า
stun
ให้
coming
ขอ
through
ร้อง
from Keen, but just a little bit too late. Great sidestep out of the realm open back in from Faker. That seemed like a Doom scenario.
Yeah.
And he does get out with his life. It makes this game a little bit more playable here, but his turret, I think, is not going to be so lucky. It's a bit of a race here for this turret. Well, actually, first brick was already taken in the bottom lane, but still a race for the second here for Gen.G. They'll win it before Doran is able to get his first of the game on the bottom side.
A little bit of a tempo advantage you could get from that one as well, as Doran is biding his time, trying to make sure that as many of these minions do go down. But because of that, Chovy is able to make his way back over here and is going to be able to save this turret for the next little while.
ต้องให้หมาฆ่าโชวีคนเดียวมั้ง
No.
No AP apart from Doran's ring.
And it is his ring.
You ever try to
โด
hit
รานเบามากอะ
something very hard with a ring on your finger?
ไม่ค่อยมีประโยชน์อะแบบว่ามันเบาเกิน
Yeah, it
นะ
doesn't really hurt the structure you're in question too much. Chovy picks up rapid fire
แม้แต่
cannons.
ตี
Huge
ป้อมก็ไม่
spike
มี
here
ประโยชน์
in
อะ
20 minutes
ตีช้า
for
ตีเบา
this, TF4 setting up engage.
Oh, I blinked and he's 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, that's
ต้องให้หมาฆ่าทวิตเตอร์เฟส
But consider this,
ส่วน
right? There's
มีฟอร์จูน
a rise in a
ใช้วิธีตีชิ่งเรื่อยๆตีจาก
insane wave. Even the
ตี
Gragas
ชิ่งแบบ
without AP, their wave's decently fine.
I have no
T1
idea
can
แล้ว
just
อะ
hunker down. They got the early double dragon and scale up. And I think right now that's what you've got to do. Just don't get caught. Don't get pinched by this TF, the Renekton Italy, and just farm waves over and over and over again. And there's a way back into this game. We've seen Pays do it countless times. Faker potentially caught, as I say it.
Yeah, Blast Cone going to come in though, and Faker just gets out.
Escape artist, man.
พอดีเป๊ะ
The level 1 ganked all the way to now.
But it does buy them a bit of space to use this Recaro in the mid
ส
lane.
เปซให้โดราน
The
ข้าง
outer
ล่างค
ring
รับ
of turrets likely to fall down on this next push. This
ข้างหลัง
turret is no longer
โชวีจะ
below.
เข้า
Chovy actually looking for a bit of an angle
ป้อม
here.
จะ
As
ระเบิด
Faker
เราต้อง
taking
ปล่อย
a lot of damage just from that blue card with the Lich Bane stacked up. As Doran, he did manage to get the outer turret in the bottom lane. Golf clap for Doran, but it does cost them 2 turrets in the end.
Does feel like the pressure is mounting on T1. Dragon up in 45.
3 ชิ้นแล้วมันแบบปริ้นมันนี่อ่ะปริ้นตริงโกอ่ะ
We
โช
saw
วี่
last
อ่ะ
time Canyon secured the dragon and they punished him for it immediately, so I imagine they will set up and look for an angle, but they can give it up, the dragon itself, if they don't see a window in, or if they'd rather just prioritize the fight over the objective.
And I do feel like T1's composition, team fights, better than Gen.G's.
Absolutely.
I think that Gen.G definitely need to play for the smoke and mirrors, play for the side lanes, and try and catch targets unawares. Getting this outer ring of turrets, making the map as dark as possible is so important for this Gen.G composition.
I think
Carry a
Gen.G,
slowdown.
the main goal for
แต่ถ้ามันมี
Gen.G
นาฬิกาเฟส
here
นั้นนะ
is to,
น่ากลัวมากอะ
if possible, deny his dragon. They do not have prio, but
เซ
to
เกอร์ต้อง
be
มา
able
สู้
to
อีก
look
แล้ว
for
วะ
a turn on
ยังไม่ได้
it.
ฟาร์ม
This
เลย
isn't the
อุ้ย
one
โด
they're
ราน
gonna
วั
have
บ
to be proactive here as we see Doran
Chok đi.
TP in.
Yeah, he is very durable. So they're going to have to give up on that prospect as Gen.G looking to try and make this a 50-50. Kane's teleported in though, gets that big old shield. And let's
Anti,
see what
danออกไป
Renekton's going to be able to do. Pop Blossom on
ได้มังกรได้มังกร
the secure of the
เคลียร์
soul
เคลียร์
point for T1. But
เฮ้ย
can they win
โด
the
ราน
fight? That's the question. Doran is such a
ไปว่ะ
problem. He takes
โอเนอร์
the
แคนยอน
before he falls, but
เคสตาย
Pace
อยู่
is dealing with so many problems himself. And Carrier running the wrong direction on the map. Faker and Ono though, still huge threats in this fight. And Duro is limping away.
โอเนอร์มีอัน
And
ติปะ
without Canyon, without Ruler, there is so much damage missing from
มา
this
ช่วยมาช่วย
Gen.G
เลย
composition.
ไม่ได้ตาย
The gold card, my
ต้องถอยวะ
goodness, Carrier in a lot of trouble. He'll be taken down as Keen locks up that one. And Duro,
เอ้า
why
โชวี่
are we
มา
still going back? What is crazy to crash down? It comes on through.
โชวี่ตาย
Cody almost survives, and Keen now trying to sink his fangs
คิว 2
in,
ได้
playing around
คีนตายคีนตายเอ้าเฮ้ยทีวัดครับผมทีวัดครับผมโชวี่ลงมาครับ แล้วเจอหมากับเฟเกอร์ หมาเกอร์
things that go wrong here
หมาเกอร์ฟ้า
for the side of Gen.G, but the Smite secure is there for T1 and they're set up for the
Combo.
longer fight. They have the more consistent damage.
There's actually it's a great engage.
พี่รออยู่มีเสียงกิ้ง
from T1.
ครูเข้า
There's
ห้อง
actually a pretty big
มีเสียง
error
กิ้ง
from Hayes in the follow-up because it's Doran and Carrier who get this engage. They find Ruler and we see Faker following up, but then Hayes moves
เสียง
up to
กิ้ง
this
มาแล้ว
wall and wants to go to flash over it and fail flashes and just dies as a result. So the fight would have been so one-sided if that hadn't happened. It ends up three players on both sides left available. But Gen.G, this is the point where after they clear the carrier, they go too far.
I mean, there's a riot
เออสัก10 นาทีอ่ะขอแค่10 นาทียื้อหน่อยอ่ะใครก็ได้ยื้อทีขอร้องขอ10 นาทีเออผมไม่เคยคิดว่า10 นาทีจะมีค่าขนาดนี้มาก่อนเลยคง10 นาทีขอแค่10 นาที
There isn't enough damage here to take him out. Imagine what it's going to be like later
ขอ
in the
ร้อง
game
แล้ว
when
มึง
Faker
จะ
is
ตายแล้ว
this
เนี่ย
behind.
121แล้วว่ะ
Gold lead here. This
วาลอนเลยเหรอไม่อยาก
is
ดูแล้ว
scaling
อ่ะ
in T1 or on the Baron. What I want to say right before that dragon was, I think Gen.G's main goal to win this game is to look for a turn on Baron. Now, Baron against them, they have no prior. They got to come contest.
And Faker has
ดันออกไปโดนลามินาที่ดันออกไป
so strong.
He is. Let's see whether Canyon can make some magic happen. It looks like the answer is
ได้บอลแล้วแต่ว่า
absolutely
ดูโรจะพยายาม
not.
เกี่ยว
As they
ไม่ถึง
look
ไม่ถึง
for
ดูโรไม่ถึง
with the
ดูโรตายดูโรตายไม่ถึงเรียวโบไปไหนอย่าเพิ่งเรียวโบไปไหนเรียวโบมาลูเลอร์โอเนอร์จัดการลูเลอร์หน่อยลูเลอร์ตายโชวี่คนสุดท้ายจบเลยได้ปะขอร้องเขาเรียกแล้วเขาเรียกให้ไปแข่งอารีนาแล้วขอร้องจบเลยจบ จบไปได้จบไปได้จบไปได้จบไปได้จบไปได้จบไปได้อารีนาต้องรอต่อไป
And the crowd erupts. 5 members of Gen.G dead on the back of that play. Baron in pocket.
เอาให้ได้มากที่
And
สุ
they
ด
just cannot deal with all these threats. Fake is so strong. Ono with 7
kills.
How can you shut down this Neferi?
I think they just punched their ticket. I think they've done it. They're on soul point. They got Baron. They have the scaling composition. And here with Gen.G, the comp turns defensively so well, but on the attack with no Private Sword. Look at Duro and Ruler. Try to set this up, but it's too desync. It's too disjointed. T1 are already out while the bullet time flies. And as the result, it's easy for T1 to actually turn. They lost their engage. Ruler kites it out so well, but it just doesn't matter. Chobi's on a TF, and they're just overwhelmed. But it's a clean ace. It's a gold lead. It's a Baron. And finally,
nice. It's looking like it as Duro, as soon as he missed that Magnet Storm, the flash came through. The spell shield was there from Pays. And Ruler was so ready to trust the bullet.
T1 มีบาลอนบัฟเงินนำแต่ไว้ใจไม่ได้นี่มันทีมอะไรวะเนี่ยนี่ไงนี่ไง
And Gen.G well and truly on the ropes. It's a 6,000 Red Bull Baron power play already, and they still have a minute left on that.
ยังไว้ใจไม่ได้ดันกำลังขึ้นบ้านครับมีรถ3 คันตรงนี้ช่วยยิงอยู่ถ้าเคลียร์ไม่ได้แล้วไม่มีตัวเคลียร์ด้วยครับในฝั่งของ Gen.G ไม่มีตัวเคลียร์รถเข้าไปแล้ว T1 สเกลลิ่งมาถึงจุดที่แบบเฟเกอร์ก็10แล้วก็มีแอชชูราเซอร์มีทุกอย่างครับผมแล้วไม่มีเซอร์เพนต์แฟงของฝั่งของ Gen.G ด้วยเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยโลขาวนี่มันแบบมันเจี๊ยบเจ็บลิ้นพันไปหมดแล้วครับผม30 วิกับมังกรนะคุณคิดดีๆนะคุณ T1 โดลานไม่มีข้อผิดพลาดให้คุณแล้วนะคุณโดนป้อมตีนะคุณโดนพวกคุณมีบัมเบิลเวสแล้วเคเลียยก3เคเลียยกจัดการไปให้หมดเลยได้ปะคิดหมาพุ่งต่อหมาถึงเวลาแล้วเว้ยโอ้ได้ยังไม่ตาย
And it's a double for the Neferi. And T1, they're going to take another inhibitor and maybe even look to take the game.
They're going to TP Durham back in. They're going for the end.
Going to end. I don't think there's any way. There's no magnets from the.
เหลือเวลาอีก6 วินาทีเชฟครับผมคุณชาคิดครับผมไม่รู้ได้ไปหายไปเลยดูโลหายไปเลยเพชรพยายามจะจัดการกับเพื่อนร่วมทีมเก่าคนนี้เล่นอยู่ถังไม่โดนโชวี่โชวี่ตายแล้วจบครับผมMSIทีวันได้ไปMSIทีวันได้ไปMSIเฮ้ยกูต้องตัวฟ้าดีว่ะพี่ต้องเล่นพี่ต้องแต่งพี่ต้องคอสเพลย์เป็นไลฟ์นี่ว่ะ Oh my god
But when it comes down to just one of these teams attending MSI, it's not the back-to-back MSI champions who will be attending. It's T1 who take them down in 5 grueling games.
ยอดน้องวันหลังจะทำอย่างนี้นะบนน่ะก็เล่นสายชนะสายบนไปเลยนะวันหลังอะแต่ว่าเลยอดชอบกันเลยอดตบมือเท่าไหร่นะยอดเท่าไหร่นะอ๋อเดี๋ยวเขาสปอนเขาฮัลโหลครับได้ครับT1ไปครับเฮ้ยรับสายนู้นด้วยฮัลโหลครับT1ไปครับเอาใช่ไหมครับ3 สล็อตนะฮัลโหลครับโอเคครับเดี๋ยวจัดให้เลยฮะเอาตรงไหนดีฮะเอาตรงป้ายน้องป้ายตรงหน้างานนะโอเคได้ครับฮัลโหลครับได้ครับไข่กูมิ่งเหรอครับได้แล้วครับไปครับT1ไปครับครั้งนี้T1ไปครับไข่กูมิ่งไม่ต้องห่วงนะลืมตั๋วเกอร์เฟเกอร์ชนะGen.Gได้ครับผม Yes.
As they deny Gen.G the opportunity and they join LCK Esports. And so now, for the teams that are heading towards the MSI play-ins, it's now the world champs that you're going to have to face if you want to make it to the next round.
ตบมือให้กับGen.Gทุกคนตบมือแต่นี้
Regardless of who went, it was going to be a tough matchup. But especially with how this series played out, Gen.G gave it a phenomenal effort and really took it as far as they could. But T1 on the day
เล่นดีมากได้ใจพี่เลยเล่นดีจริงวันนี้Gen.Gครับ
when T1 went for their comfort
แต่ว่า T1 ได้ตั๋วครับผม
we trust that this is going to be a great game by them. They're going to pop
Gen.G ได้ใจครับแต่ T1 ได้ตั๋ว
I feel like Gen.G did the same thing in that final game. They pulled out all the classics, but it just ultimately was not enough. And there were some of the classics on the other side.
คิดเรือร้องไห้ป่ะกูก็จะร้องเหมือนกันทีมงานเดี๋ยวมาแล้วครับทีมงาน
of the series by far.
I think Carrier was absolutely unbelievable. I also think that it must feel so good for T1 to have Dawn on their side now in series like this, especially domestically, just because he has clutched it out so many times.
Specifically in the road to MSI, I don't know what is up with him. He just
loves the mid-season, man. He's all about it. He's a summer boy.
เก้มาเลยเก้มา figure
T1 when he was on the other side as well.
Yep. And Faker, what a turnaround performance, by the way. His rise absolutely phenomenal in the 5th game. And we felt
Faker บอกว่าคนดูน่าจะชอบครับเวลาเห็นแบบ
in the 4th game.
T1 นะ Faker พิมพ์เขียน T1 ด้วย
One of my favorite plays from this series, because there were so many phenomenal
T1
plays. Carrier turning I'm getting picked into I'm going to kill you play that they ultimately didn't actually win in the end, but it was still so cool. So many great moments here for everyone. As Ona, he's going to claim it.
Such an incredible
ตัวฟ้าอีกกูวันไหนดีวะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวนัดวันแล้วครับ
And he said it was fun. Wasn't it fun?
Yeah, it was.
Teasing the fans who were.
และคนสุดท้ายคนนี้พลาดไม่ได้เลยครับผมกับการโยนถังทำให้แคนยอนต้องกดนาฬิกาแล้วไม่ได้มังกร
สวัสดีค่ะ
นี่ทีมเก่าด้วยไงนี่
งานวันที่
มีปัดสักหนึ่งที
ทาแค่บางส่วนแล้วใส่เสื้อทับไม่ได้นะคะไรเซ่ตัวฟ้าแล้วไม่ใส่เสื้อด้วยเพื่อป้องกันการอนาจารแปดจุดด้วยนะคะ
Well, he left a message on his shoulder, or maybe pushed it away.
โอเคครับก็วันนี้ก็มันกันไปครับคุณผู้ชมเครียดหนักมากอาจจะมีเสียงแบบทีมงานบีฟเนี่ยแต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรฮะก็นี่มันแบบพอดีมันมีโชว์แมตช์นะก็ยินดีครับที่ไลออดเขามีโชว์แมตช์นะอารีนาครับเดี๋ยวเราต่ออารีนาครับเดี๋ยววันนี้จะมีโชว์แมตช์อารีนาถึงทุ่มครึ่งแล้วจะมีดูแข่งครับว่ามาดูว่าใครครับจะได้ไป MSI ครับก็คือช่องแชทเนี่ยก็คือคนทั่วไปเนี่ยสามารถมาแข่งแล้วก็ได้ไป MSI ครับนี่ฮะก็มาดูว่าใครจะได้ไป MSI ครับแล้วก็ได้เงินรางวัลนะผมเดี๋ยวมาดูนะว่าเขาจะเล่นอะไรประมาณไหนจะมี Watch Party ครับโอเคจบ